what excites you?
I mean, these ships, like the size of these ships are, you know, it's like there's really no other game out there that has like fully explorable ships like this.
Yeah.
So essentially, it's like floating PvP maps, and it's kind of what I like to utilize them for, and you know, having some gunfights on some ships.
We're playing some pretty big battles on your
Yeah,
carrick.
yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, definitely. So we're in the Anvil Lounge, like we said before, but there's so much more to CitizenCon this year. We have 2 stages, 1 streaming live, and then we also have the marketplace with merch and a bar and all those awesome community booths. Have you had a chance to check that out yet?
Yeah, I walked through there a little bit. The bar is really cool, like the LED like hologram.
Yeah.
I've never seen one of those in person before. It was absolutely amazing.
Straight out of Area.
Blew my mind.
Yeah, it's perfect. Very art corpy.
Oh yeah.
Any of the community booths stand out to you yet?
I talked to the guys from Game Glass. I like what they're doing. That stuff's really cool. And the Daymar Rally stuff, those guys are really cool as well.
Always fantastic.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, definitely. So anything else you're looking forward to here today?
Yeah, the Theater of War, is that what it's called?
Yeah,
the Theater of War. Yeah, I'm excited to try that game mode out.
Yeah,
excited to play that and get my hands on and have some fun. So.
Yeah, that'll be a whole lot of fun. And make sure if you're at home, you check out the Shoot 'em Up panel, which is going to discuss that too. Yeah,
I need to check that out too.
Yeah, you'll get a chance to learn a little bit more about that mode, which is
for sure.
fantastic. So first CitizenCon, have you been able to talk to a lot of, have you been able to meet a lot of the backers who normally watch your streams?
Yeah, no, it's been a crazy experience. Just, you know, like I said, the community is like so passionate, and man, I mean, this community is really kind of what, you know, made things happen for me too. So like being able to meet all the people in person, and you know how like it's just a really surreal experience, and you know, it's been a blast so far.
And you were at the Bar Citizen last night.
Yeah, that was cool too. That was really good. That was a fun time. It was a party.
Yeah,
but yeah.
That was fantastic. And this is also your first time in EU, right?
Yeah, first time ever overseas like this. So getting to experience the culture while I'm here as well.
Yeah.
Hanging out here has been a blast so far.
Yeah,
want to kind of like take trips to see the rest of the culture around here too, but.
Yeah. If you could do one other thing at CitizenCon that you have not gotten to do yet, what would you do? What are you going to do when we leave this interview?
I'm pretty sure there's a VIP lounge somewhere. Chris Roberts is hanging out in the hot tub, so I'm going to be there.
Find Chris.
Yeah. Find Chris in the hot tub. Yeah, we're going to be hanging out together. A little bit later. I think that's at like 3.
You got it planned.
Yeah,
good.
Yeah. So meet me in the hot tub at like 3 p.m. So I'll be there, Chris. Yeah, man.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Rex, for joining us. We're going to head back to main stage with Jared. Jared, how's it going?
It's going great, Molly. I didn't know Rex could not shout. It was nice to hear your regular voice, Rex. Let me see that carrick. Let me see the carrick, the ice carrick. I didn't get a good look at it. Can I see the ice carrick? Can we take a look at that? Yes, that is in the Anvil Lounge. Everybody, you should take a look at that as soon as you can, because before this day is out, I'm taking a hairdryer to it. It's going to happen. All right, thanks so much, Molly. Allie, they're almost set up, so we're out of time. I had one question for you. The overwhelming question on Twitch was clouds. With V4 Tech, I understand that one of the big features of V4 Tech is the way that VFX and particles and game logic can all sync with that climate data now. What does this mean for clouds?
So clouds is something that's been in development by the engine team for quite a time. It's not ready yet. There is work ongoing. It's definitely in the works. It's coming. Not right now, not in 3.8, but there is plenty of other interesting things that the climate data does let you do, which you'll see later today. But it's already at a good stage. We're looking forward to clouds, but we've got a lot without them as well.
All right, they're still getting set up. So you talked a lot about the textures that you need and having to manage all those textures. What were the negotiations like with the other guys as they started to develop V4 and they come to you like, Allie, we need 16,000 textures. Tell me what those negotiations were like. How did you bring them down to a manageable number?
Well, luckily Marco has been running the tech from the start, and he's always been pretty brutal with the artists. He has a very fixed budget that they cannot exceed. So yeah, they've always been quite well constrained. But constraint's good, it helps creativity. But yeah, there's some very realistic demands we have to make sure that we don't have loading screens or stalling and stuttering as we go around the planet. So yeah, I think I can't remember the current total, but it's something like 300 and 350 megs, but the V4 actually takes less memory than the previous version.
The V4 actually takes less texture memory than the V3?
Yes. Although I think we're debating whether we might use that memory to try and do something else. Seems everyone's we've got used to that memory now. But yeah, we're either going to recoup it for some other department, or we're just going to add more.
All right, so they're telling me that they're ready to go, so thank you so much, Ali. Guys, remember that you can check out the Ship Sounds panel. Where's my camera there? You can check out the Ship Sounds panel going on in the Croshaw Auditorium. You can check out the Marketplace. You can check out Theaters of War, or you can stay here for our next panel, Micro Technicalities. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned.
Testing. Hello.
Jimmy Voorhees. Go for it.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our talk today. It may be a little bit more superficial than the previous talk you've just watched, but nevertheless, we care very passionately for it. So I'm Ian. I'm the art director on Star Citizen.
I'm Michel. Hello again. Lead on the organics team.
Hi, I'm Nick. I'm the lead environment artist on the landing zone team.
And I'm Eddie. I'm the lead environment artist on the modular team.
Okay, so let's go through a quick overview of some topics we're going to cover. First, we want to talk a little bit about the team formation and why we're kind of set up in this way. Next, we'll talk a little bit about the visual development of the space stations, both the exterior and the interior, and some of the notes on the direction we're taking. Then we'll take a deep dive into the visual design of the new landing zone, New Babbage. And then right at the end, we'll explore some of the biomes that we're going to see on Microtech. Okay, let's start with the environment team of formation. So, as you know, like the locations in Star Citizen are quite diverse. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to format our team in a way in which we can work on multiple things in parallel, but not necessarily overstretch the team, which would ultimately reduce the quality. Okay, so first thing I want to talk about is the landing zone team. So obviously the focus of this team is focusing on, cityscapes, spaceports, hub areas of the landing zone, common elements, things like that. And that team is largely focused on kind of like maintaining or implementing the complexity of what these landing zones are. Next, we've got the modular team. So the focus of this team is kind of making sure that in between landing zones, there's locations to go to. So there's things like space stations, ground locations, space locations, things like that. So the kind of like the core ethos of this team is to try and utilize our building sets in a bit more of a creative way. So it's more about ensuring we get the quantity of locations in our game to support gameplay. And then the third team is the organics team. So fairly self-explanatory, but the focus is on planets, moons, caves you've seen a little bit of already, but also supporting other production teams with things like organic asset packs and things like that. So the focus of this team, beautiful landscapes, and working closely with other teams. Obviously, we're not just environment artists, so we get warm hugs from quite a few other disciplines. But as you can see here, hopefully that gives you like a little look at our internal formation, and hopefully give you a little bit of confidence in how we can kind of move forward and work on a few different things in parallel. Okay. So let's start real quick with the modular team. Okay. So we had rest stops in our game for some time. We were happy, but they had a fundamental problem. Essentially, we needed to diversify the visual design of them. I don't know if you remember these guys. This is a clay render of one of the originals. And it didn't really matter how we kind of changed it. It still kind of looked the same. So Chris was very passionate with me. He said, hey, I want space stations in Star Citizen to be diverse, beautiful, and vast. So what we did was we sat down with the concept team, and we had a very intense period of visual development to try and generate ideas of what the next steps of space stations could feel like. So here you can see an example sheet of that result. So after a couple of weeks of fairly intensive work, this is like an idea board that we'd put in front of Chris. So even from quite small thumbnail images, you can kind of see how diverse some of the ideas could feel. And we wanted designs to feel iconic and fairly recognizable. And then for those of you with really good eyesight, maybe you can recognize some of the categories we're putting them in. And the idea is we want the core space station to design to be primary, and then what we do is we use additional elements to help define the theme of that space station. Okay, let's take a little sneak peek at some of the archetypes which we want to explore. So this is an early example of a cargo. So from Chris, right from the beginning, he wanted a very busy kind of shipping port vibe. And one thing I'll note is a lot of these renders, we deliberately didn't surface anything. We wanted to almost give that aesthetic of an old scratch-built model from like ILM or something, just to validate the shape and form without getting into the details. So this is like a slightly larger, more developed infrastructure. And you can see like the cargo containers are now kind of formatted into larger units. And that tiny little hub area is in the middle, whereas the outer connections for cargo will be on the outside of the infrastructure. And then we also tried a vertical design. Ultimately, this had too many problems. Like, Todd was like, hey man, what happens if I fly right through there? You know, cargo's just gonna go, right? But there's elements of this that we kind of liked, and you can actually see in game right now. Okay, so we expanded the cargo unit rack design. And ultimately, we're looking for an idea where the hub was quite small and insignificant compared to the cargo. But as you can see, like the first read of this, we went, oh, that's a cargo station, you know. Continued design exploration. This time, we're kind of taking cues from Port Olisar, because Port Olisar should be a port station, right? So this was us just validating what, with this design language, what something like Port Olisar could feel like. Okay, let's move on to some refineries. So we like the idea of something exposed. So it shares some common elements from the other stations, but we like the idea that the protective layers of other stations have been exposed, so you're just seeing the inner workings. And we also like the idea of something skeletal, lots of negative shapes. And also you can see like a range of arrays of components. And this can also be used to kind of describe, expanding out the scale of operation. So if you see something with like large quantities of arrays, it kind of implies like it's a bit more of an established operation. And we also wanted something that had like struts leading off from the main hub and kind of having a little bit of fun at what these stations could feel like, because they're designed for zero gravity. Okay, let's move back onto rest stops. Fundamentally, we wanted designs that could work vertically as well as horizontally. And we also wanted the idea of, like Chris described it as, you come across like a backwater space station, but then that's fundamentally different to a space station that you'd see on a major kind of trade hub. So it was having a look at what like expanded modules building out from the core could feel like. And also we're exploring various shapes, which we did with these rings here. So this was a core shape that internally we really latched onto. And then like it enabled us to do new things like array and hangers around that core. So because it's in space where you need to validate composition from all different angles, and even from this clay render, we felt quite confident about the compositions that we'd expect to have. And then I just loved that strut leading out, really leading out from the main core, and was really thinking about what that experience would be if we landed on there, what that would feel like, and then eventually we want physical transit elevators bringing us into the core. So just to repeat this slide again, hopefully you can kind of see what we're doing. We're not necessarily, building unique space stations for each one, but we're trying to invest into what our core space station visual style is. And then when we come to do like refineries or cargo depots, it's a bit more of an additional approach. And then this is just a slide. You know, you just saw this guy in the demo we just saw. It's in game right now. But, you know, it kind of maybe it gives you a little bit of a backstory as to how we got to this point, and then maybe gives you a little sneak peek as to, you know, what some of the next steps could feel like. Okay, so let's move on from the exteriors, and then let's move on to the interiors. I'll pass you on to Eddie.
Pass me the clicker. So I guess the problem with the interiors was really the same as with the exteriors. They weren't really big enough, and they weren't really varied enough. So especially now the larger exteriors have come into the game, the current interiors feel both kind of very small and just not much variety between them, between the rest stops. And we also we set out with an idea that we wanted to make the stations flow and the layout feel generally more open rather than separate areas into distinct segments with smaller doorways and doors. So I'm going to be talking through just some of the various components we improved and added to achieve the new interiors. And then I'm also just going to give a brief breakdown of some of the modular workflows and tools. So let's start with hubs. The hubs are kind of the nexus of the stations. We made them bigger. We gave them a more spacious and kind of a grander atmosphere to a scale intended to kind of match or mirror the increase in size of the exteriors. We've also added some more variety of hub spaces, along with more variation in lighting and dressing. And then in addition to that, we just take a quick look at what we've done to the shops. The shops were kind of an important change. Previously, all our shops were kind of gated behind doors. So we changed them to all be open-fronted. Kind of enhances the more open feel of the station as a whole. It also provides what we call curb appeal a lot more. Opening up the fronts entices people in, and it's something you see a lot in real-life stores as well if you go to a shopping center or a mall. Kind of softens the transition between the inside and the outside. Next, we're going to have a look at the mom-and-pop shops. Now, the mom-and-pop shops are kind of a new type of station we haven't seen, type of shop that we haven't seen in stations before. We've kind of made these independently owned rather than tied to a specific brand or a specific corporation, hence the mom and pop. And as they are brandless, we've kind of established a new set of advertising and iconography with the UI guys that we can use universally across any kind of utilitarian shops we want to create in the future as well. The bars are another new addition to rest stops. The bars are traditionally kind of a big part of landing zones, as they provide spaces for mission givers to hang out in. So we've added bars to the rest stops to provide a similar sort of gameplay function. Food court shops, right? So the food court is a new addition to the rest stops as well. Starting with the shops, we've kind of created a new set of shops specifically for the food courts. They're all open-fronted in the same way all the shops now are. And also there are also independent and kind of non-corporate for kind of a friendlier, more sort of low-budget feel. And you'll see they're all made independently of the food court itself, so that when the layout tool does its thing, positions within layouts will vary between generations. I've skipped a slide there, but that doesn't matter. The food court itself. So the food court itself is another new space. We knew we wanted a larger secondary space other than the hubs that's kind of specific to rest stops. So we developed the food court, and food is going to be a gameplay mechanic in the future. So we've kind of pre-established the food court as a space in our new rest stops going forwards. Another thing we've kind of developed as well is the idea of layouts. Overlays. What overlays do is essentially they provide the same base architecture. With a simple swap of an overlay, we can kind of completely change the atmosphere of a space with a simple overlay swap. And here's another shot of sort of the upper deck of the food court with the small eating area inside it. Okay, so Habitation, you'll probably all recognize this brand. I'm sure most people have woken up in an Easy Hab here. Rest stops are now going to accommodate Habs and they're going to accommodate player spawn points. So we took our existing Easy Hub set and we've basically expanded on it slightly to produce a slightly bigger version of Easy Hub for use with the new rest stops. View rooms. So view rooms are kind of another really important addition that we wanted to get right for the new rest stops. They've dramatically increased in scale. It's more of a view deck now than a room. The issue with the old view rooms really was that they were very small, and the player never really had any reason to actually go to them, because in the layouts they were always at a dead end, essentially. So there was never any reason to go and look out the window. With the new view rooms, we kind of, and especially with the new layouts of the stations, we kind of direct the player through this space on their way to other locations within the rest stop. So the player has much more chance to actually get a good view out of the window. And again, it's really important. They've become a much more important space to remind the player of their connection to the outside world. And as you saw in the demo, we're now going to be putting stations in low orbit around our major planets. So it's something we've wanted to do for a while. And it's going to give you some really, really nice vistas, hopefully. So yeah, we're quite excited about that. So just to give you a brief breakdown of how the modular team works, because it works in a much different way than maybe a traditional level is made. Instead of building a layout by hand, we kind of build all the components and use the procedural tools to generate many different layouts rather than hand building individual ones. So here's a library of rooms that are kind of unique for the rest stops themselves. And this is a library of more universal rooms that we can use going forwards in different space stations in the future. On top of that, then, we have libraries of props, which are small collections of items, all filtered by category and type. And then the same deal with advertising, filtered by color. Lighting use a lot of these to light the station, so they need to be able to decide, oh, I want a warm color here, I want a cool color there. What all these libraries and all these categories and all these filters allow an artist or a designer to do is kind of direct the general flow of a station, interior, but the actual content and how it all fits together is randomized every time. It's all driven by a layout graph, which is the prettiest slide in this presentation, this art presentation. But it's kind of a node-based thing that we use. A designer or an artist can snap these nodes together and say, I want this general flow for a station. And then we've got a video of basically that graph. This is the tool doing its thing with that graph, and you can see it's testing connection points. It's finding successful ones, and then it's moving on to the next node in the graph. And eventually, you get a successful layout. And once you have a successful layout, really, all that remains is for an artist or a designer to go into that layout, have a look at it, and decide whether they like it or not. And if they do like it, it kind of goes into the yes pile. And if we don't like it, really, all it's a question of doing is deleting it and generating another one until we get to something that we do like. So the modular team works in this way because obviously it's a much easier way to create hundreds of different locations, thousands of different locations. I mean, just with the sets that we've got now, we've probably got millions of different permutations that probably could be. But instead of having to hand build every interior we make, we spend a lot of time figuring out the rules so that we can generate hundreds over time.
Do you want to click it for you? Or?
That's okay. Awesome. Thanks, Eddie. That's pretty cool, right? Okay, so let's move on to the next team. So talk about the land zone team. So moving on to this location, there's a few key factors that we wanted to focus on. So first, it's going to be the new art style, and as I mentioned a few hours ago, Lowville, Area 18, we've kind of been utilizing the utilitarian building set, but because this is Microtech, it's Microtech's kind of like home location, we knew we needed to invest that time and energy into the new building set and kind of expand on the work we've previously done with high-tech. Also, we wanted to improve our approach to building our cityscapes. And again, like we said this morning, none of us was really happy with completely walling it off. We wanted to validate sections of that city to enable the player to explore if they wanted. And learning lessons from Lowville and Area 18. Okay, so For the new art style, as I said, if you look at Lowville, we wanted something that felt old, not necessarily well maintained. And Area 18, it was a bit more of a dystopian kind of like neon city. So we already knew right at the beginning that New Bab would need something new. And also, like I said, for the narrative, it was very appropriate. We'd need something that was no longer in our asset database. So this is a slide which we use internally. It's basically our internal architectural style document. For Star Citizen, we don't want a kind of a bland game. We want it to feel like it's kind of got a rich history. As you're going around, you see architecture from different periods. Much like if you walk around Manchester, you'll see architecture from different time periods, and it kind of gives you a type of layer and a type of depth to the game. That's ultimately what we want Star Citizen to achieve. So you can see here on the timeline, this is where the high tech is. So it's a lot more recent to modern day, current day in the game than utilitarianism. And it was kind of like the next stage coming out of the Henoism period. So we kind of thought there'd be very much an uprising in design methodologies, much more of a focus on industrial design styles, advanced manufacturing materials, things like that. That was kind of like the core pillars of what we wanted this art style to achieve. Okay, so this was the first kind of like concept we achieved on, where it was kind of like close to the final direction of what you can see in game right now. Previously, we'd gone through quite a few iterations. So it's this, New Babbage is kind of described as having like these beautiful domes of where the city's kind of inside. We tried many ideas of trying to visually describe what a city inside a dome looks like, but ultimately it never felt right for the game. So what we did was we type of moved the dome design idea and tried to make the hub of the landing zone and put that inside the dome. And then we keep the cityscape separate. So let's talk about some key landmarks that were established during this preliminary concept. We got a signature building, and we stayed fairly faithful to that guy. The domes, as we mentioned, but we wanted to have it as additional to the city as opposed to embedded in the city. Transit lines from previous landing zones, we knew that transit was going to be key. And then, as it's going to be a cold planet. This is kind of what distilled the idea to drive the tech to help build the frozen ocean shader, because we love the idea of walking out of that landing zone, and rather than having to get on the transit to the spaceport and then let you out there, we wanted to get right out onto the ocean straight away. But most importantly, as you can see here, all of these open areas, we wanted that open feel. So if we wanted the hub, for the player to get out the hub and then kind of traverse on the terrain straight away, we're trying really hard to make that a possibility. Okay, so this was a video we pretty much took the concept mesh, got it in game as soon as we possibly can. So the aim here is to replicate the concept one-to-one, and then you start to get a sense of scale of how it's feeling.
Thanks.
Pass you over to Nick.
Thank you.
Take us on to the next section.
Let that play out. So yeah, we had a really early idea of having this sprawling web shape to the city with the transit tunnels linking each major district together. So we're replicating that in 3D from the concept and then iterating from there. And this video shows the advancement of the layout and how we increased the scale from concept was quite narrow and we broadened it out. And it's really important, obviously, to play it and see how it feels flying around, walking around. And this was our first time where we felt really happy with the sense of scale of the city. So it's starting to feel like a real city. So, but we wanted to make it a little bit bigger and a little bit more sprawling. So this is New Babbage pretty much in its final form. And in addition to the sprawling city, we've added some more districts further out, and then having these kind of little outpost clusters on the mountainous horizon to make it feel like the city's not just on its own, but it's embedded into the local landscape, and there's more like man-made structures beyond. So breaking down the city, as we've seen from the concept, here's an in-game shot. We have the transit loops that go from spaceport into the city. We've got the domes, which was the central place to go for the players. And we've got our Aspire Grand signature building in the center, in the main downtown area. When we have the sprawl, and the open areas, as Ian's already mentioned. So we wanted to validate the design from above to make it believable, and that was really important, and have the feeling that the city has expanded over time, building out the major transit as it spreads, and maintaining that kind of networked composition of the city, and it's growing out around the bay as well, which gives it that really nice skyline view. Thanks. So the transit tracks really ground it, making it a believable city. It makes it feel like it's this hustling, bustling city. People have places to go. So we knew that these transit tracks that the players are actually going to take need to be dynamic, so they weren't just straight lines everywhere. They kind of weave in between buildings and places and curve around like you see there. So let's talk about the architecture of the city itself. So we wanted to put a real emphasis on distinctive silhouettes of the buildings, compound curves, material separation, and give it a nice elegant feel. We wanted to make it distinctive from the utilitarian style like Area 18 and Lawville, but not push it too minimal like the supermodernism style. So it's kind of in an in-between point, but that's where the high-tech style lives. So with the skyline, we wanted to have more kind of negative shapes and negative space created with like structures and supports and the antennas and aerials to create that interesting skyline. So how did we actually make it in Engine? So to break it down, what we did was we had these very thick plates, which are deliberately quite thick, so we could embed that in the snow and in the terrain, and then add integration on top of that. So we could have that at various heights. The tall buildings, all the skyscrapers, have been handcrafted by artists, and the gaps are filled in with lower buildings which were made in Houdini, procedurally generated out of Houdini, which the effects team did. And they did a lot of research and development into with Houdini in getting the right variety and shape and scattering of these buildings. So these are the lower detail but higher frequency buildings, and they complement that base layering. So then we need to embed those main plates with these secondary plates, which again add more layering to the city and add the believability. So here's a shot where you can see all these secondary plates added in around the main ones, which add like a really nice natural layering to the city, and they break up that kind of mega structure feel, so it doesn't feel too monolithic. Do you want to talk about the spaceport design, Ian?
Sure. Thanks, Nick. Okay, let's talk about the spaceport. So, yeah, Chris laid down the challenge of wanting a spaceport embedded in a mountain. So we started exploring visually what that could feel like. And then also we wanted the idea that it would be almost overlooking the skyline from across the water feature. As this was going to be Microtech's home location, we wanted something where the architecture kind of reflected the brand. So as you can see here, it's pretty much a combination of sleek and sleek architecture, but it's ingrained with technology, but it's also layered with the botanicals. And also we want to introduce the first kind of hollow greeter for this landing zone. Ultimately, we kind of felt the in-game implementation, of the spaceport was quite good. We needed to add a few more vertical towers just to expand the capacity of the spaceport, but also for design it was important because whenever you embed something into the mountainside, you can't see it. And if you're coming from the other direction, design obviously had concerns about people being able to find it. And also, internally, we spend a lot of time just having a little mooch around the base of it, and it feels really good seeing ships coming and going as they fly overhead.
So we placed the spaceport opposite the main city, as you've seen in the demo, and that gives you that really good vista opportunities from both the outside of the spaceport and inside the atrium. And from the spaceport, you'll be able to take the train from the different sections of the city there's a few different transit loops, and also you can leave on foot or from a ground vehicle from the garages, which you can get to. So keeping the large window in the atrium was important, showing that the vista and ships coming and going, and it's kind of a nice feature that all the other spaceports in our game have. You always want to see that traffic. And the vista view is on the critical path from the atrium down to transit, so you kind of walk past that window going down to transit, which is a nice little addition. So the main atrium here, it serves as your hub to the different sections of the spaceport. So from here you can go to the garages, the hangars, the surface entrance, there's ship rentals, and then there's a transit system. And this shot here shows a really good example of our high-tech building set on the interior side and how we've been developing the art style.
Okay. So for the first time for this landing zone, one of the things we wanted to do was we wanted to do a deep dive into what we're calling the graphical standards for the corporation. So in the real world, huge corporations go to a graphic design agency and ask them to kind of like define their brand. And we did exactly this. We worked with a very talented graphic designer, and what we did was we expanded down what the corporate identity of Microtech would be. So essentially, it's a document outlining the principles of how the company uses graphic design to communicate. So this is an example shot of wall designs and how they use iconography. So when we release the location, the idea is we'd kind of layer in these details, and the idea is that this would kind of just layer on that believability because there's a lot of traveling in our game, and we wanted to help improve that navigation experience. Okay, let's talk a little bit about props. Previously, we've used a lot of crates, barrels, trash, and as Todd likes, cardboard boxes.
It's a video game after all.
Yeah. So for Microtech, we needed like a whole new suite, right? So we needed things like seating, terminals, and the turtle kind of escalated in Area 18 a little bit. So I like the idea of each land zone almost has a little mascot.
Yeah.
So then we're like, let's develop like an extreme sport penguin. Yeah. Does anyone like that penguin? Who wants that penguin in game, right? Yeah. Done.
It's done now. That's it. Decision made.
Okay, decision done. All right, okay. And then also here you can see, we've dived into other prop designs. Fundamentally, the way in which we're going to address these high-tech locations is different, rather than just like, going for that high frequency feeling where it feels like it's very well lived in. We want to keep that aesthetic, so a lot of the props need to work in addition to the architecture. And when you're working on a modular game, it's quite tricky. Okay, let's talk about the domes. Okay, so again, much like the cityscape, these domes went through many iterations. There's a lot of, if you do a Google search for, sci-fi domes, you get a very specific aesthetic. It's not necessarily to my tastes. So we spent quite a bit of time refining that design. And we also explored the idea of like how we want to get people in and out of these domes, how we wanted to connect them together, things like that. Okay, so unfortunately we didn't see it on the flight path. For the longest time on the demo 1, we had a nice track over the domes, but essentially we put them in prime real estate on the front of the waterfront. And then we got a dedicated transit line leading directly into it. So let's break down some of the key aspects. So the first area is called Commons, right? It's located in the smaller side of what our internal team lovingly refers to as the double bubble. So inside the Commons, there's a few things that you'd expect to see. So the narrative pass that we get, it's kind of described as like a kind of a douchey campus vibe. So, we've got a bit of a dedicated yoga spot there. So if you want to get some yoga on, it's right there. I think Steve Bender's going to get his mocap suit on and get some shot going on. But also you can see some of the principles of our aesthetic coming in here. So clean lines, beautiful and exotic plants, and technology. Okay, so the next area, my notes has completely disappeared, by the way, guys.
There we go. We're back.
The slides are shown on the notes panel, guys. So the next area is called the plaza. So essentially, this is the larger part of the main dome. And this was described as the corporate business park. So this is where, it's the main hustle bustle of the location. And we wanted to kind of like convey the feeling of like this is where the factory line is, but we wanted to convey that corporate business park vibe, but it's still located inside the dome. And then lastly, we got the promenade. So as you can see, it's kind of located across that sky bridge right there, and this will kind of give you that feeling of like going from the inside of one dome to another. So again, building from lore, this space is kind of designed. This is where the kids kind of go at night to, take some substances.
Work hard, party hard.
Yep. And this is where the mission giver is going to be. So this is where Eddie's going to be. I think it was Will came up to me a few times and we're like, yeah, we need to kind of add some douchey elements. So those icebergs lilt into a waterfall. You can thank Will for that. Okay, let's move on to habitation.
So looking for locations to put the habitation in New Babbage, it's pretty obvious that it should be in the center, in the Aspire Grand. It's the only real choice, to be honest. And we get really nice commanding views from that building of the whole landing zone. So the corporation is called the Nest. It's a habitation apartment suites. And the idea of the building iconography layering into the environment itself, you got with the 3 leaves, kind of holographic leaves, as part of like the signage and the main lobby. So there's a little shot of the balcony area, which we don't really want to spoil too much because the views out are really cool. And the balcony is you can see on both sides the views of New Babbage. So going into the hub units, these are the high-tech versions of what you've seen in the utilitarian ones for the players. So they have all the same types of modules, your weapon racks and your clothing racks and kitchens and stuff, but in that high-tech style. One view we will show is the one from the Hab pod, which we've wanted to get in for a long time, actual real views from your bed of the landing zone. So These aren't faked views. It's not a screen. These are the actual views you get. So each hab pod will have a slightly different view, and you'll wake up and look outside and see the landing zone. And it'll be cool if you get one of your friends to park up a ship outside, waking you up, get out of bed.
Big headlights.
So we started the process of branding and the nest and getting a nice sleek design in with the habs. Do you want to talk about the lighting again?
Sure. So this is kind of like a bit of an internal exploration. Much in the same way with the spaceships, we wanted to start looking at light sequences. So, ways in which we can kind of enrich this experience in the habs. So what we did was try to think about, when you get out of bed, in the same way maybe at home, like lights just slowly start to lift up. Maybe the temperature of the lights start to change. And maybe even eventually, we can kind of like expose some of this to players, so you can define your own kind of like ambience that you want to do inside your hab. So here you can see it's still quite debug, but it kind of gives the idea of where we want to take things. Yeah. Okay, let's talk a little bit about transit. So right from the beginning, we knew we wanted a design that was quite brave. So we kind of latched onto this tube design quite early. For quite a period of time, it was kind of like a hyperloop, so it was sealed. But then as we expanded on developing the landing zone, for quite a few reasons, like we need to open up that tube. So for the first time, you're going to be able to have open transit tracks.
You'll be able to land on that track.
So yeah, so they kind of changed from being like a hyperloop to a maglev. And then, here you can see it kind of transitioning into production, and it's already feeling quite successful. And then also, it's the same way as what we was doing for the habs, we was exploring ways in which we can get light sequences to aid, player navigation. And I really love the idea of, rather than going left or right or wondering which side the train's going to come, maybe like the light changes and then you kind of know. And it's also worth pointing out that this time we didn't have transit designed.
Placeholder trains going on.
So we were like, I think you guys have seen this video, right? Yeah. So we're like, right, okay, we don't necessarily have transit, but we have a...
I mean, the trains are going to be the trains are going to be torpedo shaped, so...
Yeah. Okay.
It's the world's most advanced fast food
delivery system. Still a good video. But you can kind of get the idea of how we want to advance our interiors through light animation. Okay. Okay, so I'm not going to lie to you. Designing new Babbage has been extremely hard. Our internal concept team is very, very good. But I've been kind of stressing them out, going through many design iterations. And the transit is no exception. So we went through a few different designs, and here you can kind of see the most advanced one we got. But ultimately, we wanted something that felt very aerodynamic. It felt like it could cut through the air very easily. And then because we knew we had these exceptional views of the cityscape on the transit, we wanted to just open up that canopy so you can see as much of the cityscape going by. Cool.
Okay, let's talk about the garages. So these are another common element that we've adapted for the high-tech style. So you'll be able to keep all size of ground vehicles in here, from the very small to the very large, like the ballista ground vehicle, to some more food-based vehicles, which we just threw in there. And so this is the surface entrance, so it's nestled just below the spaceport, and this is where you'll go from, you'll take an elevator down from the spaceport to your surface entrance. So this is like essentially like a car park where every user owns their own space and garage. to go from. So this is where you'll go from foot out into the landing zone and also take your ground vehicle. So let's talk about how we actually integrate the landing zone into the planet. That's a good segue to talk about microtech in a bit. So this is an early test of some biome integration and how we will integrate this into the landscape. It's also establishing the scale read of like the large, medium, and small structures. So following further investigation, this kind of shows where we're at, and seeing everything come together with the trees and the rocks and the grass and the snow piles give you that feeling of integration. So I've got a couple of images of kind of before we were integrated and after, and you can see like how the build-up of snow is added, embedding those structures and rocks. The shaders having that layer of frost, which can be controlled, and that's what the biome integration tech is currently working on. So that's integrated. Here's a pretty cool nighttime shot before and after, and we still need to do a bit more work on this integration. For example, the transit tracks may not be covered in snow because you wouldn't want that to like ice up and your train plow into that. So there's a bit of adjustment that needs to happen. These are the domes of that shot, and how integrating it just makes it feel so much better. It's like night and day, and it gets you in that holiday mood, hopefully. And then this is the whole city as well. So all of this in combination is working towards that initial goal and the 3.8 release of having a very open cityscape and for you guys to explore on foot, on ground vehicle, and in your ships around the New Babbage landing zone.
Cool, thanks, Nick. Internally, we're really excited about New Babbage, so I think we're all going to be watching what you guys think of it. Okay, so this is actually a really nice segue to move on to the last part of our talk. We'll talk a little bit about microtech. So, as we talked about, this is the first planet which we approached fresh with V4.
Actually, without V4, we would not have been able to do it. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah. We're really happy to see it, right?
Yeah.
So as the law describes, it's described as a very, very cold planet. There was a terraforming accident, but it was perfect for microtech to move on to. And as we knew we'd have some new tech to play with this, we were super into the idea of exploring biomes which aren't necessarily completely covered in snow, so warmer.
And as you might have remembered if you were in the previous talk, we now have this temperature humidity graph that we can work with. So instead of picking random biomes and sort of figuring out, well, we want this there, we want this there, we positioned them on this graph as a visual helper, what each of these regions would be. So we have cold, dry regions, we have warmer, dry regions, we have wetter regions, and the bread and butter, which is like the frozen mountains and frozen forests. Mm-hmm. And this also informs how our temperature is formed on the planet.
Yeah, and we've been talking about this way of approaching planets for years. Yeah. So the fact that we're kind of delivering this now, it's huge. Okay, let's start with breaking down some of these biomes. So let's start with biome 1. So right from the beginning, we knew we wanted these epic, snowy, kind of like mountain ranges. It was pretty much, for the longest time, this was pretty much like the core direction of what microtech was. And then there's a few elements that you can kind of see in here where these large mountain ranges kind of go down into the valleys, and then that's where we'll start to see the pine trees being spawned.
So in order to get these mountain ranges looking truly, truly epic, we used both a selection of like mountain height maps as well as a global elevation map. So again, in the previous talk, we talked about a maximum up and down range of 1 kilometer. And if you want to have this epic mountain range, it has to go higher than 1 kilometer. So we needed a combination of both. And we did some exploring into mountain ranges on Earth, and like locally, the maximum elevation is usually, you can cover a lot of that detail with a 1 kilometer range. And it's usually across like the multiple kilometers, the 10, 20, 30, that you really need this large, slow increase in height. And with a combination of the global height map as well as these smaller mountain height maps that are distributed across, we managed to get these really epic looking mountainscapes.
Yeah, the transition of forms between, you know, like I said, the peaks and the lower areas, like literally everyone who's had it on the screen, you know, other members of the company come over and go, hey man, like that looks really good, you know, so we're quite happy.
Another cool feature that came in with V4, and Ali briefly touched on it, is the idea of bedrock. So bedrock is something that is a separate layer that has its own colors and textures that we can apply to it. And it's dynamically masked on slope angles. And I think this is one of those essential components that we needed to make Microtech look right, as we wanted these steep slopes to be like empty of snow, no snow, just the underlaying rock being visible. So this bedrock layer really did the job for us.
Mm. So just as a Nexus sneak peek, this is my monitor a day and a half ago. We have such amazing tools. This is me scrubbing the time of day. And you remember saying how important the shadows cascading over the terrain is right now? Like this was literally my editor. So you can kind of see a little bit how it's feeling right now. Nice. Quite interesting. When we released Hurston, we was all about the sunset, whereas actually right now it actually feels really good at other times of day as well. Okay, let's talk a little bit about Biome 2. So this kind of like is the transition from Biome 1. So as I said, we wanted these lower regions outside of the mountain ranges. And this was a chance for us to kind of like, you know, build up the botanical distribution. So we maybe wanted some areas that feel, you know, quite calm, quite peaceful. But then, you know, sometimes we might want areas which feel like they're kind of like half embedded under snow. And because the most of the palette for Microtech, or most of the palette for this biome, is completely monochromatic. So we're doing everything we can to, you know, create interest with silhouettes and shapes and little color accents from, you know, flowers or berries or things like that. And, you know, we've seen this slide previously, but again, it gives you a good indication of where do we start from building our biome asset packs.
So one thing we really wanted to do for a long time, which wasn't possible with this tiled approach, was these large-scale transitions of vegetation and stuff like forests, transitions from like very sparse to dense, and from dense to sparse over a large area. With V4, we finally can do that. As you can see in the image, you see the forest like stretching out, and there's no like specific end to a tile that just flows into the terrain naturally. So the object distribution being informed by terrain features, we could finally achieve those transitions, and I think we're quite happy with the results.
Yeah, we're still pushing, you know, that's a lot of trees, but we always want more.
And yeah, like Ian mentioned before, or I think Ian or Nick, when we're talking about the spaceport, it's sometimes really hard to understand and recognize scale in our game. And we on the art teams, I think everybody has run into this situation as well. So you're building some things like, and you're building something that's actually way bigger than you expected, and it isn't until you start putting stuff together in the biomes and you actually start having these trees in, that you have a reference point, something that you understand as a human, like, okay, this is a tree, this is about the height, I can understand the scale of things now. So when we started scattering these trees around, it really tied everything together, and it really emphasized the scale of the spaceport and just how big and epic this landscape is.
Yeah.
This is from first-person view. So this is on foot, just taking a little hike through the snowy forest on your way back because your car broke down, probably. Get some warm jackets on. But yeah, this is truly something that we are super happy about. I don't think there's any other game that has this range of scale, from first-person close-up cool stuff to these epic buildings.
So interestingly, we actually had the spaceport embedded on the terrain much sooner than we had trees on, and we're like, does that spaceport look a bit small? And then literally we got a new build with this in, and we're like, is that spaceport too big?
It's when you get those things that you recognize from a personal level. Like, I know how big a tree is, so that sense of scale is what is much needed with these epic structures, which you can't really tell until you've got those kind of reference points in.
No. Okay, so just want to share some assets that the organics team built. We have the snowy spruce trees, which is, like I said, the bread and butter of Microtech. I guess it's like almost around 80% of the landscape is mountainous regions and trees in the valleys. So these guys are the most common ones. They have a little bit of a frosty layer, but they're not too heavily covered in snow. And if we go to the next one, we also wanted to have ones that were really like heavy snowfall, completely snowed under, and they're frozen solid. So you'll come across these guys in the landscape as well. Also, the weather on Microtech can be really, really harsh, and blizzards and snowstorms, all the strong winds. And the lore describes what do you call it again? Climate accident, basically. With everything.
Terraforming
accident.
Yeah.
Yes. So we wanted to represent this in the assets as well. So we made sure to show visual cues of the type of weather you could probably expect. And it also helps to make the frozen forest a more interesting space to navigate, because previously we had our rocks, we had our trees, and I think the savanna looked really cool, but you could sort of make your way around quite easily. So with this, it's more interesting to navigate. It's also visually more interesting to explore what's on the ground. It just gives this extra layer of detail. One further.
Okay, let's move on to the next biome. So, as we said, we got a bit more of a physically based approach, and we knew it was going to have like these improved transition areas. So we wanted to explore about how we could kind of introduce more color, or maybe introduce areas where it's starting to get warmer, but it's actually quite close to these snowy regions. And also we love the idea of having, color next to the monochromatic mountain ranges. And it gives us an opportunity to inject color into the frame with things like flowers and things like that.
So here we see one of those transitions, and I've made a little joke about this in the previous presentation, that this is what the transitions now look like, so no more tiles. So with the updated tech, we're seeing these beautiful transitions, and they're informed by and at the same time emphasizing the shapes of the terrain. So we're really happy with those results. And here are some examples up close. I like the spring vibe that is going on. The frost is gone, little flowers start popping up again. And although these areas are quite calm and nice to have a little hike through, the snowy mountains are never far away. So we always want to remind the player that, it's still a cold planet. And once again, these transitions, we're super, super happy with how these flow into each other.
Yeah.
So these are some of the assets that we did for the biome. Fairly small but simple pack, some nice colors, some nice flowers, and some remaining roots and trees that did not survive the initial frost. So just wanted to show some remnants of that.
Okay, next biome. So, so there's a kind of like an offset to these snow regions. I was really quite passionate about having areas of like quite intense color. So then we explored like these type of regions, you know, again, like reds, oranges, and things like that. And then also as part of the asset pack reuse, you know, maybe instead of these rocks being covered with snow, you know, we start to build up the lichen on there as well.
So these areas show actually what Microtech would look like if without all the snow and ice. And so we're seeing the same spruce actually as a conscious choice to have those return in a more unfrozen state, just to tie these areas together. And obviously, as you can see in the distance, to remind the player that these warmer regions are, there are not that many of them. So we wanted to make sure that there's always this epic mountains in the background, reminding the player that, yeah, they're never far away.
Yep.
Some of the assets that we did for the taiga region. So you see the red lichen, and the rocks and the ground cover, everything has a bit more warmer colors. Some more of the spruce in the same color variations. And in order to emphasize these warmer colors, we added a few more tree types because the spruces are really cool, but they're evergreen, so they basically gave us the green, but didn't give us the warmer reds and oranges on like eye height. So we wanted to have these guys in there as well. We already did a bunch of these broken assets, and we figured we might as well have them on the warmer areas as well. I mean, trees break down, they fall on the ground, they rot away. So it's the circle of life, and if we want to do a dense forest, I think that's a necessary component. Plus the previous reasons of the complexity on the ground being nice and detailed, I think that was a good reason to keep them. And some more examples of these guys.
Okay, next biome. We've talked about snow biomes, we've talked about quite botanical heavy, and we've talked about like an offset. For somewhere like this, I thought it'd be really quite interesting if we described areas that were very bleak, you know, very dark, very cold, and then maybe the idea is that these are located like maybe on the poles, so you know, the sun angle is always quite low. And then, you know, it was quite heavily inspired about, you know, you see these areas even on Earth where like the glacial melt is kind of happening, big chunks of ice are being left behind. And then also for like maybe a little twist on the asset pack, you know, we start to introduce like maybe these large slabs of obsidian in combination with some of the gravel that you'd expect to see.
And here it is in game. And what's really cool about it is because it is at the poles, the sun is over at a very low angle, and you could say it's on purpose, but actually it was a bit of a happy accident where these low sun angles played really nicely with the glossy obsidian that we were scattering.
Yeah.
Mm. So we've done boulder fields before, but I think this one really stands out. So these are some of the asset packs that we created for this biome, and the next thing that the organics team wants to look at after we're getting close to wrapping up Planet V4 is increasing the asset quality, and we're doing that with a new shader that's being developed with the graphics team. It's not completely done yet, but here's a bit of a preview of what you can expect of the quality of rocks and assets that will be visible.
Okay, last biome, number 6. So this was always our wish list, and again, this is what helped drive a little bit more of that shader development. You know, as we knew it was going to come down into the coastline, we wanted to get people like on the ice, walking on the ice. So, like I said, it was kind of driving a lot of that tech development.
Yeah, so to create the frozen ocean, we wanted to reuse some of the features from our existing ocean and expand on making on that basically. So we wanted the surface to be solid, We needed to add some additional features to help sell this broken look, both when flying over it, so at this further distance, as well as when you're right on top of it. And it doesn't really actually show, but when you're walking on it and you look down, you actually see the multiple layers of cracks in the ice, refraction going on. So it's quite a cool experience to walk over this. And who knows, maybe there's some stuff hidden underneath the ice. So to complement these transitions into these frozen oceans, we wanted to have some stuff that reminded us when you go to the poles and you see these large chunks of ice that broke off and sort of are floating around. In our case, they're all along the coast, and frozen shut by the storms that basically keep happening.
Someone mentioned the other day that iceberg looks a little bit like the Aspire Grand Tower. So maybe that's like
It's your challenge to fly through that.
There was the extreme sports penguin being artistic.
Right.
Okay.
He was inspired.
So as always, it's always a massive team effort. So this is the art team and lighting team that you can see. So great job to everyone. I think you guys are killing it. Thank you.
It's all those people on those teams that make our job easier.
Yeah, it's not just us four. There's a huge team of people involved, and they work really hard.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our marketplace, home of our merch store, some amazing food, a great bar, and all of our community booths. And speaking of community booths, I have two hosts of the community booths here. We have Corsair from the Daymar Rally, and then Flex from Star Racing.
Yeah,
welcome, guys.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks for talking with us.
Yeah.
So we'll talk a little bit about the community booths first. So you guys were picked out of a ton of applications. You had to set up your booth and kind of propose everything, so you were able to do that. So tell us a little bit about that process.
So I guess for me, we were pretty lucky, as in we had a booth last year, so I think maybe we had a bit of a leg up, hopefully, but it's good to see we went from 4 last year to almost 16 this year, so it's pretty good. Like Star Racing, didn't get to go last year, but it's good to have the racing community represented quite strongly with you guys as well. So I do like a ground endurance racing, and Flex, you want to talk about yours?
Yeah, I'm totally glad to be here. This is our first time. We was just before on the event in Germany on the community from citizen community for the citizen community, and I'm totally glad to meet you in person finally, and have you next to me. You make great races for the ground. We have a little bit our mind in the clouds. We are aiming for races in the air. At the moment, you see behind me on the screen, just in the Arena Commander, but we hope with a new upcoming thing that we are capable to organize races in the atmosphere like Microtech, what I've seen today. I have a lot of ideas now. And even so that we can make races in the space.
But there's a lot of other orgs here, like Ultima helps us out, like Test Squadron's back. You got SemCorp over here doing all this 3D printing, tons of 3D printing, a big giant javelin there. Game Glass is here. Yeah, it's good to see. They've stepped it up from last year with the Grand Bazaar kind of look, and it looks amazing.
It's incredible. We have so many communities representing here, and let's talk about the marketplace, because this looks
so good.
Great.
Yeah, it's amazing.
This is fantastic, right?
It's so good.
Yeah.
Straight out of Area 18.
The atmosphere is amazing. It's unique. I was on the Gamescom in Cologne before, and it is not capable to each other. Here, I feel like I come home to family, to friends. There, I feel just like a guest. Here, I feel welcome. And that is the spirit of a Star citizen community for me, and even so for the racing community. It's awesome.
And they've got holograms as well. So.
So tell us, how could interested backers get involved in your orgs?
So I think for me, it's free registration, so you can register free for the Daymar Rally, and we've got tons of prizes, thousands of dollars worth of prizes as ships. We got the Daymar Rally trophy here as well. So that's a metal cast from JRDNF. If you've heard of them, they do a lot of the work around here. They're a fantastic team. But yeah, it's free to register, and our race is on the 25th of January, coming up in just 2 months. So yeah, you can check it out. What about you, Flex?
Yeah, we will start our first racing event on the upcoming season on the first Saturday on the January, but I am not sure what date it will be. You will see it on our website, like your event too, I hope.
Yep.
And I'm looking for a great upcoming season.
Yep.
And I'm totally glad to meet a lot of our sponsors here in person.
Yep. Yeah, definitely.
And now I have a face to the voice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Meeting everybody. Yeah.
It's amazing. And I hope I be capable to be on the next CitizenCon. Also, if it is in the USA.
Yeah. Very cool. Yeah.
Well, thank you guys so much for your
worries.
time. We are ready to get back to main stage for some more CitizenCon action.
Hello.
Oh.
Hi, everyone.
That was exactly the right amount of dramatic entrance that we need to start our presentation.
Yeah, if it's any less, we just can't do it.
Yeah. Hello and welcome to Loremaker's Guide to 2949.
All right. And I guess we'll go down the round. I'm Dave Haddock, Narrative Director at CIG.
I'm Will Weisbaum, lead writer.
And I am Sherry Heiberg, archivist.
So we are very, very proud to present something special this camp.
Well, actually, before we get to that, though, Jared wanted us to let you know that we're going to be doing a live Q&A afterwards. So if you have questions percolating or things you want to lob at us, we'll be over there with him once we're done. But yes, as Will said, we are really, really excited. We've been working on this for a really long time, working with some lyricists and choreographers. And is this?
Is our clicker? Is it moving forward? Oh, there we go.
Nope.
You got it?
Oh, nope.
Oh.
Wrong one.
That's for later.
Yeah, that's
Hey, can we switch to the slideshow, please? PowerPoint?
Switch to the PowerPoint, please.
Bueller.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. All right.
Perfect.
So yes, lyricists, choreographers, whatnot, to bring you a very special edition of Star Watch Live.
Yep.
Very excited.
We've heard the requests.
Yeah, we know you love it, so we're going to keep bringing it back over.
It's our favorite show, so.
Yeah, so we're kidding, of course. Today we're going to talk about bartenders' liens. It's also very exciting, something we're very passionate about.
We're going to get a guy to host it.
Yeah.
Just kidding again.
But anyway, yeah, so on to the real stuff. This is Loremaker's Guide to 2949. So in a nutshell, what we're looking to do today is we're kind of breaking this up and wanted to give you guys kind of a sense of what the narrative team kind of fictionally is looking to kind of tackle in the coming year.
And by starting that and by kind of taking a snapshot at the high-level story of where we are in the universe right now.
Yeah, so, for a lot of you, this will probably be review, but it's, always good, always helpful to try it. So just to kind of run through kind of where the universe is at right now, we're currently enmeshed in a really, really bad military conflict with the Vandul in response to their attack on Vega 2, which is kind of a drag.
But
yeah, the Vandal are kind of an interesting enemy for the UE. Because they're their decentralized structure, they have all these clans that keep striking at different areas. They've been very hard for the UE to wage kind of a unified war effort against.
It's a sort of unconventional warfare thing, so it's not really something that...
Yeah, no central leadership, so hard.
A little tricky.
It's the height of their attacks came when the UE just overthrew Messer, and they were very hesitant to start getting involved in a new Xeno war once again. And plus, it's kind of this pattern where the Vandal do these small skirmish attacks, and then they do like a very big attack and kick us out of a system like Orion or Tiber or Virgil, and then they'll go away after they've done that, and just again with the small skirmishes. So it's kind of been building and building and building until Vega 2.
Right.
Yeah. But unfortunately, there's sort of a weird side effect of that is because the military sort of diverted most of their resources over to kind of fuel the Vandal war effort, it's left kind of local law enforcement a little bit stretched as far as support goes. So that's kind of the stuff that you guys have been actively taking a part in on both sides of the equation. With the increase of crime. So needless to say, like as law enforcement kind of turns to the civilian populace to kind of help fill in the gaps, that's why we're getting a lot of bounty missions and mercenary missions, and Crusader Security is desperately looking for you guys to help. And for those of you who like to steal, this is your time.
Yeah, because normally in the ideal situation, you have a thing where the advocacy kind of identify the criminals, they find the large outlaw nest, and then they coordinate with the military, the Navy, to kind of clear them out. And that's kind of the part that's a little stretched on and can no longer achieve to such effect, and where they're looking for militias and civilians to step up and do their part to protect the empire.
Yeah.
It's just so big, guys.
It's big. Space is big. Yes, everyone remember that. And again, there's also what was known as Project Archangel, but is the synth world, which has been kind of a huge financial vampire latched onto the empire's throat.
I can visualize that.
Yeah.
Yeah, started way back in 2872. It was kind of this response to, for a long time, humanity, as we expanded across the universe, we have terraformed planets, and a major effect of terraforming is we alter a planet's temperature, atmosphere, all this stuff, and most of the native life is wiped out. It's part of the process. And that's been kind of upsetting to people because we started realizing that we were wiping out sentient species along the way. And so that started like the Fair Chance Act.
Exactly, yeah.
Which you know a lot about from all the Fair Chance Act
do.
systems.
That was one of the earliest things that the UEE established after the fall of the Messer regime. I think it was under Imperator Aaron Toy. It was the first one who was not a messer in hundreds of years.
So kind of like the next step in that protecting these resources has been the idea, what if humans no longer needed to terraform worlds altogether? And that's where kind of synth world came in, a full artificial planet. Not just like a space station that we could live in, which as comfortable as they can be, it's still not the same as living on a planet.
Oh, yeah.
And so
Yeah, you don't have to get that kind of like home identification as you do with the planet. So yes, they've been sort of undertaking this Herculean task of developing the undevelopable, and for better or worse, now they're sort of locked into it. So it's a constant source of debate because it's eating up so much money and resources and stuff like that, and they still haven't quite figured out if it's something they can actually do.
it's like the UE's equivalent of like the space race. Like it's brought a lot of technological achievements to the empires. They dumped all this research money into it, and it's quite a feat of engineering. But it's just not clear if it's going to happen.
Yeah, like is it the sunk cost fallacy at this point?
Oh,
or
100%.
is it going to come to fruition?
Yeah, and they've given up so much money that at this point they can't. It's tough to kind of just cut bait because they've sunk so much into it.
So with all those costs, the economy is a big thing, and so along with that, we have new expanded trade with the Xi'An, with the recent passing of the Human Xi'An Trade Initiative. I mean, from the time of the Messers, we've been kind of at a Cold War with the Xi'An, where tensions were very high, and with the fall of the Messers, that began to thaw out. And it's been a very long and slow process to get to this point where we're starting to really trade and deal with the Xi'An, because a lot of them were alive back then, so they kind of remembered us being jerks, which is really entertaining to me.
Yeah, Emperor Krei especially was born like right near the start of the Messer era, and Emperor Krei's like, nah, you guys. I remember this.
So we see like big steps forward, like the Minsk agreement.
Yep.
And then we've also have like Xi'An companies opening in the UE for the first time with like CTR and a few others. And so now we have this trade agreement in place.
Yeah, APOA releasing human converted ships now openly with humans is definitely marking a new era in sort of human Xi'An relations, which is pretty exciting. Which also expands out to some of the other aliens. We had a big event a couple years ago where the first Tavaran senator was elected to Senate.
Kasi.
Yep,
Love that
Kasi.
I voted for him.
Keep fighting. Which the Tavaran, as you know, obviously we fought in 2 wars, assimilated into our society, has been sort of an interesting portion of our populace, because most of them have just been sort of rejecting everything and just kind of like sulking and just kind of being really angry.
I mean, fair.
And Kasi sort of represented a new ideology among them, where he believed that the Tavaran needed to accept the fact that they've been sort of assimilated into the UEE, and they need to start doing their part.
Take their full place.
Yeah, as citizens in the UEE, that they need to kind of be stepping up, which was kind of a radical idea and kind of brought out a lot of weirdness in people and stuff like that. But he served in the army, and then because of his service in the army, he was actually recruited into the Navy, so he crossed over. He won a Medal of Valor. He was like a kind of a war hero, basically, and still serves as a naval reservist. So he was kind of an interesting guy to sort of jump into the Senate.
And the other kind of side of Tavaran development is, in addition to the becoming more assimilated and taking on more responsibility within the empire, there's also those who are looking to reclaim their lost heritage and their lost culture. So there's Tavarans who are looking back to their roots of rediscovering the Rajora, which was lost for all intents and purposes, except for human historians who kind of preserved it in the wake of the wars. And now we're starting to see Tavaran communities spring up, like there's one in Tyrannus 3, where they're really trying to be Tavaran first, which is making a lot of people very nervous. Though a lot of humans are also supportive of it because, hey, we kind of did something a little bit crappy to these people, even though they were our enemies at the time.
They were the aggressors.
Yeah.
It's complicated.
It is complicated. And I, for one, love the Tevaran that are trying to reclaim their heritage. Like, go, guys.
Very gray.
Yeah.
And last one, obviously, this is one of the best things to hear you guys debate, is the separation of Terra and Earth, that kind of rivalry. Of course, Terran separatists have been advocating that they should move the capital of the UEE from Earth to Terra as a symbol that humanity is now a progressive, spacefaring species. So the one thing we should do, the best way to kind of symbolize that, is to cut our ties with basically the kind of the awful history that Earth has represented, and while still acknowledging it as our home world, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But Terra is kind of our new beacon of how we want to behave and how we want to be seen throughout the other cultures and stuff like that, which, needless to say, they get a lot of pushback on.
Oh, tons.
Yeah, and then there's also a deeper history buried into this, where they not only want to move the capital, but there's a group of kind of Terrans who think that Terra altogether should be apart from the UEE. And the step one of that is moving the capital, and then step two will be to kind of
sovereignty from
break apart from there. Like in 2638, there was like a senator who brought this to the Senate, and it did not pass, but that's been kind of like brewing in the background ever since.
Yeah, to the sort of traditionalists, it's sort of a slippery slope. You give them an inch, they might take a mile.
So this is kind of everything that's brewing and percolating right now in 2949, and a big part of what got us there was good old Imperator
Kilos Costigan.
Yeah.
Kilos Costigan.
And so this transition into this phase of our presentation was actually kind of brought on by us appearing on Inside Star Citizen with that guy. And one of the community questions was very interesting, which was, hey, Imperator Costigan is supposed to serve for 10 years. Imperators are only supposed to serve a single term. It's 2949. Isn't he about to get out of office? To which we were like, oh.
He sure is.
Time flies.
That's a good point.
So yeah, it's something we've had in the background of our head, but it really reminded us that this is a ticking clock that we need to look at, and we got kind of excited when we were talking through the end of Costigan's time in office and what we could do with that. So before we get to the next steps, let's talk a little bit about Costigan himself and his legacy in office, which, other than being like a poster that you see around the universe in, when you go visit Rudo, he's done a couple big things along the way in his time. He's a member of the Universalist Party. He was an economic strategist for 2 decades before joining the Senate and then becoming High Secretary. And he, while serving as High Secretary, he attempted to run for Imperator in 2928. And that was a failed attempt, and he did not win. But he kept at it, and the Universalists gained control again. And in 2940, he was successfully elected as Imperator, and he's been serving there for the past 9 years.
So aside from that, he was also obviously in charge when the attack of Vega 2 happened, and in basically response to it, authorized the recognition of Vega 2 as a recognized planet. So basically they had been kind of lobbying for recognition before the attack, and after the attack, basically they kind of fast-tracked it, basically as a way for him to say to the people of Vega 2, like, hey, look, you guys got really messed up in that, and we're going to stand by you. We're not going to abandon you. You're part of the empire.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about how many times humanity has fallen back and have abandoned their systems in the face of the Vandal threat, like this was a big stake in the ground with this recognition of Vega 2, because a lot of people were kind of expecting oh, this is going to happen again, and with Bishop
Yeah, we
coming
should just fall
forward,
back in.
Right.
and this move, and then the declaration of official war against the Vandal.
Yeah. And also in the wake of that, because of the war and what we were talking about earlier about crime, he introduced several measures to kind of deputize the population, the civilian population, to kind of assist with law enforcement and security by introducing the Militia Mobilization Act and resurrecting what's called the Civil Defense Force, which is sort of a program underneath advocacy where they can kind of deputize civilians to help kind of combat crime if they need it.
Yeah, this is a relatively recent initiative, so 2946 it was passed, and so we're still seeing the ripples of this kind of push forward. There's always been militias. Planets have always instituted militias to protect their worlds, but now it's taking them to the next level and relying more and more for entire system safety on these military organizations.
So in a nutshell, what was sort of pointed out to us kind of presented an idea of, well, we need to take a look at our government. Like we've sort of been taking it for granted for this time that we have an imperator who's established, who's a character, who's being made fun of by a hacker and grim hacks, but they got to go. So how do we transition out of this? So we basically started kind of taking a look at the government and how the government is sort of structured and organized, and basically kind of started asking the questions of where does the High Secretary come from, who nominates the High Advocate, stuff like that. So just to kind of refresher for anybody who needs it, this is sort of the rough hierarchy of the UEE with your imperator at the top, and then the High Secretary, who's in charge of the Senate, and that branch is sort of responsible for the infrastructure and kind of the laws and legislation, stuff like that. And then you have High Command, which is sort of very similar to kind of the Joint Chief of Staff, if you're familiar with the American military paradigm, but where the leaders of the Navy, the Marines, and the Army all kind of form this group that represents what used to be the High General position. And then the High Advocate, who's in charge of basically like the justice system, so the advocacy, the prisons, the courts, all that stuff, all that kind of enforcement. So as we said, the imperator is only allowed to serve one single 10-year sentence because they're terrified of having another messer, so they put in all these obstacles that would prevent another one from coming to light. So in a nutshell, that actually kind of opened up the doors where we're like, okay, so what is the process?
Right.
Like, what is the electoral process in the empire, particularly because you're dealing with a bunch of factors that, we don't have to deal with now of, dozens and dozens of systems, dozens of, hundreds of planets. People are moving constantly between star systems. How do you keep track of it? How do you, all that stuff? And so we kind of broke down
blood
kind of
sports. Just
basically it was just a battle royale.
Blood sports.
Yeah, blood sports all the time.
Yeah, or Thunderdome, as we call it. That's a working title.
No, but more seriously, this.
Yeah.
Oh, democratic process, actually.
Yeah.
not the blood
Not
sports.
Well, there's some blood.
So basically the way we kind of have worked it out was, again, there was sort of this idea, if you've heard us talk about kind of the government as a character, as a personality, this sort of idea that post-Messer there was a huge desire to be progressive, to be seen as progressive, because it's sort of that we're not that anymore. We'll do anything in our power to make sure that we don't look like that anymore.
Yeah, and if you think about the history of how did the Imperator come to being, when Messer just came into power, he first became prime citizen, and then he's like, you know what, I'm actually Imperator, and declared it on himself, formed the United Empire of Earth at that moment. And ever since then, it was just him and his kids taking the role. And so at the transition point, after the fall of the Messers, where Aaron Toy first proposed this new position, there was a lot of debate back and forth. And we get this question a lot. If the UEE was so terrible under the Messers and the Imperator represents so much bad, why did that persevere into the modern form of government? And I think at one point it was very questionable at that transition point whether the government, the humanity as a whole, was going to stay united in the face of all that had happened. In a lot of ways, because there were still a lot of loyalists going around, still in support of the Messer regime. He was unpopular, but there was a lot of people who made a lot of money underneath him and who still were tied to that old regime. And so a big compromise was that this is still that same empire. It's just heading in a new direction. So it was kind of easing people into the future without shattering everything that had built.
Yeah, they didn't want to kind of make too abrupt of a turn that would make people think like we've lost everything, we're kind of spiraling out of control. because they had a lot to rebuild after that, because they had a lot of, the messers were very firmly entrenched, and so kind of ripping out all of their influence was very, very difficult. So they needed to have a government working and in place while they were doing that. So that's why sort of the title kind of survived. But that's why they also put in all those obstacles to prevent people to create as many different things that would prevent somebody from being able to kind of assume that kind of power again.
And so it relies at this election system with all the checks and balances. So we're already in our very exciting election cycle for the year 2950. So it starts at Citizen Day, and it lasts till the next Citizen Day when voting starts. Well, it goes beyond that, but the big final vote goes to the next Citizen Day. And that's because Citizen Day is the day where people get sworn in as new citizens, and it's to ensure that these new citizens get to participate in the electoral process when they come on board, rather than having to wait a full another decade before they can vote.
Because also, as you know, citizens are the only ones who can vote for the imperator. Civilians can't. They can only vote in local elections. The highest level they can vote is a governor of their planet, but that's about it.
So at the start of this process, there is this all call, and basically it's very egalitarian where everyone can participate, even you, Sherry.
Even me.
So the idea is that they want new voices. They want fresh people to be able to to feel empowered to try and kind of make a run at being imperator. You don't have to be sort of an entrenched politico, even though, as we all know, those tend to kind of have a lot of clout already. So they tend to make it easy. But the idea was that the sort of opening phase would be an opportunity for anybody, any citizen here could basically put together a video where they're talking about their ideology of like how they would handle certain issues, what their platform is, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they just dump it on basically like the government Spectrum page, basically. And people get to vote on it. You just need 1,000 signatures, do it, and then you're in. And so basically the first wave of election is massive. It's probably thousands of candidates that you can sift through. And then, of course, it starts to kind of wheedle down from there. But
which is why it tends to favor the existing parties when they get that recommendation, the backing of a major party like the Universalists or Centralists. Those people tend to do well because they have a lot of weight behind them.
They already have some clout.
But there's been a lot of surprises. And so we whittle that huge group down to 10 people, and it doesn't have to be like one from each party either. If you could end up with 10 transitionalists all on the ticket.
Yeah.
And from the 10, we go down to the next primary to 5, and then final 5 are the main election that we see. Ghost.
Yeah, there was a ghost. So basically, in a nutshell, we're going to be having an election.
So the big focus of next year, 2950, is going to be an election cycle that we're hope to get you involved in. And so you'll see a lot of the lore that we post onto the website and to Spectrum and in Jump Point, kind of relating back to this overarching storyline.
Yeah.
And so moving into that, we kind of looking at the next steps is what's coming up. So we have a list here of kind of what are the big issues that these candidates are going to be facing. And we hit a lot of these at the opening in the State of the Union. So the post things like the Van Duel, the big question is, okay, we're at war now. What does the end of that war look like? How are these new imperators going to pursue it? Is it the complete annihilation of the Van Duel? Is it just the retaking of those border systems? Is it
completely withdrawing?
Yeah, do you have a peace treaty with the Van Duel? So these are the things that people are going to be putting forth.
Please, peace treaty. That would be so funny to watch.
They have crime, and so there's a lot of differing opinions on crime with do we put more money towards the advocacy? Do we expand civilian roles in it? With Synth World, do we...
Lots of opinions on Synth World.
Do we make the plug on that bad boy?
Do we keep investing more in our relationships with other species, or do we pull back into humanity's own self?
Oh yeah. How much Teveran are going to affect the next election cycle? That's an interesting question.
Yeah, I mean, Kasi might have a huge influence. There might be a huge surgence of Tevaran candidates who are suddenly going to take a bit. So
there's a question of decentralization where you see systems like Stanton, where all of you are hanging out. where these are privately owned planets, but they're thriving. And the question is, does the UEE need to be doing as much as it's doing right now? Could we have smaller government and still thrive? And then, of course, where should the capital be? Shout out your answer right now.
Tara!
A lot of Terran.
That's
wow.
what I thought.
So these are the things that we're going to kind of hear about in debates and other things, but let's meet a few of the candidates. So we have the three major parties that we've talked about in the writer's guide and other things like that, if you want to take it.
Sure. Yeah, so there's the Universalists who are sort of the kind of blue blood, institution-focused kind of ideology. They're basically like kind of strongly believe that government and systems are sort of the ultimate paradigm and will kind of guide the people. Centralists who are kind of a little bit more libertarian, who it's about, weirdly enough, it's about kind of sustaining the status quo, but it's excelling through the values of humanity, sort of embrace the past, be proud of where you came from. Obviously, they're sort of Earth supporters. And then there's the transitionalists who, unsurprisingly, they kind of tout themselves as sort of the People's Party. They're formed around, a very, very progressive agenda. Obviously, they're looking very much towards the future. They want to move, the capital to Terra. They want to kind of open up like even more kind of trade and relations with the Xi'An, with the Banu. Uplift the Tavaran even more, probably strike a peace accord with the Vandal if they could, and don't get stabbed and eaten.
And so from this, we have a few people that we're going to be introducing. Now, this isn't the entire pool of candidates that you're going to be meeting, but these are just some of the ones that we wanted to highlight for you today. Yeah. So the first one is Titus Costigan, who is our current imperator's youngest son. He has not worked in government before. He has come from the business sector. He worked with Xi'An for a while on the board of directors, and he is very much has a focus on the economy just like his dad. He wants to spur growth. He's about decentralization. He thinks that more and more of the government can be handed off to businesses. If you watch the talk on prisons, you can see an example of that, of how we privatize the prison system in some regards. And so he thinks that's the future of the UEE.
But unfortunately, obviously, there's a sort of question of nepotism on that one, because people are a little afraid of having Kilos Costigan as the imperator and then his son be the next imperator.
It sounds awfully familiar.
Yeah, so everyone's
we've done that before.
a little worried about how that could turn out. So the next one is actually Ilyana Sherrod, who's sort of she's currently serving, you've seen her pop up in several short stories, is the current High Secretary under Costigan. The sort of assumption would be that she would get sort of his nod endorsement as a candidate, but she's a universalist. She's from Borea, but she's also she's very focused on the economy, but with a huge skew towards security. So she wants to heavily promote kind of defense spending and investing in that type of stuff, because basically humanity can thrive if there's a really strong sense of security. If people feel safe, they'll spend.
Like how wars generate a lot of jobs and that kind of idea is that we're at war now. We should be embracing it and spending more and more of the taxes withdrawn in to drum up the security in the systems and to start that war machine turning to get back to the glory days of the empire.
But she also has a somewhat, what would be sort of a controversial policy that she'd sort of like to enact of, obviously the government has sort of social services and stuff like that can help people out. And she's trying to institute basically this idea of, if you take advantage of it, like that the government will take care of you when you're down, but when you're not and you're back on your feet, you have to pay back what you took, basically.
Yeah, you want to sleep in public housing, you're going to be doing work for the government in order to pay that back.
Yeah. So obviously it's going to be fun to write some debates on that one. Next is Mira No, who, if you are big fans of Congress Now, you'd probably recognize. She's a transitionist.
Transitionalist?
God, it's so hard. Anyway, she's a senator of Terra. She's been introducing legislation to try in Senate to actually move the capital to Terra. It got shot down. She tried to destroy the sort of standard Earth time thing and change it to sort of a more standard time that incorporates all the planets' rotational cycles, which sounded like a logistical nightmare. So that one fell apart.
She was one of the leading voices fighting against the proposed Amendment 27, which was going to say that senators could only be human, which she was like, no.
No. She's trying to outlaw terraforming, so obviously she's kind of in support of the synth world, so take that for what you will. So yeah, she'll be an interesting one to follow as well.
We have Emma Thorne, who is the current Deputy Assistant Director of the Advocacy, and she is another big security hawk, and her big thing is that we need to beef up the advocacy roles in the systems. Like, we can't rely on civilians. They are not trained for the job. It is important that we need bigger and stronger advocacy patrolling out there to keep.
Yeah, it's sort of it's a kind of an interesting, like, populist focus thing, because to her it's the idea is that you, as civilians, it shouldn't be your responsibility to fight criminals in your hometown. Like, that should be the job of law enforcement. They should be taking care of that. You shouldn't need to put your lives on the line for it. So,
and she's also a big proponent of, once we retake the human systems lost to the Vandal, that should be the stop. We should not be pursuing a further aggressive agenda, that it should just be about claiming our territory and stopping there.
Yeah.
And then finally, the last one we're going to mention for today
is Calvin Derry, who is an independent local militia guy who is running on a human first platform. So he is trying to restrict alien rights. He's basically trying to kick everybody out of the UEE. He's backed by some somewhat nebulous, shifty people.
Let's keep Earth things for Earthlings.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's not mine.
Well, all right. Well, we know what his campaign slogan is going to be.
Yeah.
So that's sort of it in a nutshell. So that's, again, sort of the idea of what we're sort of looking to get into. And obviously, like Will said, you know, we want to obviously engage you guys as much in this sort of process, so to make it fun and make it feel inviting and you know, and interesting and whatnot.
So that you can kind of help direct the shape of things to come.
Yeah.
Like we've seen in the past, we've done like Stoddard polls before, where we ask your opinion on stuff like that. So expect more of that to come.
Yeah. And so that brings us actually to our next point, which is also another aspect of something that we have been working on and we'll continue to be working on in the new year. And I'm going to slide
I assume this
here.
is a complete surprise that you guys aren't expecting.
You had no idea this was coming.
From watching earlier.
So we made the Galactopedia. It's yeah, I know it's been a long time coming. It's definitely a labor of love. We've worked on it for years. So before we get into it in depth, it looks like we have switched to the live website, which you already know exists. So we may as well just take the tour through here. So the Galactopedia is a repository of information about the Star Citizen universe. It's written with the idea that you are someone who lives in the universe and you are accessing a live encyclopedia that is maintained by the ARC in the TIAC system, the library, the big like space station library that's kind of trying to preserve all the information in the universe that's known about life, about civilizations.
And I know you're wondering, do you have to be quiet when visiting it? Yes.
Very quiet.
Very quiet. Yeah, they're very
serious. It is meant to be utilized both in-game and out-of-game. We are first debuting it here as a web-based platform. As you can see, we have all kinds of wonderful categories. You can click here, you can view all the categories that we have up so far. As we add more articles to the encyclopedia, to the Galactopedia, these categories will expand. Right now, this represents the scope of 200 articles that we have up right now. We have, if I can click here, let's click on this. Which section shall we explore? Let us explore.
And just to reiterate, that's a big thing, of that this is going to be a continually growing knowledge base.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as you probably are aware, there's a lot going on in Star Citizen, so it's going to take us a while to catch up with our backlog, but we're working hard on it, and so.
But yeah, we wanted to kind of create a centralized place for you guys to come and kind of be able to dig into what are the various weird terms we keep throwing at you, and who are the weird people that we have fighting you and stuff like that.
Right. Here's an example of kind of the standard size article that we have put up so far. It's about 1 or 2 paragraphs long normally. We made them this length so that we could get as much information out there as possible to you as quickly as possible. And in most articles, you can click on a related link to keep exploring the topic if you just want to wander around for a while. We have a lot of our spacecraft up by now. And if you prefer not to do it by related articles, you can choose to do the next article in alphabetical order. You can see what's next in the same category. You can see what's next in the same tag. And I'll get into explaining tags in just a moment. Or you can see what's next you can also see what's next alphabetically, but again. And here's an example. Those of you who subscribe to Jump Point will already be familiar with the full-length Galactopedia articles. Additionally, as we expand, we do more content drops with the paragraph link. We will be expanding existing articles so they are just as long as this. They'll have just as much detail. So it won't just be one paragraph. It'll be like a huge depth of information about any subject that you can think of that we have put up.
And the bottom of the page is one of my favorite things about it, of just like being able to get lost in our lore a little bit, of like discovering these associated places and just keep reading and reading. So that's been really fun for me.
Yeah, you can skip around using this lovely little table of content system. And let me show you, let's go back to the home page, and let me show you the tag system. So categories are kind of like a broad scope of a subject. It's like how you can have a subject called holidays. But if you want to get into the tags, it kind of is like faceted system. It's based on the Library of Congress's faceted cataloging system. Whereas you drill deeper, you want to tag it so you can explore something specific. Like instead of holidays, maybe you want to explore UEE holidays or Banu holidays or Xi'An holidays. It gets really deep into the nitty-gritty.
We love holidays.
Oh, love holidays.
Sherry, what do you have a master's degree in again?
I have a master's degree in library science.
That's right.
That's one of the reasons that I started working here, was so that I could design a system for you that is intuitive but also useful. So I can click here on the Bangle tag if it loads. All right, here instead.
Oh, CIG tradition of live demos right there.
Yeah, indeed. So how about let's go to one of my favorite articles. I'm going to do alphabetically. Let's see what Ivar Messer is up to. Oh, there he is, from that poster that you may all be familiar with, the propaganda poster during the First Tevaran War. If you look at all the tag system here, you can click on the Messer dynasty, which is my shorthand for all the Messer family. And you can see all the articles, all the Messers that we have up so far. We have 9 of them up so far. You can click on, let's say, Livia Messer, the third. And you can see that here she is. I don't know if you've heard. Have you heard of Livia Messer before?
Any big Livia Messer fans out there?
Anyone here?
Oh yeah, we got.
Oh yeah, there we go. We got a Livia lover right there. She was the third Messer, and hopefully soon, in the next couple of weeks, we will get all the Messers up, so you will know each horrible dictator who has
horrible person.
Yeah, indeed. All right, let's go back home here. That about covers the system. Oh, I wanted to go over the main page real quick. So we're always going to have a featured article up right here. It's going to change. We haven't talked about the scheduling, but I'm hoping we can change it once a week. Right now, our featured article is the tortoise that you all know and love. That's and we also have little trending articles, so you can tell what people are clicking on. I hope that you're exploring based on what drives you, but maybe people are clicking on links to articles based on what's happening in the lore.
So those are the most viewed articles, like, at the time?
Exactly. Okay. These are the most viewed articles at the time. And since we've only viewed a few so far from this particular console, so, but it'll hopefully change on a day-to-day basis. We also put up this in the news section, so if there's something going on in lore, we can refer to it without breaking your immersion. I posted up Anvil Aerospace.
Oh, the sponsors of this year's Citizen Cup.
Indeed. We know and love them. They do great stuff. This guy was recently updated. We replaced the picture with something better. So every time we update an article, you're going to see it posted right here. There's a random article if you just like to explore, and you can see which one you recently viewed right here. It'll change based on your clicking habits. And if you would like to explore it, you can, because it's live right now.
It's right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we hope you all get on there and get to try it out for yourself. It's pretty amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to basically be scheduling kind of new content drops, kind of, I think, weekly, so we can kind of keep expanding the number of entries that are in there, and then ultimately down the road be able to build those out, as Sherry said.
Yes, and we built it from the ground up to be able to integrate easily with MobiGlass, so you'll be able to view the Galactopedia in-game as well as out-of-game.
Yeah, and also ultimately they're going to work on integrating it into star map. So if you're on the star map and you see a name of a person mentioned in the description, you can click on that and that will take you to the Galactopedia article. So it all kind of weaves together, which is super cool.
Really, full hats off to Sherry for leading this effort and a Herculean task.
Yeah, Sherry was the sort of driving force behind this, along with the awesome people at Turbulent.
Yes, and Ben Lesnick helped me write some of the entries. He contributed roughly, I would say, a fourth of the entries up right now.
So, so basically, I mean, obviously, get out there and try it out. Hopefully, you guys dig it, and obviously, let us know if there's anything that you see that you think should be different.
I don't know if this is done. We should get a feedback page going.
Yeah, we should get a feedback page.
We'll do that.
We'll put that up next week.
We'll hop on that. But anyway,
I'm sure you'll let us know what's wrong.
And I'd love to hear what do you want to see on the Galactopedia.
Yeah. So, thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
And now we're gonna
transition over to.
We're gonna go over there.
We're gonna go over there.
All right.
Come to me.
Thanks for everything.
Thank you. All right, everyone.
Hope you have some questions.
Hold on while we.
All right, guys. Now we only have 4 minutes before Sean's panel starts.
It's okay.
So come on over. We're gonna have a little area up here. If there's a light that pops up, we'll actually take some questions. Anybody in the crowd? You got a question to ask? We got 4 minutes, maybe a little bit longer, depending on when Sean is ready.
I mean, we can still do this while Sean's talking, right?
Yeah, you can do this right.
Just we can talk over him.
Yeah, just
love
it.
You can also meet them in the back.
Yeah.
We'll just do running commentary on Sean.
Oh man, there's nothing sadder than a spotlight and an empty mic. Oh yeah, here we go.
Hey.
Hi.
I love your helmet so much.
Thank you. That's a weird thing to say to somebody, but okay. Will we be the ones determining the outcome of the election, or if we're voting for a joke candidate, are you going to steer it away?
You're going to influence us, but it is going to be kind of a narrative-driven thing. We want to hear your opinions.
Yeah,
just like in all things.
Yeah, I mean, again, we'll as we get closer, I think we'll figure out kind of how it breaks down. But we want your guys' input on it because that'll, again, just to kind of drive the experience. But yeah, I mean, we won't let people write in votes. Rudo for Imperator, Parker Terrell for Imperator, stuff.
Oh man, that's a good idea.
My opinion is transitionist rules. So.
Who?
Oh yeah. Love him.
Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you.
Jared Huckabee for Imperator.
Hello.
Hello.
Thanks for your work and all the ideas and the love inside of the history.
You're welcome.
And one question is there any movement of democracy in the Stanton system because it's not represented in the government?
They technically can't be recognized by the government.
No, it's the company's own.
Yeah, so since they're companies, I mean, I think there's definitely talk among the governments in Stanton that they need to might have to band together because of the crime problem getting out of control. But yeah, the government's pretty much put the kibosh on them ever getting representation just because they can't separate the sort of corporate interest from the interest of the people. So,
it's definitely a situation that's kind of bubbling up because of the crime that is kind of brewing there and their difficulties in handling it. And it's going to be curious to see where it heads.
It'll be fun.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Jared.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello. One of the things I wanted to ask while we're getting somebody else up there, integration with the star map. I noticed, ARC Galactopedia, ARC star map.
Yeah.
Where are we at with integration?
Where are we at with integration? Well, we are making progress, but I can't give you any dates.
Of course not.
Yeah, I can't give you any dates.
I would have taken it back if you did.
But the thing about the way we built it is that integration in the future will be easier than if we had built it separate. So Turbulent made sure to put in a backdoor area where they can easily hook up the code that exists in the system. The system they built from scratch for us, by the way, to our specifications. It'll be easier for our devs on the inside at Cloud Imperium to just hook them all together, just Star Map and MobiGlass.
Turbulent did a great job.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, round of applause for them as well.
Yeah, Turbulent, absolutely.
Oh, you guys did it. Thanks.
Now, I'm going to go back here while we're waiting for some questions. We're waiting for Sean here.
We can take questions for Sean as well.
Yeah.
Imperator Costigan is based on Orwin.
Who?
Now, Orwin.
Never heard of
Now, Orwin is one of the founders of the company. How did that come about? Do you remember?
Yes. So I don't know if you guys remember the time capsules from 2012. We basically, when we were talking out that we were going to do those as like a daily drop thing and we needed graphics for them, we basically organized a shoot in Chris's living room and basically shot all of the pictures, the live people pictures that appeared in those in one afternoon. And so basically there's like just a bunch of people came over, and so Orwin was there. And I found in a military surplus store an old Russian, like a 1960s Russian officer jacket that I was like, this looks weird. And so I just bought it. And so
Of course you did.
And yeah, so that was that.
Yeah.
That's a quintessential Dave Haddock story.
Yes.
All right, we got somebody else for a question.
Hey there, just something quick. So Galactopedia looks awesome, I must say.
Thank you.
So myself and some others, we work on several wikis that are part of the community. There's a French one, there's Star Citizen Tools, there's several out there. Are there any plans to work with the community on getting them involved in the Galactopedia, or however that might work?
We are trying to work out a system where we can document fan activities. So that's going to be something that we would like to hear from you about in the coming weeks when we put up our feedback page.
Okay.
But I want to emphasize that this is not meant to replace any of the fan wikis. We will be documenting things from in-universe, so we won't be saying, and then RSR, and then
this ship costs, this much money or whatever.
We won't be saying anything like that, so your work is still valuable.
I appreciate it all, because I definitely use it in my day-to-day job.
Yeah, we use it. Yeah.
That's awesome to hear. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I can hear Toast sweating, admitting how much we use the player-run wikis. We do quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you.
Well,
thank you so much, yes.
So we talked about this year-long election cycle that's coming up. You hinted at it here and there. What can you tell us about how it will manifest over the year that we know so far, or that you're ready to admit?
In kind of like a ghostly form while you're sleeping?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Is Sean ready?
I mean, it'll be, we'll probably be looking for a bunch of different opportunities. I mean, the classic one will be kind of news updates, the various, TV shows and magazines and stuff like that, kind of talking about it. Kind of similar to what we did with like the Polo Initiative and all that stuff, where we kind of have it cross among, jump point articles and news updates and, whatever we can basically kind of hook into. And we'll try and, work with the community team to kind of see what we can do, community initiatives to try and incorporate that into it.
Yeah.
And now we'll have the Galactopedia in order to put bios up of all the candidates.
Yeah.
And
We already have a Kilos Costigan article.
Well, and the fun thing too is that if the younger Costigan wins, then we can still use Orwin.
We can, yeah.
We're just gonna draw a little mustache on, and we're gonna.
Yeah, it'll be like, it's fine.
We have another question.
Hello.
Hey there. So we talked a little bit earlier about how players would be able to affect the elections in game. Now these different imperators will be running on different platforms, right? So will the players selecting their different candidates and their different platforms and even choosing a candidate, if that's how it ends up manifesting, will that affect the direction of lore and events in-game? Can it go in different directions depending on what we choose?
I mean, I think that'll be the thing that we kind of really take a look at. I mean, it's always been the conversation that, like, how do we figure out how to have the universe kind of shift in ways that might be unexpected to us?
It's kind of like how we've talked about the NPC population, and it's kind of this buffer that we have in the Star Citizen universe, where you as players represent a percentage of the population. So you have an important voice, but it's not the only voice, and so it's going to be influenced it. But if everyone in this room decided one thing, that doesn't necessarily mean that's the way it's going to go. It just means that that's an important perspective that we're gonna hear.
Which in short means sorry to Bodie McBoatfish.
Yeah, he was my favorite, but
Thank
he
you.
has no chance.
Okay. Sorry, I was somebody talking to my ear.
How you doing, Jared?
Hey, good. I'm trying to think of a way to convince you to let me run for Imperator.
You just gotta get 1,000 signatures.
Yeah, 1,000 signatures.
I've got a very strong platform. My platform would be put sandworms on every planet.
Okay. Yes, good.
Put the bathrooms back in the Cutlass.
Bathrooms!
when you think about it, isn't the whole thing a bathroom?
I guess anywhere is a bathroom if you really want it to be.
The thoughts and opinions of Will Weisbaum do not represent those of Private Games, Cyberspace Industries, or its subsidiaries. Next question.
Hi.
Hello.
I was just wondering about the lifespan of a Tevarin, and if they live for not long enough, is it still deep into the hearts, the massacre of their ancestors?
Oh, that's a good question. We haven't really talked lifespan, have we?
No, they're about on average with humans.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think of all the alien civilizations, Tevarin have a lot of kinship with us as far as like,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, because they still breathe our atmosphere, hence so they can exist on our planets. I mean, as far as how many of them are still kind of carrying around the defeats from the first two wars, that probably depends on the Tevarin that you talk to. I mean, probably 20 years ago, probably not many, that there would be very few and far between. Most of them would just be ignoring the world and, just making money and, drinking and whatnot. But now, I mean, with the sort of resurrection of the culture, it's possible that, there's a handful of them that are kind of upset with the kind of raw deal that they got. So, and that's also, as we were mentioning earlier, I mean, that's what the concern is with a lot of people with this sort of, Tyrannus 3 enclave of diaspora, like whether they're a bunch of disgruntled Tevarin who are basically going to try and arm up and launch another insurgency.
Yeah.
They're horrified at that. So, but yeah, I mean, with most of the stuff in Star Citizen, I mean, the beautiful thing is like you can kind of take it on a character by character basis. There's kind of room for all the different types to exist in there and stuff. So yeah, there's definitely probably some Tevarin out there that are pretty pissed off.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was wonderful.
All right, we got time for one more.
It's you.
It's you.
Oh, I hope this is a really good question.
With the careers and things going forward, sort of media, so forth, and with all the Galactopedia tied to the Ark and the library.
Yes.
If things don't get reported or people destroy all the data running ships, is it possible some things won't turn up there just because the information hasn't got out from where it happened?
Yes. Like a lot of libraries, and archives and history, it depends on who reports it, who remembers it, how much information that's out there is available. So while the mission of the Ark and the mission of Galactopedia is to document all known knowledge of the universe, there will necessarily be some gaps based on just how information works and how things are remembered and how things are documented. So if, for example, there's a massacre on a planet and everyone dies and the only person who's around to report it is on a ship that gets destroyed on the way to reporting it, it's unlikely that people are going to know exactly what happened because the information is just gone.
Yeah. I think a big part of Star Citizen's lore is the idea of imperfect information. Like right now in gameplay, you can kind of see it with turning off the comm relays in order to create a blackout zone where crimes aren't reported until it's reactivated, or we're in talks about recovering black boxes and all this kind of stuff. And with hopefully future careers with people running in the media ships, the news vans, and the data runners.
And the notion of time decay as information has to travel between system to system.
Yeah, and one of the things in archives specifically is a notability standard. So like, if today you had a receipt from a cup of coffee that you got, that wouldn't be notable enough to put in an archive, even though it's something that happened today.
It was a really good cup of coffee.
It was a great cup of coffee.
Yeah.
But so stuff like that wouldn't necessarily make it to the Galactopedia, but maybe an article about the type of coffee, if it's popular enough, would be in the Galactopedia. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
One other thing.
Sure.
How big are the late return fines if you...
They're so big.
Yeah. They send bounty hunters after you. That's on your gameplay.
They're not afraid to kill.
Oh man, library
Thank
bounty
you.
hunters.
Yeah.
That's great.
All right, thanks so much, guys. Dave, Will, Sherry, thank you so much for taking the time
to
be here.
Yeah, thank you,
stay tuned. Theaters of War, Shoot 'em Up, Sean Tracy, starting in just a few minutes. Take care, guys. This way.
Hello? 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 Oh, I'm online. All right, very good. So, yeah, somebody get out of the way real quick. I've been taking pictures with a lot of people today, and it's awesome. Had a lot of fun, but do me a solid. I've got to you guys take a picture with me this time, okay? All right, everybody say fun. Fun. Okay, cool. Thank you. I look forward to reviewing all the very, very kind gestures, I'm sure, that were in that picture. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So welcome to CitizenCon 2949. I know it's been going all day already, but I hope you guys had a lot of fun so far. And definitely stick around, of course, for the keynote at the end. So super excited to be with you guys today and have some exciting and interesting stuff to talk about. So over the years, I've been involved in a lot of things at CIG, and usually when you've seen me here at CitizenCon, I've come to talk about, new technology, some tools, maybe pipelines, methods to make all this kind of stuff. But today it's going to be a little bit different. So today I want to talk about a new game mode for Star Marine that we're calling Theaters of War. So up on stage with me, and at the end, is lead FPS designer, Richard Tyre. And he's been instrumental in helping me build this game mode for Star Marine. And he's going to stick around to answer some questions during the Q&A at the end. Well, that's the laser pointer. So let's go over the agenda a little bit. So first, what we're going to talk about is sort of the electronic access and lore and what that really is all about. How AC and SM fit into it, how Theaters of War will fit into it. Then we're going to talk about what Theaters of War actually is. So we're going to explain what Theaters is and kind of what the whole intent of the mode is and pretty much why we made it. Next, we're actually going to talk about the map that we're playing here at CitizenCon today. So it's a scenario, it's basically a map, but it's called Crossroads of Crime, and I'll explain why it's called that. Then we'll go into the lore a little bit. Great lore team within the Star Citizen community. It's incredible the amount of lore that we have to actually pull from. Then we'll go into the actual game mode itself, Theaters of War. We'll do an overview, really just walk through each of the sort of phases, and this will make a lot of sense in a little bit. We'll talk about some of the new mechanics we brought online to make this a lot more fun. We'll talk about the vehicles, the character loadouts, and basically how you play the game. Then finally, we'll get into some future plans, when you guys are going to get your hands on it, and some of the features that we're still really wanting to work on before we roll out that game mode. Okay, so in Star Citizen, we have the concept of electronic access. And electronic access is like this simulator for all these different events that can go on within the universe. Basically, it's like an entertainment for the denizens of Star Citizen, for citizens. And it's really an important distinction because Arena Commander, Star Marine kind of exist under this umbrella. And because it's a simulation, we can kind of get away with some stuff that is a little more, quote-unquote gamey than it is in the persistent universe. In the persistent universe, things are a little more permanent, obviously with persistence. So Star Marine and Arena Commander were the first two to exist under this umbrella. And they made a lot of sense in their own regards. Arena Commander came out, test our flight. That is our core gameplay. So let's get the flight happening. Then we had the FPS, which was Star Marine, and now what we have is Theaters of War that kind of groups the two together. So I also contend that these simulations are a really good spot for us to be able to tell some lore in a really meaningful way and an interactive way so that you guys get to experience that lore in a way that's super memorable. So you can imagine it's kind of like a reenactment, like the Gettysburg battles or anything like that, that basically these guys go in, simulate, and play through. So now let's talk about the scenario or the theater that we built for CitizenCon.
Each other's back and come home in one piece.
think they're controlling it from that radar tower. I need all agents to focus on that. All teams, redirecting you to take out that mining laser. Use ships or take it on foot. Whatever it takes, it's gotta go.
All right, so that gives you a quick preview of what's going on back in the war room here. So Theaters of War, this is the new objective-based game mode, and it's within Star Marine where the key focus is combined arms. We're putting everything together, and this mode really combines all the work we put into Star Marine, Arena Commander, Squadron, PU into one cohesive battle on foot, in vehicles, in the air, all working together to accomplish some common objective or to stop some common objective from being taken. And the idea is that this happens in some sort of historical Star Citizen setting, a story from our lore. So ultimately, Star Citizen hasn't just always been an FPS or just an arena shooter on its own. It's really more accurately described as the ultimate in sandbox gameplay. You've got all kinds of vehicles, all kinds of weapons, so let's put them together and let's have some fun. So really, why did we build this, right? Well, at some point in the PU, we are going to get to that level of combat going on. Now, you know, the combat in the PU happens a little more sparsely, and it has to do a little bit with the player counts, but the minute that we put all this stuff together, this better be fun. We can't make it fun after the fact. It's got to be fun before. So it really gives us a really, really solid analytical environment to really hone the gameplay, balance things against each other. So again, how many shots does it take of a railgun to take down an Ursa? How many Ursa shots does it take down to take a Valkyrie? All of these things, they do happen in the PU, but a little more sparsely. And it can take some time. So having said that, when combat occurs, it's really got to be fun. So to reiterate the key points, you know, Theaters of War is another game mode like Elimination or Last Stand in Star Marine. So, and again, combined arms, everything's in play. So what do we want to achieve with this? Well, we want to be able to balance all this. We also want to give you a solid 30-minute experience where you can come in, have some fun, and get out. In the times when we're all so busy, You can't always play for 3 hours. You can't always play for 4 hours. We need actually a real quick, arcadey kind of combat, but not different than Star Citizen. It's got to be the same. And that's a really key point here. We didn't develop really anything drastically new for this. This is using the exact same assets from the PU, same balance, same everything. And if anything, we've taken a lot of the stuff that we've found within Theaters of War, that we found on Fun, and we apply it to the PU from there. So it gives us a really good spot to be able to do all that. So how does Theaters of War fit in right now? Well, that was actually, how does Crossroads of Crime fit into Okay, so what's Crossroads of Crime? That's actually the name of the map. That's the name of the scenario. So I want to kind of a little bit of a brief of that scenario. Now, I'm not nearly as good at telling these stories, but I'm going to give you a little bit of what they fed me. So we went through our lore and we went, you know, where's some sort of combat happening within the history of Star Citizen, the last 100 years, 200 years, 300 years before the present day PU. And we found this great story. And the story takes place in the Nexus system. So in the Nexus system, there's a notorious outlaw gang, and there's a lot of outlaw gangs within the Nexus system, but this particular one is specifically aggressive. So the Supreme is the name of the outlaw gang in this particular one, and they're facing off against an elite advocacy squad that has come to retake one of the planets. So to give you some backstory on the Nexus system was totally unclaimed. The Hathor group, which was a mining group, came in, but all they really cared about was mining. So as long as profits were being made, they totally looked the other way. And what that sort of evolved into was a really perfect sort of petri dish for a ton of crime. And in the end, Hathor Group strip mined the entire area, pulled out, and just left it as it was. And that obviously devolved into something pretty criminal. So with that, pretty much anybody that's doing anything bad in the universe is going to have some time crossing through the Nexus system, and that's where the Crossroads of Crime came from. Advocacy, or UEE specifically, said, you know, can't just leave this alone. Being more or less the interstellar police force went in to retake the system. Rather than give it up, the Supreme would rather see the whole thing destroyed. They're of this nature. Before giving it up to the one identifying things about the Supreme is that though they're super aggressive, they kind of take all comers, and they're not super well educated. So what you'll notice is that as the Supreme took over the base from the Hathor group, they actually use like pictograms and signs because not all their guys can read. It's kind of an interesting backstory to these guys, but though they can't read, they also use these pictograms to actually enemy, which is super interesting. So let's give you a bit of Theaters of War. So again, we're applying a lot of the player feedback that we've heard from Star Marine, from PU, all the different sort of arena commander matches that we've seen, and I'll get into some of the details of those later, but it really, again, has forced us to kind of look at things. One of the great ones that has come from Theaters of War that you guys are going to see in 3.8, it sounds simple, but it was really obvious that the animations need to be sped up. I mean, when we were mantling over things, the guy is just not much of a sense of urgency. It was kind of, climbing over things. He was just taking his time. Reloads, much faster. Getting into ships. When you're under fire, getting into a ship can't take 15 seconds. You're going to die on your way into the ship. The other stuff was, all our FPS weapons, they were really balanced with, kind of the I don't want to call them legacy, they're still around, but our Starmer are really, really tight interiors. So you really have like 20, 50 meters. Attachments didn't really matter. What's really the difference between a shotgun and an assault rifle at, 20 or 50 meters? Putting the environment so that you, in a compound, that started to be 100 meters is much, much better. You scroll my notes up, sorry. Thank you. Okay, so again, the idea, we give a 30 minutes that was chock full of combat right in your straight away. Let's give an overview of this game mode into 3 distinct phases. It's basically, in this particular scenario, you have combat environments that are going to happen. In total, the game mode's meant to be 30 minutes, and right now we've got 20 on 20. In this one, we've got phase 1 AA turrets. Now, it's a ground-based battle. You've got some ground vehicles that are actually supporting the attacking team in this scenario, but the first things first, they've got to take down the AA turrets to bring in the ship. In phase 2, you've got a radar tower. After you've taken phase 1, the Supreme actually activate a mining laser because they're not going to give up this planet. If they're going to lose, they're going to try to destroy the entire planet. So you got to destroy that radar tower, which is controlled the mining laser. And then finally, I'll talk about some of the vehicles in this one. We've got a lot, it's a huge area. So we've the 200, 300 meter combat with some interior combat, kilometer traversal, where the defenders have a lot more ships and the attackers have a lot more ground vehicles. So we get vehicles. And things like, say, the ballista, which is, not playing the PU right now because, I mean, if you get into one, you could probably have a seat on a planet and just, wait. But in this mode, the ballista is the king. That will keep those ships away real quick. And then finally, we transition and low, definitely low atmosphere, to upper atmosphere and in space. So you get to transition between some atmosphere flight and some space flight where the objective is to destroy the mining laser. One of the things I want to mention before I get too deep into that is that it's all seamless, right? Like, I mean, we've got this technology to be able to do this, so why not use it to our massive advantage and not put any loading screens in between or anything? That combat is completely seamless as you go through this entire thing, so from ground to space. And this can go even further. The templates that we've built for this, you could make a map an entire, so you could be going to a planet in the distance. You can do it between a planet and a moon. You can do it between 2 moons. You could even do it between 2 solar systems. It's a crazy amount of technology that we have access to here, and all it needs is a little bit of a structure. So when you load into the game, this is what you're seeing. This is our new spawning interface for this particular.
Una mattina mi sono alzato, oh vela ciao, vela ciao, vela ciao, ciao, ciao. Una mattina mi sono alzato e ho trovato
Enemy spotted!
For the players.
The variety of combat and really roles, just fulfilling certain roles within the mode. One of the more interesting things is the teams have asymmetrical loadouts, meaning there's not the same weapons, so assault on one team is not the same as assault on the other team. This makes a lot of sense within the lore because, again, advocacy is coming from the UE. They're going to have their weapons manufactured by Bearing. They're going to use more ballistic-type weapons, whereas the Supreme are going to have a little crazier-type weapons. They're going to have, some KSAR weapons. They're going to have energy-level weapons. The other thing to mention is that, between the foot soldier and assault, you might say, what's really the difference between a foot soldier and assault? In this mode, there is a very real difference between somebody that's got a shotgun and close-range weapons. They're going to be able to take out the interiors of these buildings really, really quickly. Whereas a foot soldier is much more all-rounder. He's like a rifleman within the infantry. Then you got snipers, which is pretty self-explanatory, I hope. And then we've got an anti-vehicle. And again, a little bit of asymmetry between the two teams. On the advocacy side, these use the Animus rocket launcher, and then on the Supreme, these ones use the railgun. So what vehicles do we got? We're all excited about the vehicles. So they range from fighting vehicles to transport vehicles. So these are all the vehicles that are actually in the mode right now, and we've tried a ton of them, right? We actually even started with the Valkyrie, and we will get the Valkyrie back in, but for right now, it wasn't making a lot of sense. It's actually super duper powerful. It's got a lot of health on it, and again, this is why we're balancing this stuff. So you got the Cyclone, you've got the Ursa Rover, and just to note, and I'll talk about it a little bit, the Ursa Rover acts as a mobile spawn point within our Crossroads of Crime or Theaters of War. Then finally, like I talked about, the ballista. The ballista just completely surprised all of us, right? Because it became so important. It is the strongest anti-air ground vehicle that we have, and it really gives it a reason to exist in this particular mode. Again, it's a great vehicle, and in the PU it will be very, very meaningful, but right now, it's not. So we've got some great ships as well. The Buccaneer, this one is really cleaning up right now in that. And just to mention, we are getting statistics of what's happening in the war room right now. And just to give you an idea, the thing with the most kills right now are the Buccaneers and the Ursas. So then we have some arrows, the Hornet, and then finally we even have a dropship. So we replaced the Valkyrie with the Vanguard Hoplite. So all of these you'd use to take the fight to the enemy. So what goes on in phase 1? So you saw a little bit of that on the video, but phase 1 is disable the AA turrets. So in this phase, the advocacy come to take over the laptops, and you'll recognize the laptops from Star Marine. We didn't just make anything new. We didn't have to. You take over the laptops to take over the AA guns from the base. Excuse me. And as soon as that's achieved, the AA guns are shut down, and you can now bring ships in for what is phase 2. I want to talk a little bit about the gameplay, and I keep kind of mentioning sort of the compound-like gameplay. So in this compound, you've got some interiors, but a lot of the combat happens in the exteriors. Once you've got one of the control points, you're going to end up having to transition over a whole yard that's got a lot of destroyed ships and things like this to go over it. So there's great sniping spots. There's a lot of defensive spots for the defenders because the attackers in this particular mode have 2 Ursa rovers and 1 Cyclone. So they can actually motor right in, and the defenders have to keep an eye on basically those Ursas because they can be used to spawn a lot of infantry. And on the Supreme side, so for the defenders, they don't have any vehicles on this one, so this can be really fun. Once we transition from that, once the AA guns are taken out, the Supreme are pushed back to their control tower. So they don't want them to take the base, they activate the mining laser at that moment. So the objective for phase 2 is to destroy the ground-based radar. There's 2 ways to achieve this, and this is one of the new mechanics that we've had. First, you can just shoot it. That's easy. You use missiles, you can lock onto it, you use your guns, you can ram into it. I mean, whatever you can do. You can do some damage to that tower. But there's a way for infantry to help as well. It's on top of a compound, and within that compound is a laptop that's actually hooked up to the control tower. And in that control, if you take over that laptop, you can overcharge it, which basically does like a 20-25% damage to the given objective. So infantry can help, but it's hard to get in that outpost. So the Supreme at this moment are given ships, and this is a great, great traversal that happens. As you can see sort of on the image there. Here, let's try this. Whoa. Laser pointers. We've got a huge traversal where this is the end of phase 1. Drive here, right to the outpost. It's about 3 kilometers. So the defenders, they have, I think, 8 Buccaneers. It could be, we change the numbers all the time according to balance, but it's between 8 and 10 Buccaneers. And again, as a defending force, that's pretty powerful, but the attacking force has 2 ballistas, 3 Hornets, 4 rovers, and 2 Cyclones. So there's a lot of vehicle combat happening now. And don't forget, you can spawn in these Ursa rovers as they transition this phase. And then additionally, because of the ballistas, the ships really have to pay attention. So finally, in phase 3, you're actually going to the upper atmosphere, and we literally go straight up from the control tower. So the objective for phase 3 is to destroy the mining laser head. And basically, it's the same way as achieving, well, mechanically anyways, the objective within phase 2. You basically have to destroy this mining laser head. And again, shoot it, shoot missiles at it, crash into it. But we've also got the laptops. Now, we changed it up a little bit because we put 3 of these all throughout the station. So this lets the advocacy move around a little bit because there's going to be a cooldown on these given laptops. So as soon as you get to that laptop, you can overcharge it, do some damage to the station, and move on to the next laptop if you can. So it keeps the defenders moving around a lot. So once destroyed, the attackers have won the round. Or, if they haven't, they've lost the round. The defenders, all they have to do is stop them from destroying this illegally appropriated stronghold, or not. Okay, so I can hear the live streams now. I can hear them. They're going, go, you got to finish the game, though. You got to finish that game and that game. So I want to explain that we really didn't have to put much into this. Now, in terms of work, it was over about 6 to 8 months, but we really only added a couple new mechanics and put some light structure around this. So some of the new mechanics we added, lock spawn points. So I didn't mention it on the phase breakdown, but in each phase we have this little locked spawn point. And all this is it's a spawn point for the infantry because it's a little bit further up, but all you have to do is walk into the volume and you take it. So if the defenders are really smart, they're going to try to defend that even more than the objective, because as soon as that's lost, it's the beginning and the end in that phase usually. So these also coexist with what I talked about before, mobile spawn points. So that's the Ursa. You can take the Ursa up, you can go hide it, you can try to drive it right into the outpost. You know, it's really up to you how you want to play that, but even on the spawn screen, you will see that that Ursa is in a good location and you're going to want to spawn there. So all the players really need to do is find the right spawn point and take care of their objective. So, back in that war room anyways, it's just out the back, we've been playing for the last, I think about 6 hours here. We've had a bunch of sessions come through, and the feedback has been great. They've been having a lot of fun within it. People are understanding the game right away. There's a lot of readability that's already been built into this so that people understand what to do and where to go. So we took a quick video of sort of the reactions of some of the guys in there. And I believe that the video will trigger when I do it, I hope. Hey, nice one. All right, so it just shows you all the PCs. So we got 40 PCs set up within there. And everybody's coming in. We play for about 40 minutes. We change the sides. We play for 20 minutes. Then we switch sides. And then we play for another 20 minutes. Now, what's been really fun about this is people are talking mad to each other, right? They're yelling at the enemy. We've got them on comms so they can talk to each other. And it's actually been really, really fun. The energy is fantastic. You can see that people are really enjoying being able to get that sort of 30-minute adrenaline-packed, high-octane kind of experience right in your face. There was a great moment where somebody was yelling out, Demo 55, you got to get better. And the guy was like, well, raise your landing gear and learn to lock on. You know, you can really tell the good pilots from the bad pilots, by the way. So if you want to look really good, make sure you raise your landing gear. We thought about making it automatic, but I'm like, no, I like to be able to tell if somebody's really good in the ships or not, because as they're flying around, they'll either lift it up, and if it's not, I'm like, I'm going to get him. He's easy, you know. So it's been a lot of fun, and the feedback's great. And the whole reason we made this thing at this time was I wanted to bring it to CitizenCon. I wanted to bring it to CitizenCon because I wanted to talk to you guys about it. I wanted to talk to you guys about it because I want to find out from you what's fun. I wanted that feedback. And the feedback's been fantastic. Everybody's got something to say about it, and it's usually very positive. But there was one grumpy guy on the way out one time. He was like, well, I still die lots, and he walked out. So, I mean, can't please everybody. All right. So we've sort of gone over all this, but now I want to tell you when it's going to be in your hands, because this is, you know, a lot of talk. Now, you can play it right now at CitizenCon, and it's in a good state right now. I'm pretty happy with it. Now, one of the things that I tried really, really hard to do here was to take fun first. And CIG, I mean, as you guys know, we love our visuals. We can make beautiful things. And you've seen Planetech V4. You've seen some of the technology that we've got. We can make stuff beautiful, but not first. Let's make it fun first, and then make it beautiful, right? Because that's fun. But we don't want to make it beautiful, keep changing it, make it beautiful again, make it beautiful again. Let's just use some boxes. Thanks. So, just to give you an idea, I mean, I was talking to one of our the senior lead environment artists, and he was like, "Man, I didn't know if you were going to get it here. I saw that map 2 months ago or 3 months ago. I don't know. So it's not, you know, the culture definitely at CIG is our visuals, but we have to be sure that we're fun too. And that map was really just white boxes. That was most of the time it was the same wall piece copied thousands of times all over the map, just to get the placement of everything right. And we would switch it, we would move spawn points. So we iterated massively on it with tons of play testing. And again, you could do this when you're in a sort of 30-minute, 40-minute kind of mode where you could iterate on it in that way. And then once we got closer to CitizenCon, we're like, okay, now make it really beautiful. Let's go, right? And we've had maybe about a month and a half, 2 months of real solid art time on it now. And I need a little bit more. Just to make that to the level that you guys have come to expect of us, but we got to keep the performance up because, again, the gameplay has to come first with this particular mode. So enough of that. Anyways, having the mode playable for CitizenCon, I wanted to get a bunch of feedback from you guys. And pending the CitizenCon feedback, there was a lot of different things that people came up with. There were some great ideas, actually, that I think we should be implementing. It's going to be in an upcoming release. I said it different, they updated it. So it's going to be early next year, I want to go to Evocati. And early next year, I want to get it out. There's no reason to hold this back, right? We want to play this really, really quick. So I want to get you guys into it early next year. So what else are we going to do? Well, we got work on the netcode. Obviously, everybody's going to go, oh, well, we got this 250 millisecond delay or whatever it is. Luckily, part of my pillar, part of my job anyways, as I've got the technical content side and when we've got the combat pillar side, along with Rich, we run the combat pillar, which has the network engineers that, sorry, not just the network engineer, gameplay kind of network engineer that will work on this. So he works on the upstream refactor, the downstream refactor, and the netcode rework for hit registration on the server. So this will make everything much, much better. In terms of the mode itself, though, because it's so tight in terms, like against the PU, it's actually not, we haven't really had any major problems with it. And because it's vehicle-oriented, in a lot of cases, we haven't really seen much issues. So the other thing we're going to do is some lobby system updates. Lobby system updates really mean matchmaking. That's the big thing for me. Me and the Turbulent guys have talked about it, as well as Tony Zurovec, and we've always talking about a contact system, the fact that we've got like 3 different friends databases that are all over the place, and then there's one on the front end, and you got to handshake them, and it's all really crazy. So there's no reason that it shouldn't be just one seamless kind of friends or group experience from Spectrum all the way down to the game. Why it's separate makes no sense at all. Not for you guys, not for us. We don't like it either. So we want to fix that. So what that's going to do, it's going to make it much easier to play with your friends and join up and get in the game right away. Because again, I thought to myself, okay, my son is 4 years old, and he's starting to play some of these Switch games. He's playing a lot of these Lego games with me, and I really want to play Star Citizen with him, and I can sit and play Star Citizen with him, but I wanted to put him in front of it and just leave him alone. And, at 4, probably not, but maybe 6, I don't know. It should be pretty soon. So it's really important to me. Also, squads. That's something else I want to bring into this. Is a really important component of it. Like, though we're going to have VoIP within it, and I'll talk about that in a second, I do want people to be able to play together in a really, really meaningful way. So form up in a squad, hell, on Spectrum, and just end up in the game within that same squad. Bring people in and out, whatever it is. So the next thing is kind of some VoIP stuff. I'm pretty sure you guys noticed, but in Arena Commander and Star Marine, and now Theaters of War, there's no chat. There's no chat. You can't talk shit to the. Oh, I'm sorry. You can't talk badly to the enemy team, right? You can't say anything to them. Actually, you can kind of use the emotes and everything, which is fine. But we need some basic chat. Oh my goodness. So we're gonna get that integrated. We've been working on that. But it's also going to bring the group and VoIP support. And what's really cool about it is something that always frustrates me in any kind of combined arms game or any game that has a cooperative kind of vehicle is I'll get in the gunner seat and I can't tell the driver how bad he's driving, right? So with the PU, you guys have had this experience already. There's the concept of the ship channels. And we have the exact same concept for Theaters of War. When you jump in an Ursa, you're going to be able to talk to that driver because you're within that channel with him. So you can say, driver, whatever, right? Or you're doing a great job, I'm sure. The other thing, we'll have global proximity. So basically, you should be able to hear them talking to each other at distance, because this isn't the only scenario we'll make. There'll be scenarios that make a lot more sense so that the global proximity stuff will make a meaningful difference. We'll have the team groups and the vehicle groups, as I mentioned. So I want to make a couple updates to this. One of the things you might have noticed, even in the video, in the pull-out especially, now that you guys have seen Planet V4 tech, you look at the V3 stuff and you're like, ooh. So I looked at it and I went, ooh. So I want to get Planet V4 onto this before it gets out to you guys. I think that's a really good thing to do. It allows us to vary the terrain a lot more. And if anything, that's really my only complaint artistically, is that the terrain is really, really quite flat anyways. So we're going to do that. We want to update some of the vehicles on there, just pending the analytics sort of reviews. And the other thing I want to get in there is basically we have a briefing video that's running. I want to get that all in-game. And then in the end, I'd like a real climactic ending to that station coming down. I think we'll do something pretty exciting if you win that round, or if you defend it. So I'd like to have something pretty exciting happening at the end. So we'll make some art updates, but this is kind of the fun, polished stuff that I like to keep to the end. We do this because we know it's fun already. On top of trying new vehicles and potentially even shifting locations around just based on the feedback. Whoa, that's too big in my notes. All right, so lots of people helped. Now, this was really easy and fun thing to actually work on. It's a lot easier for the developer to be able to spin up a thing in that's a 30-minute round. We've got 40 people playing that you can play test every day in a really, really meaningful way, but it's very analytical, like we're doing the same round over and over. So we know exactly what's happening, but we're having the right conversations now, and that's what really excites me about this, is, hey man, the railgun can actually shoot through the glass of the rover into a passenger seat in the back. I'm like, whoa, you can? Okay, we should probably fix that. Somebody told me a great story about they couldn't get an angle on the Ursa driver. So they had, the driver had left the door open, and he ran in the back, and he couldn't get an angle on him with his rifle, and he just, grenade, got him, cool, go in. So these are the good conversations to be having. These are actual gameplay conversations. There's things like, hey, the Animus is really, really too strong. Somebody can sit right beside an ammo crate and just sit there and defend the entire point themselves. These are the right conversations to be having, rather than it just working. So, some big special thanks have to go out to Richard Tyre, who you'll see in a second here, Milan Paycheck, who I wouldn't have been able to do any of this PowerPoint stuff, and he's incredible, Tom, Forrest, Johnny, Jens, Clive, I'm sorry the stream is so far behind, okay? Rob Johnson, Thorsten, Stephen, Michael, Nick Piers, Lee Wood, the actor feature team, lead programmers around here somewhere, Jens Lind. So the character art and tech team, they got really involved, which was great because the characters look fantastic. We made them nice and bright so people could see them on the map, which is really important. The QA team, obviously, so we've been doing these 40-person play tests every Wednesday for a while now, for the last 6 months at least. And then all the other developers involved, and I don't know where the camera is, but you guys know who you are. And thank you, guys. Okay. So now we'll proceed to the Q&A with whatever time we got left. We got Richard Tyre over there. I think I'm just going to march over there. All right, very good. So thank you guys so much. And to the guys that didn't get to play it, I'm really sorry that we only had 280 slots today. One of I just want to explain the reason why we did this. I've done a lot of E3s and Gamescoms and stuff like this, and when they do this big lineup, you never know if you're going to have enough time to play. There's other things that you want to be doing. We had talks throughout the day, so I thought it was much better that we had a bit of a schedule, or that you signed up for slots rather than kind of trying to get as many people through as absolutely possible. So I'm sorry you might not have got to play it. We'll try to reveal as much as we can, but I'm going to get into your guys' hands as soon as I can. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Sean. We've actually got Ulf in the war room right now. Ulf, what's going on?
Hey, Jared. Thank you very much for that great presentation, Sean. I'm here in the war room where we pitched 20 attackers against 20 defenders, battling it out. And I actually got someone who just played the new game mode, Mad Rambo. Hey, man, how did you like the new mode?
I loved it. I think it is much needed, and it's going to implement more things for all combat.
The most important question first, did you win?
Yes.
All right.
Quite easily.
Oh, did you know? Okay. And what was your favorite part about the new mode?
I think it's more to do with the ships, vehicles, and boots on the ground.
Right.
All together as one.
Okay. Did you enjoy the ground combat, the ground vehicle combat, or the air combat the most?
Surprisingly, being a pilot and I don't normally go on the ground, I was on the ground all the time, and I find it really satisfactory.
Okay, very good. And do you think it is easy to get into the mode because it's a very new game mode? Well,
yeah,
you just saw a video and then we threw you into it.
Yeah, it's literally just straight through the Star Marine. It's exactly the same way as normal ones.
Right, very good. And what was was it easier to defend or was it easier to attack?
I think it was probably easier to defend, especially phase 1.
Right. And how was the team communication going?
The team communication was really good, apart from we had to keep a couple of people quiet.
All right. And like every team, the defenders and the attackers, they do have specific spawn points, they do have specific loadouts, they do have specific vehicles they can use.
Yeah, so there is certain vehicles you can use. I mean, there's a ballista in there, which using it in this game mode is going to be really, really good. Specific loadouts, I'm sure we might be able to change that at some point. And yeah, it was just everything combined as one. It was really good.
Right. And I heard that you had that you killed a ballista with the SMG.
Yes, I did. I killed a ballista with an SMG. Took a while. Took a bit of help from everyone else, but I got the kill.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much for the feedback. So we're gonna throw it over to the live Q&A now. So back to the main stage.
Thank you so much, Alf. Now, just like before, there's already a list of people. All right. Well, so, guys, we have about 10 minutes to use questions. So, I don't know who's first. I can't see who's first. Start talking.
Sean, you're breathtaking.
Oh, wow.
And I wouldn't worry too much about Twitch chat either. I've dealt with them for a while, and they don't know what they're talking about ever, so it's fine. I had a chance to play the new game mode earlier, and first of all, congratulations. It was absolutely brilliant.
Thank you.
I loved it, and it was maybe one of the single most impressive gameplay experiences I've had in Star Citizen since the Hangar was released. It's absolutely incredible.
Awesome. Thank you.
You know the importance and potential of game modes like this while the PU sort of gestates how much fun can be had, true Star Citizen experience can be had in these. This is a great example of it. Now, Arena Commander and Star Marine sort of languished for a while without much love until very recently. Is there a plan to update and maintain the content for gameplay modes like this in the future going forward?
Yep. And actually, the exact same team that worked on Theater of War within this combat pillar was the one that brought you the Good Doctor. So actually, during this time, we just built another map on Planet Side. And a lot of the stuff we were doing in theaters, we were just like, all right, well, let's try this in another map. We built that other map up. And again, like, so much of this exists already. It doesn't take a ton of doing for us to get it in because we're not spending a ton of resources on it. And it helps the PU. It helps Squadron. It helps that whole gameplay scenario. So let me get back to actually the content on Arena Commander and Star Marine. Because we've got, some resources on it, and they've really been trained up, and they all fully understand what's going on within each one, we want to make all these updates and apply them to this. So things like the lobby rework and all of these are going to benefit Star Marine and Arena Commander. And I've got some I've got some plans for Arena Commander that I think you guys will really like. I'm not ready to talk about them today. I'm still pitching them to Chris and going, come on. And I think at some point you'll be quite happy. But yes, we are keeping some focus on that. But the really, really, really important part, and it's really important to understand, I'm not saying the PU isn't fun at all. There is different types of gameplay. Star Citizen's a big game. You've got mining, you've got exploration, we've got a lot of non-combat kind of activities, which is fun. It's just hard to coexist that, balance that, work on it, really hone it to the state that it needs to be when it's not the primary focus of the given mode, if that makes any sense. So now that it is the primary focus for this given team anyways, this given pillar, I think you'll see some big improvements. And I hope you've felt those over the last, 6 months to 9 months as long as we've been working on it.
Thank you, and well done again.
Thank you. Richard, why is this relevant to the PU?
Well, first off, it's all of the systems that are in the PU in terms of the animations, in terms of getting into and out of ships, weapon swapping, interacting, player interaction system. All of that stuff underpins this game mode. So the game mode is the wrapper that sits on top, and everything that goes into it below it, all the foundation, it comes from the PU. So when we get that in there, and anything we improve on it in terms of the animation speed-ups, getting in and out of ships in combat is too slow, or weapon swapping in terms of interacting, just opening doors and things. So all of that's stuff we want to improve, and that's the foundation of everything across all gameplay, all squadron, PU, Star Marine, Arena Commander. When you're flying ships, all of that we want to make better, and this gives us, in to use Sean's term, the petri dish.
Right.
It gives us that focus that we can really hone down and absolutely improve it.
It gives us that quickly repeatable access to all these fundamental game systems without having to fly from OLSR to Microtech, around.
And to be honest, we see it with devs coming up. It's like, oh, when's the playtest? Yeah, can I get in on that? And we're like, yeah, sure, yeah, jump on in, So it's fantastic to see. It's revitalizing for us, and it's also something that we can really focus and really see quick turnaround and improvements, and get that improvement, and that's only going to benefit everyone.
I see this harkening back to the original mission statement of Arena Commander and Star Marine.
100%.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Hi. Just a quick question. What's the plan for aim assist? The long-term plan for aim assist. You've introduced it. I'm curious what you guys think of it, and what's your plan for it for the future?
We've got our opinions on it.
Yeah.
I can share our opinions. I can't share the plans.
Okay.
If
I
that's
think
fair.
one thing to talk about in terms of aim assist is, the reasoning behind why we require it. And Sean touched on it in terms of the networking. We've got some guys working on the upstreaming and downstreaming and actually making that, because obviously combat over the network, it's got to go, I shoot the gun, it's then got to go up to the server from my client, and then it's go from the server to somebody else's client. So we want to make sure that the networking is absolutely on point, and then, I think that's when we can start talking.
Then we have that
aim
debate
assist
proper.
And, do we need it? How does that impact the rest of it? So I think that's where we're at with it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
So, will the theatres of war have a day-night cycle or an environment weather cycle?
I wanted it in.
Yes,
I
we
wanted
really
it
wanted
in.
it,
We have a bug. So and it's a pretty big one, and it's actually already fixed, and it got fixed for the keynote, but I didn't get it fixed for theaters. It's my fault. I was branched off. Whatever. It's okay. But yes, basically that sun was meant to move. So during the phases, and we actually did this back in the maybe I can't mention on another game. Anyways, we would do this that certain parts in it, because again, it only happens over 30 minutes. Like how much are you going to see the sun move in 30 minutes? Probably not a lot. But I can actually encourage that a little bit by just animating it. The sun is a real thing in Star Citizen. Like it still blows my mind that it's actually there in the disc. We can move it around. We can also rotate the planet if we want. So what I wanted was in phase 1, it was actually morning. And in phase 2 was afternoon. And then in phase 3, the planet's look is so incredible at, everybody's seen the screenshots, but it's sunset, right? And then I wanted that sunset during phase 3. So to answer your question, yes, absolutely. But it won't be, it's not like a real day-night cycle. It is, as soon as I move the sun, it looks like night.
Well, the one thing to note as well is that we've not faked anything.
Yeah.
Even you look at the Good Doctor, there's a whole planet there with, you've got that tiny little map, that arena that's have everything, but it's all real. It's all like the PU. It's all there. So, day and night cycle, everything that's in the PU is totally possible in Theatre of War.
Yeah.
Okay, that's my question.
Cool.
Thank you. Sean, who is the voice of the mission briefer?
I know, it almost, I actually don't know. No, I swear to you, I don't know. Who do you think it is?
Twitch chat was pretty convinced it was you.
I know, I was going to say it sounds like me, but it's not, I promise you.
Yeah, all right.
It's not. I did
Who's
voice
next?
for a game, though. You can look that up. That's fun.
Hey, yeah, just a quick question about, where you've added new, smaller zones to fight in. Will we be getting more close combat weapons?
Oh, yeah, Rich would want to talk
boarding
about this.
axes, entrenching tools.
Let's talk
even
about some
bats.
damage types and stuff. It'd be fun.
Well, we've got a lot of weapons that, when you look at the breakdown of FPS weapons across, the whole of the PU, we've got that standard foundation in terms of the, the classes, you say, SMGs, snipers, the different loadouts. And then we've got the more exotic weaponry. So, you know, we just released the salvo last patch. But we've got a long roadmap of weapons that, you know, because we've populated the kind of like base weapons you'd expect from a modern military shooter. Now we're starting to get to the fun stuff. So we've got some really cool stuff. I can't talk about it today, but to answer your question, yes.
Talk about the 3.8
We've got some really cool stuff.
About the
Well,
3.8
thank you very much.
We were in terms of 3.8, we've got the Lightning Bolt company that's already on the roadmap, and that's going to bring some really interesting gameplay that ties into the melee system and stun, and yeah, it's good.
Yeah, not to beat too much on it, but you really do need that environment to be able to bring those kind of weapon types online. Again, if you have these really exotic kind of ammo types and you don't rigorously play them, you're going to get some wackiness happening. So now that we've got these environments to be able to do this, I think, yeah, you'll see some fun stuff.
All right, thank you. We got time for one more question.
Really? Have I just got like...
Okay.
You talk.
My question is, can you use these concepts to create events in the PU?
Yes, absolutely.
So it's interesting you say that. It's one of the great conversations I've had a couple times with Paul Reindell. And when he first heard about these, he goes, "Oh, this is cool, but just put it in the PU." Right? Yeah, that's what he said. He's put it in the PU, and I'm kind of with him on that. Here's the key, and actually, there's a Reddit thread that I saw that was perfect, and you know, I can't remember exactly what it says, but it's basically like within the PU, it's like, wake up, go to thing, spawn your ship, get to the thing, get to the place, do the thing, get the thing, then shoot. In the war room, it's click, click, click. Oh, that's so stupid. And you're playing. It's basically 3 clicks and you're in, and playing and having that combat. Now, if we could integrate this into the world of the PU like it's happening on the planet and everything, I would do absolutely that. But right now, it's a standalone within matchmaking for leaderboards and everything like that. It's a little easier of an experience to give to you, rather than putting a bunch of, basically putting a lot of stuff in front of you and the game mode itself.
I think the one thing to note as well is that obviously PU with the 50-player cap, and you know, we're pulling all those 40 players into that kind of one location. And when we start to, you know, push out further, you know, in terms of the players online, you'll be able to experience that on a more regular basis. So it's absolutely a learning experience for us in terms of pulling everyone in straight out the gate, and it's only going to give us more information and more analytics to basically create those in the PU, absolutely.
Right, so, and like I said in the talk, right, the eventualities that the PU, you know, gets like that, right, with server meshing, with server object container streaming, we're going to get there.
Absolutely.
And it has to be fun when we get there.
All right, thank you so much, guys. One final question. How did the Ursa have more kills than anything else?
It's the Buccaneer wins now. After a couple of rounds.
But
Ursa's a really stable firing platform. That's one thing. The weapons that are on top are infantry shredders, right? They will just cream infantry. If you're using the remote turret in the Ursa, and you keep an eye on your back and front, you'll be fine. It's a very powerful spawn point, but the ships and the Animus and the railgun destroy it. So.
All right. Well, Sean, Richard, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll do another follow-up on Star System Live or something sometime before the end of the year or after the new year. Up next, we are actually taking a break in this theater. For folks who are watching on the stream, you may notice the theater is emptying out. This theater has no programming for the next hour as we do some maintenance and maintenance tasks. We are actually going to be broadcasting for those watching the stream at home one of the panels that aired earlier today from the other theater, the Xenolinguistics panel with Sherry Heiberg and Britton Watkins. So stay tuned for that. And then for everybody else here, you can come on back about 6:30. We got the cosplay contest, and then Tony Zurovec on the stage. He's got something you are not going to want to miss.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, cool. I left my phone over there.
So welcome to the Xenolinguistics panel, 2949. We're going to get into the meat of what we've been doing for the past year, but first we have a couple of updates, and even before that, we'd like to introduce ourselves. So I'm Sherry Heiberg. I'm the archivist at CIG. I work on planet stuff. I work with Britain on alien languages, and I organize Confluence. Got all kinds of projects. And Britain?
And I'm the Britain. I'm the xenolinguist here at Star Citizen, and have been involved for actually several years now.
Yeah.
in working somewhat in the background on all the alien languages. So let's meet Chris. Chris has been working more recently on some exciting stuff, and he will introduce himself.
Okay, I'm Chris Harrow. I'm a font designer. I started learning Xi'An 2 years ago at the CitizenCon in Frankfurt. And I think right after it, I started creating a font that can be used easily or more easily or more natively. So I was working like 6 months on the font, and then I'm already also a Xi'An expert at the UEE Xenolinguistic Institute. It's a Discord server where we provide learning materials for interested people and everything you need for Xi'An and alien languages.
Yeah, we've all been very impressed with Chris's hard work. Very happy to have him on as a font contractor. Without his work, we would not have the languages that we have. We depended on him very much to get the fonts ready for all the documents that we've put out. We very much appreciate him. And he has a couple of updates he'd like to tell you about.
Okay, I think the last year, more on and off, I was working on the Xi'An language document, and I've completely worked through the document and found every Xi'an word that was not in the dictionary.
Every word.
Yeah. So many words.
Word.
I added more than 500 words to the dictionary. So currently, I think we are at 1944 words in the dictionary. And yeah, I've completely reworked the document to include the new font and the native writing. So it's more, and I found I completely reformatted the letter of Master Professor Tai, so everything is shiny and new.
Yeah, and Britain also put out, what can you tell them what you put out with the international pronunciation?
Yeah, so on the screen up here, we had almost from the very beginning out the gate, people wanting to know precisely what the sounds of Xi'An were in IPA, in the International Phonetic Alphabet. So it helps for the people who are super picky about the way things are going to sound. So we've added a few new sections to the document with Chris's help. I hope that everybody will find that information useful.
Yeah, it should be published right about now. So if you go to the dictionary, the Robert Space Industries website, you should see a new update from the overview of the Xi'An language for diplomats. Oh, Chris, you should tell them about how the Xi'An font that you made works.
Yeah, the font is an OpenType font, and it uses contextual substitution. So basically, it's a rule set. When you just type, in this example, Xi'An, you just type X, E, the second E for the long E. Then you type, I've added numbers that are adjacent to letters. They will be converted into the pitch marks. For example, this is the falling pitch in this example is a 2. Then you type SUE for swear. And then you have to type a 0 as a divider, because the rule set allows, for example, the L of len to fit into the second syllable, like swell. But I just want to type swear, so you have to add the divider after swear, and then type len. And this is it basically. You have no special characters, no code tables or anything. It's very easy to type.
And I want to comment on this because as the primary user of Chris's font, it changed everything. I mean, it makes dealing with Xi'An and typing in Xi'an thousands of times easier than it was 2 years ago. So Sherry's also a primary
Yes,
user.
I use it all the time for various things that we haven't published yet, but trust me when I say it's been an extremely useful tool for people, not only in marketing, but in design.
And the best part is the font will be available in the fan kit soon for all of you to use and type your own Xi'An text.
Yeah, so enjoy. You will enjoy it, believe
yeah.
me, you'll enjoy it.
Additionally, let's get into the meat of the presentation. For the past year, we have been working on the Banu language. The Banu language is ready. It should be published on the site also right about now. It is a 200-page document in the voice of people who are working for the Rust Society. Here's what it looks like.
And let me tell you about this.
Yeah.
So this, in a very snarky kind of way, says, you can't read this yet. But you will be able to after today if you study really hard.
Exactly.
So we're going to tell you all about this new language and how it works.
So a little bit about the Rust Society before we get into the Banu language. If you're not familiar with them, they're kind of a blue-collar guild/union of haulers and scrappers. Came together a few hundred years ago during one of the Tevarin Wars. They do a lot of trading, a lot of all across the verse, from the Xi'An Empire to the Banu Protectorate to, of course, the UEE. And they put this guide out for their members to help them out in any potential dealings they might have in the Protectorate. And we wrote it in the voice of characters, the voice of people who live in the universe. Tell us about your character, Britton.
My character's name is Albion Lacroix, and he's a linguist at Song University on Terra. And he grew up in a family of diplomats that interacted primarily with Banu. So he speaks Banu pretty well, Al. He's pretty good at Banu.
And my character, Reggie, she used to be a hauler. Now she is a teacher of Banu culture. She indentured herself for a little bit of time when she was, just after getting her equivalency. She just wanted to travel around for a while in between hauling jobs, and she got pretty familiar with Banu culture, and consequently that helped her score a teaching job at Song University on Terra.
A little bit safer than hauling.
Yes, safer than hauling and definitely safer than indenture. And, Sunda. Sunda is the Banu mentor for Reggie, who taught her all about Banu culture.
And yeah, Sunda is about right here because...
Yeah, it's the mysterious presence that is not here yet with us.
Mysterious, we can't meet them yet.
So, you can't have language without culture, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's where I think you start. It's where I always start anyway.
Yeah. So the same with Xi'An. Before we started work on the Banu language, Will and Dave and Adam, the narrative team, and Britt and I, we all got together and we talked. We had a bunch of meetings about ways to flesh out the Banu culture that we hadn't yet fleshed out. One of the wonderful things about working with Britton is that when it's time to get the language together, he pushes us to expand the culture even further than we've already expanded it. So during the creation of this language, we learned even more about the Banu that we hadn't already known yet.
Yeah, she's used to my emails that say, what about this? What about this?
And
but
we're like,
what about
we
that?
hadn't thought about that.
But what about this? So if there's no answer when I write, then it has to be figured out.
Exactly.
Welcome to world building.
Yeah. So some of the Banu keywords that we came up with when trying to decide how the language would be. Colorful. Colorful because Banu love flamboyance, they love shiny things, they love things that are gaudily decorated, but they also have to be useful, which is why we have functional as one of the keywords. Any Banu object that is pretty, you can be absolutely sure that it has a function, because if it doesn't have a function, even if it's pretty, Banu think it's useless. There's no reason to have it. They're very savvy, they're very smart, they're always looking out for themselves, they always want to be sure that they're going to get the best deal in whatever dealings they might be having. But they're also very polite, because one of the key things in getting a good business deal is to be as polite as possible and to be very good at manipulating language in your favor.
Yes.
Yeah. At the same time, they're also very easygoing. When they're not on the clock per se, they play very hard. They love Sadaball, for example, one of the fun things that they've adapted from human culture. They love going out drinking. They love partying. So if you run into a Banu out in Banu world and they're not on the clock and you want to party like you've never partied before, just go hang out with them. You'll find something.
Yeah, if you need to leave Bar Citizen early, don't hang out with the Banu.
No, you will not leave early. So, culture-specific words and phrases. That's pretty much everything we came up with, yeah? Like, almost everything that is in the language is very tied in with the culture.
Yeah, it's a. I mean, there are everyday words for door and whatnot.
Everyday words for
I
door.
hope there's a word for door.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's nice to have a guideline because it helps you think about how the pieces and parts might fit together and what some of the things that might be emphasized over other things. And I'll talk about that in a little bit coming up.
Definitely. So, quick overview of the Banu for those who don't know what a Suli is, because I talk about Sulis quite often in the future of this presentation. A Suli is more or less a combination guild and family that Banu are raised in. They're not blood related. They all gathered together around a specific skill set. So, like, if you're in a Suli, say, for linguists, or say if Britain was a Banu, Britain would have been purchased on the market for skilled children who show promising skills in linguistics. Britain would have been raised by the Banu who bought him. They would not be his parents, though. They would be kind of like combination teachers and bosses. So they would be extracting labor out of him, but also teaching him the trade. And when Britain finally pays off the debt that he accrued during his purchase, like what happens is when you get indentured, when you are an apprentice who is bought, this debt is on you, and you have to pay it off through your labor to the Suli that purchased you. So once linguist Banu Britain comes of age and pays off his debt, Britain can either choose to stay with the Suli that raised him, Britain can leave if they didn't treat him well, or Britain might have to leave because the Esso Suli, who is the leader of the Suli, may have divested at that point. And we'll get into divestment later. So that's a quick thing that this is something that comes up over and over again in Banu culture, is the idea of Sulis and the idea of debt.
And the cool thing about the guide that you're going to get today is that it talks in a great deal of detail and gives examples of how these ideas and concepts play out in their life cycle and other things. There's a lot of detail.
Yeah, and you see from these words that we have on screen about the idea of debt or the idea of politeness as well. Like the words for correct and incorrect are not directly correct and incorrect, because both of those, like saying someone was perfectly correct might imply that they did so well that you now owe them. And if you say that they're directly incorrect, that's sort of rude to a Banu.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So you might say something like if something correct, you would just say inomani, which means, oh, you understand, you got that right. And if they don't, then if somebody doesn't understand, you don't want to say, oh, you're wrong.
Oh, that's so rude.
You might just say, eto jares or miyama, or I'll repeat that, or the person who has detected that you are wrong is gonna kind of take some of the responsibility for your not understanding, even if it's really not their fault at all.
Yep.
So those play out with the kind of normal conversational bridge phrases that you have in the language too.
Yeah, and similarly, a direct "I'm sorry" doesn't exist. So if a Banu apologizes to you, they will probably say something like, "I'm sorry you're offended,"
Yeah,
or
like-
"I'm sorry you're upset."
Yeah, or something like that. I acknowledge that you are unhappy about something.
Yeah, so they're saying, "You're unhappy. I didn't do anything wrong, but you're unhappy, and let's just get that out there."
Yeah.
And they have no idea of pure art. I get more into this later, like I said earlier, but that object on the screen it looks very pretty. It looks like something you might see on a shelf, but it's a tool that Banu use to help them make decisions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or attract attention.
Yeah.
The word for like beautiful or pretty just means it's eye-catching. It gets your eye.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily mean that there's some well-defined version of what beautiful is. It just means people pay attention to it. lamba. They look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So scavenging and adapting are some other key cultural things that Banu do. They are known for finding any good tech that they like or any good ideas that they like and just like pulling it whole cloth into Banu culture. It's like they find a good working engine, for example. It's not even just like cultural thing. It's like, oh, this engine is great. Let's just repair it forever until we maybe find something new. Like they won't buy something or they won't use something just because it's new. They will use something new if it's better, but otherwise they're just going to keep fixing the same thing as long as they possibly can. And this symbol up here, real quick, is, you might have seen it on the website in the ship pages maybe. It is a stamp. It means made by Banu. It doesn't stand for any corporation because, like I said earlier, they don't have corporations, they don't have inheritance, they don't have any like big business or anything. They have a bunch of small guilds. But they all agree that they are Banu, and Banu made this.
Yeah. It's Embe Banu. It just means the manufacturing of this thing was by Banu.
Yeah, and they want you to think that because it was by Banu, it's way better than anything else. They also have a different time scale. That played pretty hard into the creation of the language. There's no central clock because they're not really they're not a centrally organized socio-political system. So they all have personal clocks that count down to their divestment. Their divestment is kind of a combination blowout, retirement, party, and living wake. Once they get old enough, they will give away the wealth that they accrued during their lifetime to the members of their Suli, and then they'll take a share for themselves and kind of go away and leave their Suli behind. And this is another way for Banu to avoid debt, because as a Banu gets older, they might start slowing down, they might start bringing the productivity of the Suli down. So they get rid of stuff that they can get rid of, they take their stuff and they leave, and no one owes each other anything, and no one is beholden to anyone, and the Banu that divested can go spend the rest of their days betting on races if they so choose, or whatever.
Whatever they want to do.
Yeah. So some Banu will set contracts by their divestment clock, so you need to be aware if you're entering into a really long-term contract with a Banu, when's your divestment clock running out? Because maybe they might not tell you, just depending on what's beneficial to them at the time.
They're calculating.
They're calculating, yeah. But yeah, so this will be something that you run into, and it can be a little bit confusing for humans, but again, because they're Banu, they're happy to help you out if you ask them questions. But you do have to remember to ask them questions. So Banu physiology also played a big role in the creation of the language because they don't have any gender. They don't know he or she. They will happily adopt words if you want to be called he or she. They don't really care. It's no big deal to them. But in the core of the language, they use a singular they to refer to one another. They have very short sleep cycles, so they see that humans sleep for around 8 hours at a time. They think that's a little weird.
They think that's ganga, excessive.
Excessive, like
Drambazo ganga.
Yeah.
It's too sleeping for too long.
Exactly. They can sleep sitting up, they can sleep lying down. They usually catnap for about 8 minutes at a time throughout the day. If they sleep for a long time, they might sleep for up to an hour. It's a really long time. And if a bunch of them are tired at once, they'll just kind of cuddle on this big sleeping platform in a big Banu pile. But it's not necessarily going to be horizontal. Maybe they'll lean against a wall. Maybe they'll just sit in a chair. It just depends on how they're feeling at the time and what the Suli is like. They can also eat or drink almost anything, and this is very important for humans to know because their idea of what's poisonous and breathable is very different from ours. So if you go into a Banu-only area or a Banu-majority area, you need to be sure what the atmosphere is made of, and you need to be sure that you can eat the food. Because they can eat or drink almost anything. Xi'An food, no problem.
But they like catering to humans. So in any kind of environment that the Banu would be welcoming of humans, they understand that, oh, you need the human toilet, and you need beds that are flat that people can lie on, and you need food that humans can eat. So they are rather aware of the fact that their needs are quite different than human needs. So
absolutely.
That plays out in a lot of the example sentences, too, that we have in the document.
Haggling is embedded into the culture. We have a big haggling section in the document to teach you how to haggle with a Banu in the language that they prefer. They're always done to negotiate with a smile. They love smiling. They won't generally haggle in human majority areas because they found, based on the rules of the marketplace, that most humans aren't going to know to haggle or will have trouble haggling. So if you, in Area 18, for example, you're probably not going to find a Banu who's going to haggle with you. But if you're in the Protectorate or on one of the flotillas, they're all going to want to haggle. And they will rip you off if you don't.
Yeah, to them, it's not ripping you off.
No, to them, it's just like getting what they wanted. It's like, you were an idiot for not asking, so I guess you deserve this.
Yeah, you didn't take the time to negotiate. You weren't willing to wail, so
Yeah.
you don't deserve a different price
Yeah.
because you didn't put in the effort.
Exactly. I've touched on debt and indenture as a big central concept in Banu culture. I think I covered most of what indenture is in the first slide with the apprenticeship, but you can also indenture yourself as an adult. So if, say, you take on a huge amount of debt to a Banu or in the Banu Protectorate, or even in human or Xi'An space if you're desperate enough, you can sell yourself to a Banu Suli or to an SO Suli, or you can go directly to an indenture Suli who will place you into something that suits your skills.
Yeah, it's like a indenture agency.
Yeah, an indenture agency, more or less. This, to the Banu, is the most humane way to pay off debt, because to them, chaining someone to a debt that they can't pay for the rest of their life and having to live like, oh, if only I could pay off this debt, that to them, that's monstrous. But to us, the idea of indenture is monstrous because we're different.
No, there's an example sentence in the document about indenture being a pathway to financial freedom.
Yeah.
Famille, to be free of debt.
Yeah, and to a Banu, this is just like going through apprenticeship, so they really don't see the big deal.
Yeah.
And now that we've covered a bunch of bits of Banu culture, there's a lot more in the Rust Society document, so do read it as soon as you can. Let's pass the clicker over to Britain, and we will talk about the language.
We'll talk about the language.
Yeah.
And okay, that's where we are. Okay, let's keep going. In figuring out what a created language should be in the function of world building, it's important, of course, to know what the language is going to sound like. So out the gate with this document, we're talking in IPA about how everything sounds. It's also important for immersive experience to have fun writing to deal with, right? So we have a new writing system that, again, until today, nobody's seen before except Chris. And he's seen more of it than anybody probably ever wants to.
What was it like seeing the language for the first time?
Yes, it's very organic and very, very, very different than our normal human writing, and it's an interesting system. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a new system. It's kind of similar to some things in human writing, and I'll talk about that a little bit coming up. But it's also different.
Yes.
So the other thing is grammar, right? So there's some things in grammar that are related to culture directly sometimes. And we'll touch on some of those things too. But there is a lot of grammar in the document coming. Maybe a little bit less grammar than in the Xi'An document, because there's a lot more context about indenture and aging and other things that are very different about the Banu. But there is a grammar section in there as well. But let's start by talking about the sounds. So Banu is a relatively easy, I think very easy, actually, language to pronounce. There are no tones or pitches or anything that's complicated like in Xi'An.
Yeah.
There's 6 vowels, but let's start with a few of the main ones first. So a, u, e, these are very predictable kinds of sounds that occur in human languages. Most syllables are consonant vowel, so da, do, di. It's very, the SRB, the standard romanized Banu, is quite easy to read, I think.
Oh, absolutely.
But what's a little bit different about it, and certainly very different from Xi'An, is that there are lots of consonant clusters, double consonant, and then a vowel sound. So we get nda is a normal to them, just like a regular consonant. Nda is not any different than ka or pa or ta to them. It's just nda. It's one. They think of it as one sound. So we get nda. And if we add ndu and ndi, then it's just all nda, ndu, ndi. But if this were run together as one word, if there were a word, ndandundi, then it would be stressed on the first syllable. And I know that because the language has what is referred to as a vowel sonority hierarchy. This means that in context, some vowels are always treated as stronger and more important than the other ones. And the vowels go in order. That's technically a diphthong if you know about language, but I, U, E, O. And an I is always going to be the strongest sound in a word. If a word has an I sound in it, that's going to be the strongest, whether it comes at the beginning or the end or in the middle. If it has an then is going to be stressed less than I would be. And way down at the other end is O. And O is the weakest sound in the Bantu language. So certain languages tend to have weak sounds. So for example, an sound in French, just an E, what we normally see is E, like in the word je for I, for me, that drops out a lot. So in Bantu, the O drops out a lot, like all the time. And let me show you an example of that. Again, it's way down at the end of the hierarchy, so it's always going to be weak. So who's seen this word spelled before, Suli?
Yeah, Sulis.
Okay. So the way Sherry just pronounced this is very close to the way the Bantu pronounce it. And if we think about the hierarchy, then we know that O is going to be very, very weak. So to the Bantu, this is 3 syllables, so, u, and li. But O is super weak. It's the weakest it could possibly be. So when they pronounce it in everyday speech, it just comes out as suli. So the O is so quiet that you basically don't hear it. It sounds kind of like just suli. But it's technically 3 syllables in the Bantu language. So
just one quiet syllable.
yes, one of them's just really quiet. So let's do a test here. So based on the sonority hierarchy of the vowels, who has a guess how you would pronounce this word? Okay, here in the front. Kida, exactly.
Perfect.
And that's because an A is always going to be stronger than an I, unless they've marked it with like the equivalent of an accent mark or something like that. And that happens when they borrow foreign words, human words or Xi'An words. Sometimes they put irregular stress, but that's because they don't see it as a native Bantu word yet. Eventually, everything turns into a native Bantu word.
Everything is Bantu eventually.
Yeah. But the writing can be quite exotic. You might see these and think, oh, that's 6 different languages, but it's not. It's just different fonts. So in the same way that we write things in different typefaces for various reasons, they do too. Normally to get attention, for better marketing, to make more money. So they care about it for kind of maybe different reasons than we do. But everything is still a standard syllable, no matter how exotic it looks. And I'm going to step you through pretty quickly how the basics of the system work. So here we have all the syllables using B as a consonant as an example. So we get bai, ba, bu, bi, be, bo. And I don't mean to say in the pronunciation rules that, that an E sound is never strong. If you had a word, there isn't one that I know of, but if you had a word, bebo, it would be pronounced bebo, because be is stronger than O. It doesn't mean that you're going to say be. You know, you pronounce both of them. You just have to give the stress where the stress is due, and that's on the stronger syllable. But in the writing, everything is based on a capsule. So a capsule can be any kind of shape. It can be a perfect circle or oval or square, but it's going to come in these variations: closed, open on the top, open on the bottom, and open on the top and the bottom. And then they stick something in the middle to make the sound. So an S is closed on the top and bottom, a K is open on the top, a J is closed on the bottom, open on the bottom and closed on the top, and F is open on the top and the bottom. So once you get used to the basic forms of the consonants, we then add vowel diacritics to the top and bottom, or top or bottom, to get the sounds fi, fa, fi, fu, bi, fe, fo. I sound like Jolly Green Giant or something, but
You gonna go after my blood?
But these are the way that you do vowels on almost every syllable in terms of the numbers of them. And Chris has struggled with this for a long time, and he's going to tell you how easy it's going to be for all of you because of how hard it was for him. They're also standalone independent vowels. So I, oo. E, o. And if you ever see a big block of Banu text, it's going to be centrally. It's always going to be centered, though. The other thing, no inflection in the language. So in English, we would have to have an S on wings because it's plural. But the Banu simply go for dasi go ipuma or futu go ipuma. And they don't, that word go in there is something we'll explain. No change. The words just, so unjo, bubu, osara, food, maybe they didn't do a great job. They do have stomachs of iron.
Oh, yeah.
So with osara, ye, bubu, unjo, the food did not mess up unjo. That's very unlikely to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the food won't mess up in Joe. He's fine.
Yes.
He's probably fine. Joe's a human, right?
No, unjo is Banu. So they.
So then they.
Yes. So the Banu don't use gendered pronouns. So everything is going to be they. And there's some tricky stuff about that when it happens in the plural in the language, but go read the document about that. We don't have time for that today. When you say unjo sara, it just means unjo eat, basically. And then based on what's going on in the context, it's either past tense, it's ate or did eat, it's eats, as a general rule, it's will eat. So they don't distinguish tense the way we do. They can if they need to. There's a way to do it in the language, and that's all in the document, but they don't do it on a regular basis.
Yeah, I didn't touch on this too much during the culture section, but they really don't care about what happened in the past. To them, it just doesn't matter. And so that's partially why they don't have a past tense. So they don't really have much of a future tense either. What matters is now.
Yeah. They'll talk about that happened already or that's going to happen soon, but they don't really talk about the distant future either.
Yeah,
So
neither are useful to them. So
they just have their clocks. Yeah, if it's not on one of their clocks where it's going to happen at some point, they just don't even think about it. The language has classification, which is basically assigning some kind of category to every noun in the language. So the Banu are very focused on value of things.
Oh my, yes.
Yeah, so zo is something of valuable that's never been alive. Kto is something that is probably valuable in some way, but it was alive. So kto could be food, for example. That's a common slang word for talking about food. But kto could also be the classifier for a bowl made out of wood because the wood used to be a tree and the tree was alive. So they count things, the qualities of things and how valuable they are very differently. Kso is something that's completely worthless, probably not even recyclable. Go is just for average, everyday, normal stuff that's just sitting around that you don't even think about very much. Afa, though, is for very fancy stuff, like expensive things or somehow prestigious or desirable things or fancy people. So if somebody is deserving of respect or you're trying to flatter them, for example, you might use afa to talk about them. Isi is for places, utu is for people or animals, and this is like animals down to tiny little bugs and stuff. Once you get into bacteria, they don't necessarily call that utu. But anything that like you could have some kind of relationship with, like even have a bug on your finger, they think of that as being utu.
That's utu.
Enge is for abstract things like actions or concepts or ideas, and zo is for everything else. So anything that's particularly odd or strange would get categorized as nzo. So their classification is very important. And as an example, we talked about the word ipuma earlier, which means wing, like a wing on something. Futugo ipuma would mean 5 wings, but on a vehicle.
Specifically a vehicle.
Yeah, so a vehicle is a thing probably made out of metal, right? So that's never been alive. But if you have an insect or an insect-like bug, and they have ipuma on them, that's going to be counted with kto. So selo kto ipuma, two wings on some kind of insect or some kind of weird biomechanical thing that I've never seen before that is
Could be
alive.
An arthropod.
Yes, something. They do a lot of borrowing. We mentioned this. They borrow stuff, but they also borrow words. So they've borrowed the word tech, for example, the idea of just generic tech from humans as teko.
They loved the way it sounded.
Yeah, and they put an extra K on the front because they could, and because the word for 1,000 in Banu is teko. So tech is teko, and teko means 1,000. With the word sano, it comes from Xi'An, san. So that means san is basically, flight or travel, and they were really into the Gravlev technology.
Oh yeah. The Xi'An are pioneers in Gravlev technology.
So when the Banu stole that or borrowed it, it's a more polite word. They borrowed the word for talking about it too. So sano means actually it's a verb that means to travel via Gravlev technology. And even mvaso for the verse got borrowed, but again funneled into Banu phonology, the way they would tend to pronounce it. There's actually, without the M in front of it, there's no V in the language. There's an F, but there's no V. So to get a V sound, they had to stick an M on it. So that's what they did. And again, they're very casual about everything. As long as it's practical and it works, they love it. So let's give you an example.
Would you like to hear Banu?
Would you like to hear what Banu sounds like?
All right.
Okay. Afatseri ubanu sainu ke ea sazotai.
Yu. Utunja teli tilai zokatafikida.
Di chingo.
Yosho engenge salai indi sato keke.
Oh, ndai elana sato keke. Ifo Cristo. Inombe uchua fiu fufubanu ke ea faina zotutai.
Mbesoma otsefaba soyela ektulo enga wakto fuchoa ria suganga faina zotai. Sao etombe uefesizi fabatai zotai and due gongo zotai.
And do a gongo zotai and do a gongo.
And do a gongo zotai.
Ganga kida may be too long. Okay. Nza yajai zonzofo nyuto funvaso yondain dai. So there you go. There's your example of what
Your
Banu
first
sounds
Banu.
like. And next, we're going to talk about the tremendous technical undertaking that it took for all of us to be able to just type A, B, C, D, E, F, G, or MV, or KT, as it may be, on our keyboards and get the result that you've been seeing on the screen. So with great deference and gratitude, I pass the clicker to Chris.
Okay, the first step in the creation of the font is that Britton sends me his document, where he designed all the forms of the writing and everything. And basically, in Banu, you have it's like a matrix. You have at the left in the blue in this example, it's not everything. It's just an excerpt. In blue are the consonants, the pure consonant form. But normally, this form is not directly written. It's everything. All that's written is with the diacritics that that add the vowels. But these forms can be typed or can be used for teaching, for example. So you can show this is the essence of the consonant. And then you have on the right the 6 vowels for the I, for the A, and the other to the O, and it's just like a matrix in a table. So on the bottom right, you have SWO, for example. And you can see there are elements that define these diacritics, and elements that define the pure consonant form. And my next step was to import this from the PDF I got, to import this raw forms and find a finite set of elements that I was talking about earlier in Banu, where you define a set of elements that you don't have to do everything manually, but you can combine them like a Lego set. You can combine them to build all the characters in the alphabet from these components.
Kind of similar to cursive, right?
Well, it's like, I mean, he had to do a complex visual analysis, like ignore all the mechanics of it and visually analyze what were all the core element components and how he could break them out and make the smallest set possible.
Yeah.
To have all the parts that he needed to combine them.
Yeah. So when I identified this set of components, then I imported all the elements into my font design application. And then the next task was to redo all the vector data. You see on the left with the blue anchor points, and in this little magnification area, you see this was the raw source data. There you have many anchor points in the vector data, and if you would use this directly as a font, you would because in the text you can have hundreds and thousands of characters. Yeah, this would be overkill and would be make the fonts unnecessarily big and slow. So you have to redo all on the right side, and with the green anchor points, you see the redone, cleaned up version, and where all the roundings are in. You see even in the left side where the red dot is in the sharp corner, there I've added a little very small rounded corner. So even if you have characters that got blown for big signage or something, you don't have sharp corners. You have everything rounded and organic.
Oh yeah, that smooth look.
Yes.
Love it.
So basically, he had to do a bunch of cleanup because I wasn't careful about it.
That's normal, no problem. And then after recreating the vector data for all these components, I started to import all the glyphs.
Look at all those glyphs.
All the raw data glyphs into the font application, and then I just rebuilt them out of this component set. And you see in the next image, you see these are the components assembled to one of the characters we saw earlier. And in the highlight areas are the areas where the components they just overlap. They are not connected, but the overlap is made so it's made perfect that there are no seams and no edges visible.
Yeah, it's really he did a beautiful job.
And when you get to play with it, you're going to be I mean, you just like sit there and you're like, what if I type this? Now you have to be typing Banu words. You can't type a word that has a TH in it, for example, because they don't even have an H in Banu.
Yeah.
But as long as you're typing Banu words, they're going to appear like magic before your eyes in the word process. Yeah,
and the magic is because after this stage, when I've created assembled all the letters in the alphabet from the components, the next step is to add the functionality in OpenType. So this is a little excerpt of the OpenType feature code. For example, this you see lookup ligatures. This is the start where the ligatures lookup is defined. Basically, it goes over all the letters, and if in the line 126, for example, there's substitute NDZA. So when you type NDZA, this rule set fits. And it replaces all four letters by the NDZA ligature. So you get the NZA letter when you type it.
Yeah, the syllable. I call it a syllable.
Or syllable, yeah.
Yeah,
it's a syllabary, yeah.
In Banu, they're called ochoa. Ochoa means a letter or a specific glyph or a syllable of writing. Yeah.
So, yeah, and there's some special cases where I created additional glyphs in the font, and this is, for example, you have two syllables, and on the left side you see in red there's the vertical element. It connects to the diacritics. It's an E diacritic on this letter, and it's a very round shape without any edges. But then when you type further, you see that the next E diacritic
comes very near to the lower end of the vertical, it's called irregular stress mark. And when this is the case, there's in the OpenType feature code, there's a special rule set and a special glyph that will be used that automatically connects these diacritics with the regular stress mark to form a connection between them. And this is for, I think it's about 9 different cases where this can happen with all the different forms of diacritics and all combinations that are possible.
So he went to a lot of work.
He did.
So that it would look really pretty effortlessly for everybody out there and for us.
Oh, for us,
yes.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of typing to do recently.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and with all the special glyphs I had to create to be able to combine these together, the Banu font has around a little bit over 900 glyphs in the font.
It's not as hard as it sounds, though. It really isn't.
Yeah, I've invested a lot of effort to make it easy to write. Yeah. And after this step, when you have the completed feature code with all special exceptions, and there are some things that Britton and me talked about and found out by working with the language. And for example, one day Britton sent me an email that, oh, we need a complete new consonant. Is this possible? Okay, yes, it's possible. And I think 2 hours later, I sent him the new set with all new consonants and vowel combinations because I had the completed components. It was just assembling them and form new syllables.
I think it was more like 20 minutes instead of 2 hours.
Okay.
He's very good. He's very, very good with fonts.
That's right. Didn't you? When did you guys introduce the currency symbols?
Kind of late
Yeah.
on, yeah.
Oh, yeah, really. We added them later in the.
Yeah, but I sent it to you, and I mean, an hour later, or maybe it was the next morning. But he's really fast. He's really good.
Mm-hmm.
And by doing this, we realized that all this currency and number situation had to be added to the Xi'An font too. So we directly expanded the Xi'An font with this functionality too.
Oh yeah, that's right. The creation of the Banu font helped us identify areas that we needed to patch in the Xi'an font.
Mm-hmm. It takes a village.
Yeah, it does. It does. It takes a village. It takes a lot of real use cases.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it helps. As always, it's just like a real language. It keeps developing. And it keeps changing. It keeps adapting to new situations as they arise. Just like the Banu.
Yeah. Just like the Banu. Shall we move on and take some questions?
Oh yeah. How much time do we have left? We probably have some time. We probably have a little bit of time.
I think they'll come warn us if we don't have time.
Yeah. But we'd be happy to take any questions that someone
Skip
has.
to the next
if we
slide.
have that.
Yeah.
What do you have? I'm going to repeat the question for the sake of the rest of the audience. Which human languages were helpful in inspiring the sounds of the Banu language?
So, no one or two languages specifically, but I would say the vowels are just kind of pan-European. You know, I like the Italian word die, so the I sound and the kind of, that came from that. But the initial nasals, like the M and the N coming before the consonants, those are common in African languages. The sonority hierarchy, I think, might be like just alien.
Is that pure Britain?
I don't know. I mean, I would love if somebody knows a human language that has a vowel sonority hierarchy rule like that. I really want to talk to you because I couldn't find one. So that might be the only thing that's uniquely alien about the way the language works. Yeah, they came from kind of all over the place. I mean, the vowels are pretty generic. Because we don't have consonants at the end, I thought we needed at least 6 vowels, but I also didn't want to make it complicated and put vowels in there that aren't broadly, easily pronounceable by lots of different cultures, human cultures.
Right, yeah.
So,
one of the challenges of making a truly alien language is that you do have to consider human limitations in speaking it, because we want human actors to be able to say it, for example, not only the fans, but like we do have to use our mouth parts to make the language happen.
Yeah. I mean, when I fantasize about other languages in the verse,
oh yes,
I think about some really kind of exotic stuff, but you know, this needs to be very approachable, and it also works with the Banu culture because they just adapt to everything. So it makes you think that it could very easily happen that anything that's not convenient for them as rampant traders, you know, having to interact with other people, it would just drop off. And their lifespan is very short compared to ours. So a generation is very short, so the language can change very rapidly, actually. Any more questions? Yes, over
here. Ooh, helpful microphone friend.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got two. One of them's about culture and the other one's about the written language.
All right.
In regards to the culture, I noticed you had 3 words for value. One which is inanimate, one that was organic, and one that is extreme value. So is it in Banu culture that there is a separation between non-organic and organic, but when it gets to a certain level, they just become like really valuable, and so there's no differentiation? And in regards to the written language, to write it out, like in Chinese, how you have to go from top and left to write out the symbols, is there a similar thing in the Banu language?
Okay.
The AFA thing is correct. That's a good observation.
Yeah, once anything gets to this level of just being especially important, again, it could be for value, but it could also be for a role in society or something like that. Actually, when I addressed Sherry in the dialogue, I called her Afatseri, and that means that I'm being respectful to her because because I do respect her, but also it's just a nice way to show that you're showing normal respect to somebody.
All right, and like if a Banu is trying to sell you something, they might call everything that they have AFA in a way to like subtly imply.
Yeah,
that
they
it's
might call their
great.
own stuff AFA too,
Yeah.
to try to trick you into haggling less, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, that can change. In the same example with wing, ipuma, being either this kind of wing or that kind of wing, things can shift too, and they can, to be really disrespectful, they wouldn't do it to your face, I wouldn't think, but behind somebody's back, they might call something so, which means, oh, that worthless piece of blank, talking about a thing that normally doesn't have so on it. So that can happen too, again, in playing with the language. And about the written language, it's written left to right, and a kind of normal, as we would think about it in English or European language order, but it's always centered. And the punctuation is a little bit different and funky. They have...
Oh, right. You can see an example of the punctuation here in this slide. It's punctuated at both the beginning and the end.
Yeah, so that circle, the half circle and the circle says we're starting a sentence here, and then the one at the end is that we're ending it here. And you'll get unusual things like what we would think of as an entire question in English, for example, will be a statement with a little tiny part in it that's a question. So they put the question marks just around the little tiny part that's a question.
Right.
So you'll find, you do have to learn some, not typical Englishy, European-y, Asian-y kinds of things to get the punctuation right in typing Banu.
Right. Was that a challenge to code, the punctuation at the beginning and end?
Yes, partly, because we use like in Spanish, we use at the beginning for the exclamation mark the upside down exclamation mark, and at the end the normal exclamation mark, and the same for the question mark. But I think the biggest challenge was to have the dot at the beginning and the dot at the end, because it's the same character you typed. You cannot differentiate directly, but I had to do this via rule sets. So there are special cases when you have start one sentence and stop it and start a new sentence, so that everything gets formatted right.
Yeah, and then the decimal point is different again. The decimal point is not the same as these periods for sentences.
Yeah.
And the numerals for numbers are very fun for people who like math.
Do we have any other questions? Hi. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering if the Banu language has any contractions or slang.
Oh, so many.
So it's almost nothing but contractions.
Yeah, it's almost all contractions.
And there are two different ways to speak Banu. There's Zopamba, which is like really carefully enunciating everything and saying every word separately. And then there's Zoyilo. And Zoyilo means just contracted, like everything runs together. So earlier, we were speaking primarily Zoyilo, meaning just the way Banu would to each other.
So that was all contractions.
Yeah, it's not really an idea of formality. The question was, is it a difference between being formal and informal?
Oh,
it's not really that. It's just that a contract, for example, would probably be written Zopamba, but that's because they're just thinking about it very, very carefully, and it would get more attention. But they don't really have a concept of formality around language the way we do. I mean, there's some, they would use different words, like they would use afa, and there's ceremonial things that they do that are about, propriety and being careful. But yeah, their default speech is all Zoyilo, which means just run everything together, and you have to ask them to speak Zopamba if you need them to.
Oh yeah, and they'd be happy to do so.
And they can, because they all the words are individual words, but those O's and those E's drop out all the time. And that's when something like foeto, which means it's mine or it belongs to me, just becomes feto. So the O just goes away, and you have to learn that that F at the beginning is really a different word that got glued onto ilo, so yilo, into the eto.
Right. I think there were some questions on this side of the room.
Yes, in the white shirt cap.
Can you speak?
Yeah, I can. I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Sorry. We saw 6 ways of writing the same glyph earlier.
Oh, all the different fonts.
Yes. The blue one was the formal one, right? Or does that mean this is the pure essence of the typo, and then it is written a different way by I don't know, users of the language that are maybe different in the way they are writing? So does that mean this is the same glyph written in different typos?
Yes, it's just a stylistic.
It's not a question of formal or informal way of writing it.
No, it's their idea of changing a style on something is just to attract attention to it. So they would, for documents that need like a long, complicated contract, they would tend to write that in a very simple, plain kind of font. But if they are trying to sell a new invention that they have borrowed from the Xi'An or something like that, they might put a really fancy font on it just so you would pay attention to their advertising.
Yeah, or one they made themselves, just, hey, look at this. This is great.
The font that Chris has built, the original easy to read, the one that I designed that's going to be released today, right?
Yes.
Is
the font itself will be up soon in the fan kit, but the Rust Society document is up right now.
Yeah, so you can go learn how to read it today. But that font is designed to be legible, even at small type sizes. Some of these things that I showed you earlier, where it looks like horns sticking out and all that other stuff, that would be more for like big advertising on a poster. Or
Absolutely. And let's get your question right there. Yeah, I saw you. So we don't have much time.
Thanks. Hello. Chris,
Hi.
can you help me? My English is not so good. I ask it in German, okay?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Haben Sie die körperlichen Gegebenheiten der Aliens mit berücksichtigt, als Sie die entwickelt haben, die Sprachen?
Okay. Did you think of the physiology of the Banu by developing the language? So, is there any specialties?
Oh yes.
Yes.
Very much.
Not in the sounds of the language, but in the vocabulary, and a lot of the cultural, the phrases, the common phrases. So one of the common phrases is when a human is talking to Banu, is can you speak more quietly? Because their hearing is very bad, so they yell all the time. So we are more likely to ask them to whisper to what is a whisper to them,
Yeah.
because it's too loud for us.
Well, from a Banu perspective, our ears are overly sensitive.
Yeah.
So they don't think of themselves as hard of hearing. They just think of us as really like, okay, I guess I'll whisper for you. I'll help your delicate ears. It's all a matter of perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah. And do we have any more questions before? Oh, so many. All right.
You talked about how Banu lend or borrow the languages or the words from other languages that they have contact with. How would they revert to someone who's well known, for instance, a well-known trader of the Terrans or of the UAE? So how would they convert a name that they would not pronounce in their proper language with the syllables and so on?
Oh, I see. They'll get as close as they can with
Yeah.
what they have the ability to pronounce. They might drop a syllable here or there. They were not necessarily dropping a syllable. They're just kind of compressing a syllable. Like what's your name? What's your name?
Sorry, I could.
Andrew.
Andrew. So Andrew would be Ando with an O that you would try not to say. There's a mark actually in the language that you can put on an O sound that says to the Banu, try not to pronounce this. So they could probably manage Andrew pretty well. Yeah, they could say that. Now, most names in Banu start, in fact, all native names in Banu start with a consonant. So a name starting with a vowel is kind of unusual to them because all the nouns in the language start with vowels. So there's an explanation in the document about what happens when you have a name like Henry, which they would call Enri or Yenri. You know, they do make some changes, but there's some hints in the document about what you would do to make your name work in Banu. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Good question.
Hi there. You mentioned how you came up with the concept of a language to be pronounceable by people for the purposes of acting.
Right.
But is there an appetite to make a language that could not be spoken by people and perhaps had to be synthesized to be used in the game?
I can't say either way that we have anything like that planned. It sounds like it would be, to me, that would be a really fun avenue to explore. There are some ideas that we've passed around among the narrative team that, again, I cannot get into, but oh, man.
I mean, as an idea, I have an appetite for it. But
yeah, definitely have an appetite for it.
We'll see how that plays out in the future.
And then the other question I had was, the glyphs are quite complex. Is there a sort of shorthand, handwritten version of the language that the player can write more quickly?
Yeah, nothing is published yet, and I wouldn't say that it's absolutely completely fleshed out yet, but in the early stages of prototyping what Banu might be as a written language, I did come up with a shorthand, but it is considerably harder to read than what you see up there because of what they do to get a cursive simplified writing out of that. So for the time being, the closest thing to writing will be, you saw it in some of the font looking things up there where it's just, the strokes are not so straight and formal, but there is a way to have pretty handwriting in Banu already in a couple of the examples in the document.
And just to emphasize, Banu as a language is very forgiving. As long as you get an approximation of the shapes that are in it, it doesn't have to be that perfect curve. It doesn't have to be that perfect balance. This is very much the Times New Roman to any English handwriting.
Yeah.
This is, you don't need to worry about getting this precisely right.
Yeah, the writing is based on these rules about the capsule, and as long as you have something that is a standard capsule-ish shape, and the openings are where they need to be, and the curves in them, I mean, if the curve is bumpy at the left and smooth at the right, then as long as it's always bumpy at the left and smooth at the right, it doesn't really matter how bumpy it is at the left.
Correct. Yeah.
There's a lot of tolerance, I think, for variation.
Mm-hmm.
Are we still good on time?
We were told we had 5 minutes a little while
Oh,
ago.
okay. So maybe one more question if anybody else has another.
Yeah, does anybody have? Yeah.
Okay, right in the middle.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can
Yeah, if
someone...
you could just speak louder. If you
No,
don't have
someone.
a mic. Perfect.
Colorful, yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, they like colorful, they like shiny things, but that doesn't necessarily mean everything is going to be like that. It's like human culture is very many and varied. We tend to like fashionable things, we tend to like nice things, but not all of us do, basically.
Yeah, and they I mean, again, this is my assumption, so I invite you, Afaseri, to correct me if I'm wrong. But they want their customer to be happy too, right?
They do, yes.
So it would not be unusual for them to adapt something, not necessarily to their own personal cultural taste, in the hopes that it would make, non-Banu happy about something.
Right. All right.
Okay.
So thank you so much for all the time that you took today to attend our panel. We loved your questions. We loved being able to tell you about the Banu language that we worked so hard on for the past year. And we're looking forward to seeing what you do with it now that it's out in the world.
Sorry, and one thing I wanted to add. Currently in Spectrum, we have the Washan, the Xi'An chat room.
Yeah, we do.
I hope that I think there will be added a
That's
Banu
right.
chat room.
We added a Banu chat room today, this morning. So if you want to go talk in Banu, you can do it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the very first annual CitizenCon cosplay contest. My name is Molly. I will be your host. I am on the community team here at CIG. I have 3 incredible judges with me, 2 from the character team, Jeremiah Lee, who is our lead concept artist, and Gage Hallman, who is our lead character technical artist. There was a last-minute substitution, so our 3rd judge is not from the character team. Who are you?
No, he's not. The 3rd judge is none other than Disco Lando. Hi, everybody. Shout out to Shane Hessler, wherever you are. Get better.
You're going to give me the sunglasses back, right?
No, they fit really well.
Oh, my God.
Do I not look good? They're mine.
Sorry, Molly. All right, carry on.
It's your show, Molly.
We have incredible cosplayers from around the world who have come to compete for some fantastic prizes. Our first place will receive a Mustang Omega, as well as a Corsair K68 RGB mechanical keyboard with Cherry MX red switches. Our second place will also receive a Mustang Omega, as well as a Corsair Void RGB Elite Gaming headset. And our third place will receive a Mustang Omega and an M55 RGB Pro Corsair Gaming mouse. Thank you to our sponsors for providing those prizes. So let's go ahead and get into it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Our first cosplay is actually a group cosplay by Silkenail and 2 other incredible cosplayers. They are the UEE Naval Officers. You guys look fantastic. Do you want to tell me a little bit about your costumes?
Hi, we are UEE Navy officers. There is some captain and I'm a lieutenant. And we made our costume thanks to a teasing from Squadron 42.
All right, judges, do you have any questions for this group?
I'm speechless because like I've only seen these in game, and it's just so weird seeing it in real life. Oh wow, he really is speechless. I'm so sorry. Were you basing off of a specific character in Squadron 42, or was it just the outfit in general?
Myself, someone with a beard.
I use the only female characters. We base ourselves on the characters we see on the teasers and the only woman I see.
I just gotta say, the attention to detail is incredible. Especially the flaps and just all of these little ornaments. Like, they've been heated discussion within the company and during concept, so to see you kind of recreate them is actually very impressive. Wait, Molly, am I allowed to look?
Let's bring him back. Bring him over here. So
Yeah, would you guys like to come back over here?
Yeah.
I won't touch you, I promise.
No, stop here. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, wonderful.
Look at how good that is right there.
That's the old version.
It's so good.
All
right.
There's no logo anymore.
Even the
But
stitching.
in the old
That
one,
is so
there
cool.
was.
Yeah.
All right.
You guys are These are missing great. out, man. This is really cool up close. Oh, that is so cool. What material is this? You should have said gold or silver. Plastic kind of cheapens it a little bit.
You know, budget cuts in the Navy.
I planned on being I was planning on being the ass, but this is really good. Actually. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much.
Our second cosplayer is Dennis Parker, cosplaying a Hurston Lorville baghead pilot.
Oh no.
Yeah!
Nobody wants that, Disco.
Thank you. Can you tell me a little bit about your cosplay?
Well, first off, it was Disco Lando who said not to, so I took that as a challenge.
Yes, my roommate is our legal counsel. You can breathe in there, right?
Yes.
All right, I asked, Toast. I asked.
Judges, do you have any questions?
How do you breathe in that? You just do?
Just do.
You guys don't want to know like how we came up with this plastic bag helmet in the first place. I feel like I'm seeing one of our memes coming to life. It's amazing.
What does it smell like in there?
Oh man.
Steam.
Okay, come here.
All right, thank you so much. Our next group consists of Admiral Hawk and Captain Partak as a Navy Admiral and an Admiral's aide. Can you tell me a little bit about your cosplay?
Yeah, we're members of the United Emperor of Earth Naval Reserves, and this is the away attire from going down to planet, so it's a bit more practical than uniforms you've seen previously from the naval officers. Yeah.
Perfect. Judges?
You guys are just chilling, right? It's kind of, yeah.
I want to call out, and this might be a little hypocritical for me, but the beard really makes it. This is recognizing your strengths and going, I'm going to build a costume around your personal strengths. The beard sells it. Good job, man.
I guess a beard is part of your cosplay, right? I guess that
In that cosplay, yes.
Right.
Imagine him
it's
without
just
a beard.
glued on. It's not natural.
Pointing at me.
All
See, it
right,
wouldn't
thank
work
you
without
so
the beard.
much.
Thank you so much. It's really cool. Actually, can you stop by here?
Yeah, let
real
me see the
quick?
patches.
Ignore my creepy face. Just
Okay. Let me see there. Oh, you got on the other shoulder.
do a little spin
Now-
for me. So creepy.
These aren't the
I'm
ones
sorry.
we sold. These aren't the ones. Now,
You put the reserves
yes,
on it. That is
they have taken the patches that we made available on the RSI store like years ago and modified them.
Is that legal?
I will make it legal.
Okay, all right.
My roommate is legal.
All right, we're good.
Sorry, Toast. We'll talk again.
Sorry, Toast.
All right, thank you guys so much. Our next cosplayer is Captain Bosch, cosplaying an original inverse character.
It's so crazy.
Can you tell us a little bit about your cosplay?
Yeah, it's really hot. I've tried to, it's my imagining of the outlaw armor.
Any questions, judges?
So I gotta know, what are these pads made of? Because like they just look great. Like all your armor and padding and everything. Yeah, yeah.
Well, I'm not great at making things from scratch, so I've tried to repurpose things where I can. I've used a lot of sort of airsoft gear, tried to just add my own touches, like an old Origin patch I had from back in the day and my concierge citizen card.
What's the dog tags on your belt?
Well, dog tags.
Oh, okay. I thought it was super special. I'm sorry.
Sometimes dog tags are just dog tags.
They're just dog tags.
Let me see your helmet.
Yeah, I'm very curious about this.
I asked for it first.
Wait, let me take a look at it. I want to see the inside.
Was this 3D printed?
No, it's an airsoft helmet, so I've repurposed it.
Oh, it looks like very accurate, man.
Oh.
Yeah, it does look. It's an airsoft helmet, but it has-
Strikingly similar.
Is that a critique? Whose work is that a critique of?
I was using real life references when I was concepting this. Thank you so much for the cosplay.
Toast, Jeremiah will be talking to you after the show.
Thank you so much.
Awesome, man.
Thank you.
Our next cosplayer is Solar Mute, cosplaying as a Ninetales outlaw in full Inquisitor armor with a Morning Star helmet.
Nice.
That just sounds impressive. I haven't even looked at it yet. That just sounds
Oh my God! Yes! Yes! Woo! Oh!
Get back.
Oh my God! What is happening?
This is incredible.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about your cosplay?
Yeah, so I'm here representing the Ninetales, which you guys have us all wrong. We make your economy work, and if you want to talk about villains, have you guys seen Hurston Security? Like, I saw a guy just looking at an M50, and they shot him for literally 7 minutes. So, Ninetales good. Ninetales good.
Judges,
Come on,
questions, pictures, whatever you would like
Let me
to do.
nerd out for a second.
Say, I am the scourge of the Stanton system.
I am the scourge of the Stanton system.
The voice makes it.
Is it delicate?
It is, yeah, it's all 3D printed,
Okay.
so the layers are pretty thin.
You hold me, just. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I just gotta get a closer look. This is so good, man.
Wait, can you check his rigging on this?
Oh yeah. Let's see how accurate. I set this one up myself, so.
Oh, no kidding.
This is.
Gage is a technical artist. One of his jobs is to actually take the armor and actually make it work and function and move.
It's good, man.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Really good.
Our next cosplayer, Astrojack, is cosplaying as a bounty hunter.
Wait, does he have a Playboy logo on his shoulder pad? Well, not really. It's.
For the purposes of the conversation I'm going to have with Toast after this, no, it does not.
Okay. Would you like to tell us a little bit about your cosplay?
My stuff, other than the boots and the helmets, all EVA foam, platform foam for kids. And it's my first time doing cosplay and working with EVA foam.
First time? No way.
Thanks.
It's very hot in here.
So I can see that your team capes like myself. I get criticized all the time, and all the fans always send me pictures of Edna with no cape memes. But I appreciate your cape.
It's all just fun.
That is amazing. Okay, I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna break it.
You guys are really touchy.
Okay, I will touch.
Touch him, Jeremiah.
Okay, I'm touching you. Wait,
Touch him, Gage. Touch him.
Oh, that's really cool. This all foam?
Yeah, all foam.
You got the screws in there and everything, man.
Are you taking pictures of me touching people?
I've got it recorded.
Oh no! Oh, thank you so much. That's great. That's great.
We're done.
Thank you so much.
That was Astrojack?
That was Astrojack, yes. Our next cosplayer, Blood Beach, is cosplaying an AAWA security fleet officer.
Blood Beach?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Wow. That is amazing.
Gotta appreciate the swagger.
Oh, it hurts.
And he's a gentleman.
Hey. Would you like to tell us a little bit about your cosplay?
About my cosplay. Okay, it's my first time cosplaying. I bought. Other stuff I found under my couch. I don't know where it came from, but it was there. This is a 3D print of my character. Help me, God. It is a. Ask the jury. This is a Kraken. Yeah, thank you so much. This is a Kraken, of course. How dare you?
I swear, if it had been a Carrick, I was going to throttle him.
Well, yeah. That's me.
Any questions, judges?
So that is a contact lens, right?
I'm sorry?
That is a contact lens, right?
Okay. This is a contact lens, yeah.
I love the commitment.
For God's sake, yeah.
Yeah.
God, what if it hadn't been? How awkward would that have been for you?
And
you just went right out there like a child.
I'm just trying to appreciate.
Jared, it actually, it hurts. So if you could get on with all that I could. It burns like hell, man.
I love it. I love it.
I had
Look,
like 5 questions.
Sean Tracy can ignore the notes in his thing and go off and say when Theaters of War comes out. He can do whatever. But
So like, I'm sorry, I'm delaying your pain, but like your on your legs, did you stitch those together on top of your pants?
This thing?
No, on your right leg.
That thing?
Yeah.
Well, this is from the, where you buy stuff when you get hurt somewhere, and this is actually, you can get this everywhere.
I'm thinking things.
I got this from an army store, and I think if I put the Geiger counter on it, maybe it does something bad.
what
I
if
don't
that
know.
had been an actual bandage and actually hurt him? So
Why are they
people?
so
You're just...
honest? Why can't they be like, oh, I killed a man and I put this on?
Because he's a decent person.
Oh, that's right.
Guys, the eye.
I'm sorry.
All
You were
right,
great.
you're done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
His name was
You
Blood
gotta
Beach.
love somebody that suffers for their art.
Oh yeah.
Our next cosplayer is Director Gernot, who is cosplaying an ISTA uniform from his org.
Oh. Wow.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about your cosplay and your org?
Thank you. This uniform is the style from our corporation, the Imperial Staff Force, Staff Fleet of Austria. And for me, it was very important to bring our colors from our flag, Austria flag, on my uniform. So the white and the red style, and our eagle in Austria is black, and so also I want to combine it with the black style too.
Any questions, judges?
Are the shoelaces red? As,
Yeah.
Like, as part of the uniform?
It was also important that the red one, yeah.
Okay, wow. How do you... I don't necessarily have to answer this question for video games. How do you put it on?
Pardon?
How do you put it on, the jacket?
Okay.
Don't take it off.
Let me ask the questions. I'm curious.
It's no problem. It's like this from the Star Trek style, from Captain Kirk. So you can open it.
That's cool, yeah.
And bring it in style.
So did you sew this together yourself?
It is a combination of 3 styles of uniforms, and a tailor made it for me.
Can I be creepy just for 1 second? Can you lift your neck first? Your head first?
Can you be creepy for 1 second?
Yes, also from our corporation.
Well, we're doing this live, right?
Very cool.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's really cool. I love it.
Now, I'm going to say, you get, this guy, what was this, Gernot? Gernot?
Gernot.
Gernot? You get 10 points for creating an outfit for your org. Congratulations. But you lose 50 points because the last person I knew who did that was my dad. Hi, Dad.
Our next cosplayer is Broadsword, who is cosplaying a retired UEEN captain now freelancing around the verse with his compatriots in Eagle's Nest.
Wow.
Broadsword.
Oh, wow.
Good classic Wing Commander name, which I only know because of Ben Lesnick.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about your cosplay?
Yeah, it's a leather jacket my wife won't let me wear anymore, so I put some badges on it, and here I am.
Any questions, judges?
Your wife wouldn't let you wear the jacket anymore, so you turned it into a costume?
Why not?
10 points.
A true rebel. So you were like, my wife doesn't like it, so I'll just wear it to CitizenCon.
10 more points.
10 more points. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our next cosplayer is Jail, who is a very well-traveled citizen with an outfit from various sources in the lore.
See, his bag lights up.
Would you like to tell us a little bit more about your cosplay?
Sure. I made a T-shirt based off a single paragraph of lore in the Xi'An guide. It is like a reference to like a punk rebellious company, and that's this. So I made the logo and the text. It says, "Everyone be crazy like humans." So it's like a call to rebellion. And then I made a hat with lights.
Can you actually read the Xi'An? I'll give you 10 points if you can read.
Oh, that says "Etwe mama."
I know what it means, but how does it sound?
Etwe mama. Oh, mama.
Louder.
Etwe mama.
You know,
Britain,
I
are
don't
you in
speak Xi'An. I'll believe you. That's like
I mean, they made my name the word for amazing in Xi'An because I learned it. So I've been giving people these stickers all day which say, "Hi, my name is Joe."
Oh, that is so cool.
There you go.
Don't roll off the stage. You're at the edge of the stage.
That's so. How are you breathing in that?
Carefully, and for about 20 minutes at a time.
Oh, okay. So this panel lasts for 30 minutes, you know, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna die.
Okay. That's really cool.
All right. Thank you so much. Our last but definitely not least cosplayer is Sigelian, who is cosplaying as the CEO of Ultima Energy, the CEO of the future.
Oh, I love the neck piece.
Wow, it sparkles.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about the CEO of the future?
I love to, Molly. Yeah. Well, the future is bright. Much like the white coat here, it's so bright, so sparkly. That's how I look at the future. Anyways, yeah, my outfit, you're asking about the outfit, right?
Yes.
All right, yeah, actually, I used to be a cargo pilot before I was CEO. I used to go around Crusader all the time, in the Crusader system. Anyways, you can get this stuff at the Art Corp. Shoes are at Area 18, I think. I can't, Area 17 or 18, I always mix those two up, but yeah, you can get it all Casaba. Hey, Casaba people out here, anybody? No? Okay, well, you can get this all at Casaba, right? Available now. Jacket, HURL1, I believe, one of the LaGrange R&Rs. Anyways, that's it. Sorry, a little bit of a throat.
Good. Judges, any questions?
I love your suit, but I just can't stop looking at your Crocs.
Yeah, actually, the shoes of the future, my friend. The shoes of the future. Yeah, like
He said Crocs.
Not crotch, Crocs.
No,
I said Crocs.
But then you said it afterwards.
Yeah. You can actually get these at Area 18, Mr. Lando, if you like. I could show you sometime. I'd be happy to.
No,
very fashionable.
All I can think, looking at you, is those glasses aren't as ridiculous as the ones we just put in the game for
Ask me
subscribers.
about the glasses. Ask me about the glasses. You can get these I had to, everything else you can get in Stanton. I had to import these all the way from Earth. Can you believe that? That distance just for a pair of glasses.
Well, subscribers can get even crazier glasses available now in the subscriber exclusive store. Some of them go this high on your head.
Well, thank you so much.
All right.
So while we give our judges time to deliberate and decide our winners, we're going to go ahead and give a warm round of applause to everyone who entered. Thank you so much. Your cosplays are amazing.
Wait, they're all out of order.
But you have the description. You bring that. This card gave you the descriptions.
Oh.
You brought the wrong card.
Thank you, Molly.
Actually, I gotta get my bike too.
All right, I know mine.
I gotta say, so you're gonna pass out in T-3 to. No, you look fine. You can see the steam.
So Chris Roberts loves interior helmet lighting as well, plus 10 more points.
All right, wrap it up, guys. We got Tony waiting.
Oh, sorry, Tony.
Okay. I can't put my mic down. Can you mute me?
Can we mute Jared for a second, please? So we can
It's a banana.
deliberate.
While they take time to deliberate, do you guys want to get together for a group picture? Come all over here, strike a pose. All right. All right. Thank you guys so much.
Otter even, we weren't even doing wrong. You put up, hey, ready? 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 Go. Okay, so that is, all right, we're ready. Is my mic on? Mic back on?
Our judges have
Hello.
a decision.
All right. Who wants to do number 3? Who wants to do third place? Gage.
Okay.
Announce third place.
I can't read this. Point it out to me.
Okay. Third place. I'll do it. It's not like I don't do this for a living.
fine.
Third place is Dennis Parker, the Hurston Lorville Baghead Pilot. You never forget your first baghead. Okay. Number 2. You want to do this one? Or am I going to do them all?
You know, you're doing so
Okay.
great. Why don't you do them all?
Second place, Silkenell and Group, the UE Naval Officers. And finally, the grand prize for the first annual CitizenCon cosplay contest hosted by Molly, but I'm talking Solar Mute, the Nine-Tails Outlaw in full Inquisitor armor with Morningstar helmet.
Thank you all so much. Congratulations, guys, and thank you to everyone who entered. Your cosplays
thank you
were
guys so
amazing.
much for
We are
this.
so excited to do this again next year and can't wait to see what you create. Congratulations again to the winners, and thank you to everyone.
All right, well, we exit the stage and make room for Tony. We got Ulf somewhere in the building. Ulf, where are you?
I'm right here in the marketplace, Jared. Hey, I'm right here in the marketplace,
Wow,
Jared.
that was
I wish I had crafting skills like this to come up with the cosplay, but unfortunately I don't. So I'm here interviewing people, and I'm here with Chris. He's one of the projects that have a community booth. And Chris, why don't you tell us a bit about the booth that you're having right here?
Yeah, my Xi'An workshop, I translate names that are coming to my booth, players or gamers that are coming to my booth, and I translate the names into Xi'An, and then I paint the names with Japanese calligraphy brush on rice paper, and do my signature stamp on it, and then they can get it for free to go.
And how many names did you write today already?
Today, I think I wrote around 40 to 50 names. And my backlog is still around 30 names or something.
Wow, so you've got a lot of stuff to do.
Yeah.
Okay, how have you always been interested in languages, or how do you come to translating stuff in Xi'An?
I'm a big sci-fi fan because of Star Citizen, sure. And 2 years ago, I was at CitizenCon. I was in the audience, and Britton Watkins was presenting on a panel the new Xi'An language. And then I decided I learn the language, and I do everything to get fluent in it. And I directly started creating learning materials like learning cards or in apps for the smartphones with the alphabet. And by creating the course, I learned the alphabet, and then I continued to. I could read the letters, but then I wanted to write the letters. And then I looked at the official document, and I saw there was no font you could use easily. And then I decided to just buy a font design software and start from zero, and create an easy to use Xi'an font. And after 6 months of work and working through the document and integrating all special cases, I had a working font that could write all Xi'an text in the Xi'an document. And at this point, I sent the font to Britton Watkins for him if it's useful to him. And then he was very intrigued, and he directly asked me if he can send it to CIG. And then I said yes, sure, use it. I wanted players to use it in game, so CIG would have to use it to create the content.
All right, Chris. If I wanted to learn Xi'An, how long would it take me?
I think about maybe 1 year, so yeah. So that we have multiple learning materials like the alphabet course, where you can learn the alphabet. Then we have a memorize course with around 900 words currently, there where you can learn the vocabulary.
Okay, talking about vocabulary, what is goodbye in Xi'An?
Goodbye in Xi'An is athlego.
So let's both say athlego.
Athlego.
And we give it back to the main stage.
Okay.
Get those lights brighter. Okay, so hi, I'm Tony Zervek, and I'm the Director of Persistent Universe for Star Citizen. I'll be doing the lead vocals tonight, and over here on my right on the keyboard is Jake Mealy, our economy designer from Austin.
Hi.
And we're going to be showing you something pretty interesting tonight, and I want to make sure to call out our guitar and bass players back in Montreal, Martin and Robert Lizy.
Yeah, that's right.
They spent a lot of time working with us over the last 4, 5, 6 months, very, very intensely on what we're going to be revealing tonight. It's been a bit of a stealth project recently. We've actually shown it to very few people within Cloud Imperium because we wanted to get it to a level of maturity to where it was very easy for people to understand what the benefits of this new technology were going to be. And I'm going to give you a glimpse of it tonight, but you're going to need some background information to truly appreciate it, so bear with me for a bit and you'll see why we consider it a quantum leap. So, as everybody here obviously knows, Star Citizen is a very ambitious project. Our goal is to deliver a variety of incredibly detailed solar systems that behave in logical fashion and to then give you ample freedom to follow your interests, whatever they may be. Thus far, we've been focused entirely on a single system, Stanton, which includes 4 planets, 12 moons, 225 economic nodes, 44 trading outposts, 13 rest stops, and 50 asteroid fields. So yeah, it's really big. The point of this presentation then is to give you a better understanding of how, when the first one's taken so long, we're aiming to kick things into overdrive so that we can deliver new systems much more quickly. This involves, obviously, a lot of different areas: procedural generation of terrain, modular art sets, algorithmic detailing of buildings and interiors, and a lot of other stuff. For the purposes of this talk, though, I'm going to focus on what I call the dynamic content. So, what is dynamic content? Dynamic content responds to player and NPC actions in logical fashion. It's systemic. This means that the universe is in constant motion, which makes it a far more interesting place to explore. Most missions should, of course, be dynamic in nature. They should only be offered when there's an actual need for something. This might take the form of a factory that needs some aluminum to create a retail product, a criminal that needs to be brought to justice, or someone that needs a lift from one location to another. At their core, missions are services provided by one party for the benefit of another, and they are therefore one of the fundamental ways by which imbalances in the economy can be addressed. Likewise, economic nodes, which include things like refineries, factories, and retail shops, need to be dynamic since they must continually take into account the various market forces and adjust accordingly. When demand for something outstrips supply, whether it's iron ore, bullets, or ship repairs, you expect prices to rise. And conversely, when there's an excess of something, you expect that prices will fall. There's more to it, of course. Concepts like marginal demand and price discovery require a fair bit of math, but in the end, it's all about the constant search for equilibrium as production and consumption levels vary. I'll get around to explaining probability volumes in more detail in a bit, but suffice to say for now that they dictate what you encounter as you travel through a given area. As such, they should definitely be dynamic. So, for example, if a new field of asteroids rich in valuable commodities is discovered, you'd expect to find a lot of NPC miners in the area, but as the resources are gradually depleted, their numbers should start to fall off. Pirates should gravitate toward areas with a lot of value to plunder and recoil as the amount of security ticks up. So let's look into each of these areas in a bit more detail and see why we've struggled to set up a single solar system and at the same time get a precise understanding of what needs to happen so that we can start moving a lot faster. We'll start with the missions. A Star Citizen mission is fundamentally just a container for code and data, similar in concept to a class in any of a multitude of modern-day programming languages. Inputs can be passed into a mission from either the runtime environment or services to allow for customization. This allows designers to do things like, say, inject the type and quantity of cargo, whether the ship should be damaged or not, and where the ship should be heading, into a generic transport scenario so that we can reuse the same framework for a lot of different situations. Missions can have content tags embedded within themselves to denote their composition, whether they contain security, pirates, freighters, miners, asteroids, or some kind of a combination. Missions can also have thematic tags applied. These don't specify physical content, but rather detail the headline story behind the scenario that a designer created. So designers can differentiate between a straightforward pirate encounter versus one that includes an ambush. Once these descriptors have been assigned, the missions are injected into a database that other systems can access so that they can be instantiated and customized depending upon the situation. This, however, is where we start to run into some major problems. Designers have to explicitly link missions to various constructs within the game, an NPC mission giver, for example, or a probability volume covering the area around yellow. This is time-consuming and greatly complicates maintenance. If a content tag, like pirate, is split into subtags like pirate light and pirate heavy so that we can have more control over what we're aiming to instantiate, you have to go to every place you had assigned the original mission category and individually determine which of the new ones should be enabled. Worse, this isn't dynamic at all. Mission content is fixed to specific NPCs and locations, so there's no evolution. The universe is completely static. Another major problem is that we don't have sufficient context to properly customize the missions. At a macro level, the game doesn't really understand the concept of a route, much less what miners traversing that route should be carrying, or what condition they should be in, or which direction they should be if if they're empty, heading towards a mine, or full, bringing the results of their efforts back to a refinery. This lack of context means that we can't exploit a mission's ability to have information injected into it for customization, and that means that you see a lot less diversity, despite requiring just as much work. The last problem, and it's a big one, is that there's no NPC regulation of the mission content. Missions are the basic units of work for the economy, and if someone doesn't do what needs to be done, then everything grinds to a halt. In a properly functioning system, NPCs need the ability to step up if players aren't going to, and the risk reward justifies the effort, and do the work themselves. If a commodity can be purchased at one location and sold at another for a dramatic markup, and there isn't enough cost or risk involved in the transport to warrant the differential, NPCs should seize the opportunity and move the material themselves until the price starts to make sense. So let's talk about economic nodes now. An economic node is an entity within the game which might be represented via an actual storefront, a kiosk, a UI interface, or an NPC that possesses an item manifest detailing the items it wants to buy or sell, storage capacity, and a fair bit of data related to determining prices. This includes refineries that process ore, factories that produce goods, and retail stores where you buy finished products. Factory inputs aren't explicitly denoted, but are instead derived from the production formulae of whatever they manufacture. Prices, what economic nodes are willing to pay for their inputs, and what they want in order to sell, are determined algorithmically based upon the rate of change of their inventory versus the tangent of a pricing curve. This means that they're smart enough to, say, raise the price of what they're selling even when their inventory is low if they detect that they're being resupplied at a sufficient rate to get where they want to be in a reasonable amount of time. So clearly there's some dynamism happening here, which is fantastic. Unfortunately, that's where the good news ends. As with missions, economic nodes don't have any real context in terms of supply and demand, and there's no systemic flow of goods throughout the economy. Why does a refinery want ore? Why is an NPC willing to buy some drugs from you? Where does the shop get the goods that it's selling? Right now, the answer to all these questions is the same. We fake it. Economic nodes conjure up their own supply and demand out of thin air. If a node is designated as wanting to purchase a particular item, for example, designers dictate a formula that describes how that inventory will be gradually burned off so that they want more. These products you deliver to a node then, they don't actually go anywhere. There's no real demand. This is impossible to balance because while production and consumption are fixed, the player count isn't. Sometimes 100 players are interacting with an economic node, and sometimes none. And I mention this because behind the scenes, at the economic level, all of the players, despite being on different servers, really are connected to one single system. A real economy is a tangled web of dependencies, and you can't expect logical results when its gears can completely seize up due to the action or inaction of players. What we really need then is NPC regulation of the system, for NPCs to purchase items when they need them, thus keeping the demand side logical, while stepping in to help with the supply when players don't and the risk reward warrants it. This has ripple effects into other areas. If the demand for missiles spiked because there was a lot of combat, you'd expect that the commodities used to construct those missiles would start to rise in price. And you'd also expect to see more miners and freighters working to alleviate that shortage. If the price got high enough that those transports would be carrying a lot of value, so you'd expect piracy to increase, at which point you should start to see a lot more security patrols and requests for combat escorts. A simple change in demand then should be able to alter not only what you see as you travel throughout the system, but also the available missions. These kinds of knock-on effects, in fact, should happen regardless of whether any player is in an area, and that's a separate problem I'll talk about more when we get to probability volumes. So let's take a quick look at what it means to set up an economic node. As I mentioned, there are about 225 economic nodes within the Stanton system, and many of them deal with a lot of different items. Each of these items can specify its own production or consumption formula, along with a lot of other information, storage space, optimal inventory level, price offsets, and much more. This information can be archetyped, but of course the world's a lot more interesting if every economic node is a bit different, so there's still a lot of customization that winds up happening. So now let's take a look at the economic nodes around a typical planetary system. And finally, let's take a look at the economic nodes around the entire Stanton solar system. That's a tremendous amount of data to set up and maintain as we're routinely adding new items and changing prices. And the worst part is that it's all extremely rigid. There's no way to have an economic node increase how much of something it produces or consumes because those things are attached to formulae that have no understanding of external events. So right now, designers try their best to brute force this stuff, to make it feel like it's a systemic world, even if it's not. If an area is configured to have a lot of pirates, they increase the price offsets and demand for goods at nearby nodes. If the number of pirates is subsequently decreased, or maybe more security is added to the area, then the nodes are updated to reflect that fact. It's a ton of work, and while this sort of hand tweaking does yield something that feels vaguely logical, if static, it's definitely not a real solution, and it doesn't even begin to address the major problems. Now we come to the last of the major areas for which I wanted to illustrate the problems that we currently face. So, what is a probability volume? A probability volume is an area of space that contains information detailing what you should see as you pass through the area. It's an optimization of sorts in that it allows us to achieve a desired effect, a certain number of pirates in an area, or a particular likelihood of encountering a freighter filled with iron ore, without having to burn a lot of computational horsepower simulating things when there are no players around to see it. This is accomplished via linking mission content tags to probability curves that span all or part of the expanse of the volume. So for example, you can denote that security ships are commonplace near Port Olisar and gradually fall off over a couple hundred kilometers, whereas it's very rare to see pirates who would prefer to avoid security close to Port Olisar, but more likely to see them as you get farther away. There are quite a few different types of curves denoting, because until a player actually accepts one of these missions and heads to that location, there are a variety of probabilities. I think some of our notes got screwed up here. Anyway, so one of the more interesting types of curves is the spoofing curve, which allows missions to skirt the normal rules, requiring that they can only be created in the proximity of a player. And this is done so that an NPC can request that you travel to them to provide something they desire, in which case, obviously, we can't limit them to only existing in yours or another player's immediate proximity. This is how combat assist is currently handled, and we'll be adding some other things like NPC refuel and NPC passenger transport in the near future. The reason it's called spoofing is because we only keep a small stub active on the back end, which is way more efficient. We've got other types of curves. There are reinforcement curves that allow designers to dictate how quickly backup tends to arrive when you've been identified as a felon. And we also have the ability to modulate that time according to how far away you are from the place you were last spotted and how long ago that was. There are bounty hunter curves, which allow us to link to a probability, which allow us to link a probability to your wanted level so that we can increase the encounter frequency when they'd actually be hunting you and otherwise keep them very rare. Let's continue on, though, and get a better understanding of how exactly probability volumes works. Here we have an area of space that's marked up as having a certain probability of pirates and freighters, security, asteroids, and derelict ships. Now let's go ahead and activate all of that content. That's a lot of content to simulate when no one is around to see it. A lot of pathfinding NPCs, animations, vehicle physics, collision detection. Now let's go ahead and introduce a player and clear the board. Those pirates and freighters and everything else, they still exist, but only in a probabilistic state. As the player traverses through the volume, we roll the dice on the various curves and force the probabilities to make a choice. Does that content exist at that location or doesn't it? Here, the player gets a hit from the asteroid probability. So the mission database is then queried to find missions with the associated content tag, dynamic parameters injected, and the mission is instantiated. And now a bit later, the player trips the freighter probability and then eventually runs into a pirate. The key point here is that much of the world exists as a superposition of probabilities until a player gets sufficiently close that the wave functions collapse, at which point we instantiate them and start simulating the full-blown entities. One of the quirks with probability volumes is that they usually represent a variety of low-frequency events. Space is big after all, and even in a pretty heavily populated area, you shouldn't be running into other ships all that often. The problem is that the likelihood of multiple events happening simultaneously is a product of their probabilities, meaning that it's very unlikely you'd ever see two or more at the same time. So let's go ahead and see what this means in practice. Here's a player traversing a probability volume. He makes it through a good part of it before the freighter's probability curve determines that an encounter has occurred, at which point the probability volume queries the mission database with the freighter tag and instantiates a compatible mission. The player continues on, and shortly thereafter, the pirate's probability curve indicates a hit, which triggers another lookup into the mission database. There's nothing fundamentally wrong with this. In fact, it's a pretty accurate representation of what you'd realistically expect to see. Two rare events happening on their own schedule. The systemic behavior of the freighter and the pirate, even if spawned separately, would allow them to logically react to one another. So if they were spawned in close enough proximity, the pirate might even attack the freighter. The problem is that this approach lets the algorithms dictate too much of the experience, and if you're not careful, this can lead to the gameplay starting to feel very formulaic. What we really want is the ability for designers to craft more custom content and to then have a mechanism by which we can trigger it such that it all feels logical, if a bit lucky in the timing. Our slides seem to be stuck.
Our slides are stuck. My microphone is dead.
Yeah, we seem to be having a couple technical problems.
Yeah, there it is. Hello. Oh. CitizenCon, am I right? CitizenCon, am I right?
Yeah. All right. What do you think? We can just show them.
We can just do Q&A.
We can just
We could still jump, but I'm sure they'll get this. I'm sure they'll get this resolved in a second. So I'd hate to skip ahead. Like I said, this is the medicine you'll have to take so that you can fully appreciate what we're going to get to in a few minutes. I know it's a little bit odd to spend the first 20 minutes talking about all the problems with the game and how they've made creating one solar system so incredibly difficult, but I do think it will help clarify the value of what we're going to be showing a little bit later.
Okay. I think we're good.
Okay, so we're back in live. So what we do instead of basically allowing the algorithms to entirely control what you see is we defer the activation for a short period of time and bend the probabilities of other things so that we're more likely to get a combination than would otherwise be the case. So they once again the player once again triggers the freighter's probability, but rather than, you already got it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're running a little bit ahead. But basically what you've seen here is the player hit the freighter's probability, held on to it. We bent the probabilities to increase the likelihood of anything else being able to be attached. In this case, that involved the freighter. It involved the pirate, rather. So why does this matter? Think about a pirate and a freighter being created separately. It's going to take a good while for the pirate to close the distance with the freighter, disable it, park next to it, and board it. This means that you'd never come upon a situation where the freighter's already been disabled and the pirates are rampaging through the ship, so you'd better hurry if you want to save the crew. That's actually a really interesting scenario, though, one that'd be a lot of fun to experience. So while we're fine with the systemic functionality, driving things by default, we want to be able to bend things towards more interesting situations without it ever feeling too random every once in a while. The problem with probability volumes, then, all comes down to their construction. Each one, and there are lots of them, contains a litany of curves and associated data and is set up by hand, which is time-consuming and requires constant updating as other things change. One of the main reasons why they're so difficult to maintain is that many of the variables that a probability volume details should impact one another. More security in an area should, of course, impact the number of pirates, but because they're all handled independently, designers have to be very careful when modifying them. Mistakes are inevitably made, which results in a lot of sleuthing around to figure out what broke or is now poorly balanced and how to resolve it. The worst thing, though, is that they're static. If an area has a lot of pirates, it will always have a lot of pirates. There's nothing you or the NPC population can do to change that. Rewards won't vary based upon the level of threat in an area because the threat is always the same. A new commodity discovery won't cause miners to move in to exploit it and won't in turn attract pirates eager to prey on them. Demand for security patrols and escorts for that area won't increase in response to the pirates, and the pirate threat won't recede as a result. What we really need then is a way to dynamically derive the probability curves based upon what's happening, or rather should be happening when we manage to resolve all these problems I've been pointing out across the solar system. So I've called out a lot of very serious problems, things that require enormous amounts of bandwidth to set up and maintain and that still fail to deliver the experience we want. What we actually want is a dynamic, logical universe. We want the demand for goods and services to be the result of a legitimate economic need, and we must have sufficient runtime context so that we can customize these modular mission templates. NPCs must be able to contribute in helping to turn the gears of the economy from buying and selling goods to creating and accepting missions. The system needs to automatically balance itself so that we can focus on the high-level rules instead of the details. All of this, too, has to be incredibly computationally efficient, which means we need a more focused simulation engine, one that's only concerned with what we need to achieve the desired effect. If we're ever going to reach a point where we can deliver new solar systems in a reasonable amount of time, then we're going to need to make a quantum leap. So, what's the solution? Yeah, I'm supposed to flip.
We'll flip over to the end there.
Yep, let's go ahead and flip the screens.
exciting, I really promise.
There we go.
Yeah, there it is.
So this is quantum, and I know what you're thinking, and I've seen this before. If the visuals look, particularly familiar, it's because we started with the solar system map that we released years ago. But this really is a totally different beast. The original star map referenced static data. There was nothing dynamic about it. But quantum is totally different. For starters, it has access to all of the back-end services and can pull whatever data it needs from them. Everything you see on the screen then, that's real-time data pulled from the game. So let's go ahead and take a quick tour of the system. Let's jump on over to Hurston. Actually, I'm not getting the screen over here. I'm going to go ahead and jump over with you. I can't see anything.
Just get on over. There it is. Hurston.
Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and jump on over to everyone's favorite gas giant, Crusader. And in the background there, you can see Port Olisar. Let's go ahead and bring that up. Now, I mentioned that we're connected to all the real-time data. Let's go ahead and see what the players are up to. So, each of those red dots is a real player, thousands of them across well over 100 servers. Now, to be honest, we recorded this earlier mainly because we didn't know how many people would be playing the game while we were doing this show.
'Cause y'all are right here, right?
And I figured it would be totally anticlimactic to say, here are all the players, and 3 dots showed up. So let's go ahead and continue the tour of the solar system and jump on over to Daymar. And you can see a number of people affixed to the planet. Some of those obviously are going to be at outposts. Some of them are inevitably mining. Over there on the right, you can see the current player list. Let's go ahead and see what a couple players are up to. Just go ahead and highlight them so we can see where they're at. And let's go ahead and jump to Circo Worm and see where he's at. It looks like he's in Lorville.
Here he is. Hi, buddy.
And you can actually see some deaths down on the planet there. So obviously there's been some conflict there. And you actually see, let's go ahead and back out a little bit and find there's a contract to the right. You have access to missions, so you can see that Klipsos Norwang is requesting personal transport to Lorville, and he's willing to pay $4,500.
Good on you, buddy.
Let's go ahead and jump on over to Ariel, and we can get a view of those probability volumes that I was talking about earlier. And so what you're seeing here, as I mentioned, there are a variety of different types and lots of different content and thematic tags for all these things. So you can see everything from the default tags, you can see the security reinforcement tags, the bounty hunter tags, the spoofing tags. There are a number of these. We'll be adding more. In general, what it's doing is, as I mentioned, it's basically representing things in probabilistic state because it's too expensive for us to fully simulate them. Now let's go ahead and jump over to a shop. Let's check out the Hicks Research Station that's on Cellin. Yeah, we've got to go over to Crusader. And let's go ahead and open up that shop.
Oh, look, here's...
Yep, there's Outpost Korea, and you can see that there's a lot of death around there. And over on the right at the Hicks Research Station, you can see all the things that it buys and sells and what those prices have been doing over time. Now, I suspect I know what you're thinking at this point. This is all very cool, but it doesn't really solve any of the fundamental problems that I mentioned earlier, and that's totally true. So let's clear the board and get to that. So the primary reason for quantum's existence is to enable us to have one unified world where we can, simulate millions of NPCs and feed back into that all of the player actions into one unified whole. So there's really no difference. There are some optimized areas, the probability volumes that exist in between these two realities, but really this is the full-blown simulation. It takes into account all the player actions. So let's go ahead and start by bringing 1,000 quanta to life. You on the wrong one? So Jake here is cranking the number of quanta up to 1,000, and they're basically going to come streaming in from another system.
Flowing into the universe there.
These are simulated entities. And as I mentioned, the real significance of this is when you're talking about working out the vast multitude of details that we really need to allow this universe to evolve and feel dynamic, we don't actually need all of the incredibly high fidelity, super computationally expensive stuff that we would get if we were actually simulating these NPCs the traditional way on the server so that they look exactly like they would when you see them. These NPCs don't need to do animations. They don't need to do physics. They don't need to do collision detection. They don't need to do a whole slew of things that we couldn't afford to do. It'd be incredibly expensive to try. And in the end, even if we did it, it wouldn't make the end results any more accurate. So
They also have personality traits too. Like each
Yep.
one has a little bit of something going on.
Yeah, there are a number of different traits that we're modeling. We're still working out the exact configuration. One of them is ambition, and that specifies how far a quantum can push themselves relative to others, whether in crime or legitimate enterprise. Another one is intelligence, and that dictates what sort of things they can pursue and how well they can do something. Happiness is a measure of whether a quantum, the singular form of quanta, is miserable or content, and unhappy quanta want to change their situation, move to a new location, change occupations, and that sort of thing. Aggression controls the lengths to which a quantum will go to achieve their objective. A business-oriented quantum with a lot of aggression might push their workers harder, trading their happiness for more profit, and as a result have to deal with more turnover. And lastly, criminality, that determines the amount of criminal behavior that a quantum will consider. No criminality equates to a law-abiding quantum. Having a very little means that they might be willing to commit some minor crimes like smuggling or illegal mining. And a lot means that they're open to piracy and murder. They can have possessions, store up money, own a ship or property, have a home. Now, all of these quanta have basically come to rest within the system. And the reason for that is because there's nothing for them to do. There's no reason for them to get up off of the couch. So, let's jump to the next slide. We're going to add a little bit of interest to the system by adding an aluminum mine to Delamar. So we've now injected a mine onto Delamar, and yet you see the quanta still refuse to do anything, and that's because there's no economic reason for them to do it. There's nothing to do with the ore that they could go and extract. Let's go ahead and open up that card, though. So that card represents the mine on Delamar, and you can see a couple of stats towards the top, quantity and purity. And what these are is basically telling you how much of that material is in that mine, and purity is to some degree a measure of concentration. It effectively details how easy it is to extract it. There are a couple of parameters at the bottom that are temporary. Those will eventually be derived from those top two parameters, but for right now we can override it for some of the testing that we've been doing. So let's go ahead and jump to the next. So now we're going to go ahead and add an aluminum refinery to Crusader. And immediately you will see the quanta start springing to life. And what's happening is they've all figured out that refinery, it wants to build up a stockpile of aluminum. And in order to do that, it needs some raw aluminum ore, and thus it's willing to pay for it. And so the Quanta are seizing upon that economic opportunity, heading out to Delamar, doing the work, extracting that ore, and taking it back to the refinery. And this will continue until it's full. So let's go ahead and open that card up again, and we can watch the refined aluminum ore gradually build up. You can also see the number of workers. A few of the Quanta, so you see many of them actually acting as miners. There's also a number of them that are working in that refining factory. Refineries can't process this material without labor, and there's a formula that dictates how much labor is required in order to process this stuff. And so they have to hire a sufficient number of workers in order to actually execute this operation. And so this would continue for quite a while. Let's go ahead and speed up the simulation a bit. And go ahead and keep watching the aluminum inventory. That's finished, so they're now building up their raw ore to basically load up. And after that, the entire economy comes to a halt. The one refiner we've added has no more incentive to buy more. Its storage houses are already full, and therefore it's not willing to buy. Since it's not willing to buy, the Quanta have nothing to do. So what we're going to do now is add a factory. But before we do that, let's head on over to the power plant formula. And you can see here that building a power plant, just like refining ore, requires something. It requires 10 workers working for a duration of 60 ticks. And it also notably requires 2 units of refined aluminum ore in order to produce 1 power plant.
It's got to be more complicated than that, I promise. So.
Yeah. Again, we're building up. So let's go ahead and add the factory to Hurston. You got to slow it down.
Oh, going too fast there. Slow on down.
And so once again, you see the economy spring to life. And so now you've actually got 2 different tiers going. The factory. Let's go ahead and open up the factory. The factory, just like the refinery, needs workers in order to build these power plants. It also needs refined aluminum. So now you've got multiple things going on. The factory is willing to buy refined aluminum. Someone has to transport that aluminum from Crusader to Hurston. So some of the Quanta are basically working, they're basically working as freighters to move that, to move that product from one location to another. Some of them were working at the factory on Hurston. Some of them were working at the refinery on Crusader. Some of them are heading back to Delamar to actually do more mining. So you've got an entire little, economic cycle going here. However, it's going to wind up coming to a dead end here. Let's go ahead and accelerate it again, just like what we saw before, because eventually the factory fills up all of its warehouses. It can't take any more. It therefore has no more, it has no more need for refined aluminum. That will eventually shut down the refinery, which will in turn eventually kill off the miners. And you can see there that the inventory is still building on the aluminum, which is why there's still some activity.
There's a lot, yeah. But as soon as it's done, it starts flatlining, so you see that the inventory is capped out.
Yep, and now they're almost done. The factory is basically got, it's got all it can handle. The refinery has all of all it can handle. Therefore, the entire loop, draws to a close again. So let's add one more node. Let's add a shop that sells power plants to ArcCorp. Slow it down again. And so now the loop is a bit more complicated. The shop is it's a retail shop. It's looking to sell power plants. In order to do that, it needs to be able to buy them for one price, sell them for another. So it adds its markup on, and it, just like the factory that requires transport of the refined aluminum from Crusader to Hurston, it needs the power plants transported from the factory to it. And so if you notice, If the individual quanta, they'll actually have a little translucent circle around them if they're carrying goods. And so you can easily differentiate whether or not the ones that are moving, for example, from Hurston back to the mine are empty. They're going to load up on ore. And then when they're heading back to Delamar, and then from Delamar back to Crusader, they've actually all got ore. And so this loop will actually continue indefinitely. And the reason is because we've cheated something for tonight, and it sounds very similar to what I was basically saying was a bad idea earlier, which is the shop right now is a simple consumer. It's burning off that inventory. The difference here is that the solution to that is very simple in the context of quantum. And the reason is these quanta, the next step of what we'll be working on is they'll actually require ships. Ships require engines. And so all of a sudden there's a real demand for how many power plants do you need? How many ships do you need? It all follows those same logical equations. So let's go ahead and add a bit more economic complexity.
Actually, a slide.
So thus far we've shown a very basic economic loop. One commodity, one refinery, one factory, and one retail shop. The real world, of course, is far more complicated. You'll have lots of different commodities, refining and production nodes, retail shops, and of course players in quanta competing against one another for a limited supply of goods and services. It's this competition, this economic natural selection that ensures that things remain in balance, that a logical equilibrium is reached. Should have already gone to it. Next. So, our current architecture basically has players connecting to a game server. And then we've got services behind the scenes that can feed information to these servers and receive information back in return. And so you can see here, we've got shop services and probability volume services and all of this sort of thing. The basic problem with this arrangement is that services don't have any knowledge of what NPCs are doing, or rather what they should be doing. So that shop service that controls the prices, it's got algorithms, but it has no real understanding. It doesn't understand that there are 10,000 NPCs that do or don't need this, or what pirates are doing, or any of that. We don't simulate at that high level anywhere within the game right now. You have servers that basically instantiate the stuff near you, and you have the services that can run these formula, and that's basically it. Now, they can implement these services, these algorithmic price calculations, but supply and demand only comes from players and hard-coded formulae. And it's the same for missions and PVs. The data is completely static and can't evolve. The number of servers, of course, as we've seen here, it varies depending upon how many players are in the game. So let's go ahead and add quantum. Quantum changes this in dramatic fashion. It gives us a place where we can efficiently simulate NPC behavior and then feeds that behavior to the game server so that players can experience it. Further, it allows player actions to be fed back into the simulation so that there's no meaningful difference between the real and simulated worlds. Quantum creates a complete loop. NPCs can be simulated in efficient fashion. And I actually meant to say that quantum feeds the services, which in turn feed the game servers. So let's go ahead and get back to the simulation. And what we're going to do now is alter the power plant formula. So let's add a bit of complexity by changing the production formula for power plants to require laranite.
Add some.
We need to change. No, we need to change the production formula.
No, we gotta change the. We're gonna add laranite first.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we do want to add the new mine first. So we're going to add a laranite mine to Walla. And then we want to go ahead and add a refinery for this laranite. We'll add that to the Hurston L3. And now let's go ahead and adjust that power plant formula. And we're going to change the power plant formula. Right now it requires 0 laranite. We're going to change that to 2. And what we're going to very quickly see here is that we're going to start getting some laranite flowing to the Hurston factory so that the power plants can continue to be created. Yep, and that's that loop of guys right there. That's what they're taking. Now, one of the important things here is that let's go ahead and look at the Hurston aluminum. Bring Hurston factory aluminum. Now, what wound up happening there is it was very low for a period of time, and that's because they were actually burning off that aluminum inventory as fast as they could get it. And the reason why you see that spike there in the aluminum inventory is because as soon as we altered the formula so that power plants now require laranite, they were still receiving from all these freighter transports. They still had aluminum coming in, but they could no longer produce power plants. So it stalled, and then all of a sudden they started stockpiling. And then when you see that the aluminum started falling, that's because finally they started receiving supplies of laranite, and they were able to resume the production process. And so all of a sudden, their aluminum started getting burned off at a natural rate. Yep. So now we're going to add a bit more laranite out in the asteroid fields, and Jake's going to handle that via macro. And now let's go ahead and increase the supply of aluminum and see what happens. So we're going to add a few new mines. So let's add an aluminum mine to Xi'An first. And let's add one to Aberdeen as well. And lastly, we're going to do Lyria. And if you remember, we already have an aluminum mine on Delamar. They're telling us we need to hurry up.
You jump ahead, I guess.
You guys want us to hurry up or keep going? All right, so it's like 400 to 1. Let's add a couple more aluminum refineries as well to the Crusader L4 and ArcCorp L1.
Crusader L4.
Yep, and ArcCorp L1.
Yep.
So now let's go ahead. We just added all of this new aluminum. So let's head back to that Hurston factory and see what aluminum prices are doing there. What's that factory having to pay for aluminum with all this new supply, these new mines, these new refineries? And there you see that the price is starting to fall off. Can you speed it up a little bit? Let's you see what it does. And if you see, it continues to plummet. So those prices are pretty much falling off a cliff now from all that extra supply that's been brought on without us having to go back and rebalance anything. So let's go ahead and head on over to Xi'An. And you can see that Xi'An is in very close proximity to Crusader. So you've got an aluminum refinery and aluminum mining, yet there's very little activity. And the reason is because the aluminum at that mine is very difficult to extract. So let's go ahead and adjust the mining time on Xi'An from 180 to 120. There
it is.
And what this again reflects is how difficult it is to extract from that particular location. And so you see there now you see a few guys are actually willing to put in the amount of work necessary to extract it. Not all of them, it's still a lot of effort. And this comes back to every one of these guys having their own individual set of traits. So some of them were willing to endure more risk, more more effort, that sort of thing. So let's go ahead now and increase the laranite consumption.
Hurry up a little bit. You can jump ahead to the.
Let's just go with normal pace.
All right. There you go.
So let's make the laranite more difficult to work with and more rare and see what happens there. So we're going to adjust the global laranite refining time from 60 to 120.
We're adjusting the time on Walla to be.
We're going to do both. The global refining time, we want to take it to 60 to 120. And Walla's extraction time goes from 60 to 180.
That's right.
60 to 120. Laranite. So what we've just done is basically make it more time consuming, more difficult to refine it, and we've basically made it more difficult to pull it out of the ground. So let's go ahead and apply a macro also to reduce the default purity of laranite from 50 to 16%, which means that refineries are going to need more ore to produce the same amount of refined product. We active? And now let's go ahead and take a look at the laranite prices on the Hurston factory. So we just did 3 different things to make it considerably, more expensive for laranite to be utilized.
Speed up that time.
And you speed it up, and you can see that laranite prices are going up, up. It looks like they're starting to skyrocket. This could be a complete economic disaster. If you notice, they're just going up, up, up. So what we're going to do now to bring that back into control is let's go adjust the power plant formula to compensate a bit. So let's adjust it from, instead of 2 laranite, let's change it to 0.1. So we just reduced the amount of laranite needed in the economy by 95%. And let's head back and check out the prices again. And what we should see here in a minute is laranite should start to drop off pretty significantly. And there you go.
Crisis averted.
And this will continue to drop if we watch it. You always get a little bit of turbulence because you've already got contracts set up and stuff.
Right.
Go ahead and leave it in. I want to see it drop a little bit more.
We all want to see it, Tony.
So it's already down 40, 50%, and it'll keep falling. Okay. So now let's go ahead and add some additional factories. Delamar looks pretty dead. There isn't a lot of economic activity happening over there. So let's add a bit of life by adding a new power plant factory.
Yeah, one over here too.
And yeah, let's add a Hurston L4 factory for power plants as well to create a little bit of competition for aluminum. And then let's head on over to Hurston factory, and let's check out their workers. You notice that their workers are falling off a cliff. What is happening? Well, we just opened up a new power plant factory, and they're getting offered better wages from another place. And so, and what are the wages on Hurston?
Grab this guy.
Let's see what the wages that they were offering. I can't see it. So they were up at, is that 0.25?
Yeah, Delamar's offering like almost 3 times the wages of.
Yep, so there you see the differential, which is that factory is more desperate for workers, and so you see, let's look at basically the workers skyrocketed on Delamar and plummeted on Hurston. And eventually those wages, of course, stabilize. They find a point of equilibrium, which is a big point of all of this. So let's go ahead now and make some major changes. We're going to do this with a macro, and you can see where we currently stand on the slide.
There's like a bunch of stuff that we were supposed to be showing here. Absorb it quickly, everyone.
There we go. So we've added lots of aluminum, titanium, and agricium. In the entries that you see on the screen marked system, all of the moons now have deposits. We've added a bit more laranite, but it's still pretty rare. We've also added a lot of new refineries. We've added cooler and quantum drive recipes to most factories, and they require aluminum, laranite, titanium, and degreasium. The demand for coolers and quantum drives has been introduced, and we've also increased the demand for power plants. And lastly, we've increased, you can see there at the bottom of the screen, the number of quanta from 1,000 to 2,000 so that we've got enough workers to keep the economy humming. Now, previously, we've seen pretty obvious cause and effect. At this point, though, the economy is starting to get pretty complicated. And we can look at a few graphs to just see what's going on with some of the prices to see this. And this is one of the most interesting things about a really complicated economy, which is these changes in quantities and prices, the purposeful movement of quanta, this dynamism. These are all opportunities that you're going to be able to exploit within the game, and they're in constant logical motion. So, let's hit the next one.
Be a shame if somebody came to steal from these people, huh?
Yep, we'll bring up the slide.
Oh, okay.
You gotta bring the slide. All right, so now we've introduced some pirates. Let's go ahead, and so you can see that there are 4 pirate kraken. There's the Nova Riders, Low Riders, Nine Tails, and Dusters. Pirates have to return to one of their bases in order to refuel, rearm. Let's go ahead. If you notice, they head to the areas of highest value. Let's go ahead and zoom in there. And you can see that those are missions being created by the NPCs, no different than players would. In other words, you see a lot of deaths on a route that's got a lot of value. And go ahead and hover over some of those contracts. These are contracts that are being thrown out by the NPCs on that route. What's happening is the NPCs are basically being, some of the freighters are being picked on by the pirates, the ship is being destroyed, and now that NPC has ejected and needs transport back to civilization. And so they're requesting that. And these are missions that would be fed back into the game that you'd see, and you could wind up accepting these. Let's go ahead and take a look at Hurston, the coolers and quantum drives.
Check this out. This is where they're operating out of, you guys. Right. Where do you want to go check out?
The Hurston. Let's look at what happened to the cooler and quantum drives.
Oh, yeah.
So since we've now got a lot of pirate activity on that route, we want to see what's happening to the cost of some of those goods.
For a cool 500,000 UEC, you can get yourself your own power plant.
Yeah, I can barely see that.
It's actually normal. Piracy is really terrible for economics, you guys. So,
yeah. So let's go ahead now.
You can really see it over at the coolers where it started at like a really reasonable thing. Like
yeah, that's pegged. It's the scale. So basically, they were down around 1,000, 2,000, and now they just absolutely skyrocketed in price because so many of the freighters moving, whether it's supplies or moving the finished product from one location to another, are now being intercepted. And these quantas I mentioned earlier, it's like they have various traits, and some of them are very risk averse, and they won't go down routes where there's a significant chance of death. And so to counteract some of this danger, let's go ahead and bring in someone to fight the pirates. So here comes some security. And what you'll notice is that security is drawn to areas of conflict where there's a lot of deaths and such. So they're going to wind up gravitating towards those areas where there's a lot of piracy. And there you can see them. Go ahead and over. Go speed it up a little bit, not 200. It's 200 too fast. It's difficult to tell what's going on. And if you notice, by the way, the police will wind up patrolling an area, so they're in constant motion, whereas the pirates basically are enabling quantum interdiction fields. That's why they're basically picking a route on, they're picking a particular location on the route between, between two locations, and they're basically, lying in wait. And the security, which doesn't know exactly where they are, is scanning the area looking for them. And so what you notice here is that the pirate situation is starting to look a lot better now that security's shown up. And you would see this reflected over in the prices. And so what you have here is a perpetual game of cat and mouse, to where the pirates look for the areas where they can reap the largest rewards with the least amount of risk, and security is then drawn to them. And as soon as you get enough pushback from the system in terms of security, then the pirates look for more opportunistic pastures. And again, this is very much like what you would expect to see in any logical functioning system. So let's go ahead and turn on the grid. And what you're looking at here is one of the big problems I referred to earlier is how we wind up getting samplings of this, of how we generate probability volumes. And so what this is showing you is we can look at one of these high conflict areas, and it's basically tabulating exactly what's in that area. So you can see that there are 10 total quanta, 1 freighter, 11 pirates, 5 security. It also shows you the total value being transported. You know exactly what's going down that route. Let's take a look at a few other locations. Here you see the security and pirates are fairly even. 6 pirates, 7 security. A decent amount of value, 6 freighters. So there's actually an almost equivalent number of freighters, pirates, and security. This is the information that Quantum, and it's a small piece of the whole, this is what it would wind up feeding periodically to the probability volume services, so that designers no longer need to go in and say, oh, well, we're going to hard code a certain amount of security, a certain amount of freighters, and it can never change. We ship it, that's all it's ever going to be. In this case, the simulation is running, it's constantly ebbing and flowing. And your actions over on the game side get factored into this result, just like any of the quanta in this simulation. So for years, we've had just the back-end services and the game servers, and the fundamental problem was that we didn't have a single area where the entire game could be simulated, where NPCs could request goods and services because they have a legitimate economic need and could vie with players to provide those things. We didn't have a way for this activity to determine what you see as you wander around the universe, thus eliminating the need to spend enormous sums of effort configuring vast quantities of static data that could never deliver the dynamic experience we really wanted. Quantum solves all of these issues. It also provides us with a lot more context, which means that concepts not previously understood, like how much risk there is in taking an item from point A to point B, can now be easily calculated. Information like this is vitally important to the price discovery machinery, and as I spoke about earlier, in a properly functioning economy, such things can and will generate a lot of ripples. We also get the information necessary to properly customize mission content, meaning we can deliver a lot more environmental and mission diversity without having to do any more work. I've covered a few of the large areas that quantum will impact, but the effects will be felt far wider. How many NPCs you see at a landing zone, for example, and what they're doing can now change over time. Manufacturing towns might boom and bust depending upon how much commerce is passing through them at any given moment. NPCs can grow and evolve separately from their interactions with players into powerful bosses potentially, and you'll be able to witness their growth in lots of different ways. Criminal NPCs with a price on their head can move around the universe just like a player, making trying to catch them that much more fun. We've got a lot more work to do before Quantum is ready for integration with the rest of the game, but it's one of the last big steps in setting us up for a completely dynamic and systemic universe. Thanks for listening.
Hi everyone, we're back in the annual launch, and I'm here with Molly.
Hi.
And Chris.
Hi.
Molly, you came from Austin all the way to Manchester for
Yeah.
CitizenCon.
Yes, I did.
How was the trip?
It was great. It actually didn't seem it seemed kind of long, but compared to some of the backers that we met this weekend who traveled from Australia and a couple from Canada who had a pretty long trip too, it didn't seem as bad.
Yeah. Chris here from the German office.
Yeah, and I arrived on Wednesday, but I had to travel with Deutsche Bahn to the Frankfurt airport, and that was kind of tricky, but I made it here in time.
Awesome. glad you could make it. And Molly, what was your favorite moment of CitizenCon 2949 so far? I mean, the keynote's still coming up.
The keynote, I think, watch the keynote. I'm really excited for that. But overall, so far, the community booths have just been fantastic. We just did cosplay, and that was amazing as well. But the community booths took so much time and set up. All of those orgs and communities who have set up for us have just planned for months and months and gone through processes of review, and for it finally to work out fantastically. That was awesome. And every booth had a ton of people checking it out today, so that was really great to see.
Yeah, and we went from 4 community booths last year to 14.
14 this year. And maybe next year even more. We don't know.
What do you think? Okay, cool. Chris, what was your favorite moment?
My favorite moment was Theaters of War, and I'm sure this is my new favorite game mode.
Yeah.
Actually, guys, I can't wait to play it with my friends. And it was so amazing just to see all the backers getting their hands on it first time. And I think they really like it.
Yeah? Did you talk to a lot of backers?
Yeah, actually, I, after they played, I asked them, hey, did you like it? Didn't you like it? What was good? What was bad? And they gave us really, really good feedback.
And when you played it yourself, did you win?
No, literally.
I played it yesterday for 10 minutes. I won, right?
won?
Had a positive kill-death ratio of 5 to 3.
That's a win. Yeah, we'll call that. That's a win.
We'll test this again at the office.
Okay. So my favorite moment of CitizenCon 2949 was the bar sitting yesterday and meeting all the people, right?
It's incredible.
Because like throughout the whole year, you don't see those people. You do have them on Spectrum, you have them on Twitter, Discord, Reddit, but actually putting a face to the name, that's the most exciting part of CitizenCon. And it's always like, you know, a family gathering, because we see each other like maybe once at Gamescom, maybe at CitizenCon, at a bar Citizen, but CitizenCon's always the best thing for that. And talking about community, we have a couple of people over there.
Yeah, I think I see Board Gamer. What?
Get in.
Hi.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
Hey, Board.
Hello.
What was your favorite moment of this year's CitizenCon?
So are you talking about panels or just general experiences?
Everything.
Everything. So I got to be in the first group for the Theatres of War, which is like a Battlefield 5 Rush style gameplay mode, and it has a huge amount of potential because it has the scale of Star Citizen behind it. Needs polish, but it was an absolutely amazing experience. But really, for me, I love these community events. You can have my voice is destroyed, I do apologize. You can have a fan fest like this for the game in an alpha at this stage with so many enthusiastic people that are all talking about all their dreams or different aspects of the game. Loads of organizations coming together. It's genuinely amazing. I've been to some of the E-fan fests and stuff like that as well, but Star Citizen for me, I'm in love with the community, and that's why I play the game, that's why I cover the game. It's been fantastic, and this is my favourite CitizenCon ever, although admittedly only my second. So.
And panel-wise, what was your favorite panel?
So I haven't watched the Tony Serovic one yet because I'm not competent enough to watch it while I'm this tired. I need to watch it like 3 times. I did watch the ship panel, that was great, but I think it's going to be the keynote that's going to be on in a minute. I mean, I'm ready for it.
Awesome. Let's bring in more people, actually.
Okay.
Just stay.
What about our cosplayers? Maybe.
Yeah, get in
guys,
here. Get in.
You want to get in here?
Yeah.
Don't be shy.
There's enough space for all of us. All right, guys. Did you enjoy CitizenCon?
Oh, I loved it. Yeah, it's been amazing. Amazing fun.
Absolutely loved it. Brilliant day. Brilliant day.
What was your favorite moment of the day?
I think just the atmosphere, the community. I've been to a lot of conventions over the years, and the community here is so friendly. Everyone's welcoming, and it's just been a brilliant day.
Awesome. What about you?
For me, it was the anticipation of the Carrick, because when I was here, kind of with it all covered up, with everybody going, "Is that the Carrick? Is that the Carrick?" I was like, "I can't tell you. You'll find out in 1,300 hours." And then when we finally did reveal it, the excitement of everybody being able to see it and stuff was, incredible.
Awesome. What about you? Come in here. What was your favorite moment of CitizenCon?
It was a little microcosm, I think, of Star Citizen as a whole, which is all of us cosplayers that had a whole room put up for us, and they laid it out, and they took care of us, and everyone's helping each other out and just being super cool. And that's Star Citizen. That's all the people I've met online playing this game. That's every single one of them. So today's an awesome day because you get to see the real faces for the people that you've met online, and it's, good stuff.
Awesome. Let's see if we can get more people in here. Get in. Hey, how are you? what was your favorite moment of CitizenCon this year?
My favorite moments was seeing the game actually come to life and seeing everything that we've worked on for so long, like actually in person, and like the market stalls and actually seeing how it's like that in game and seeing it here in person. It's astonishing. I love it.
Did you get to watch any of the panels as well?
Yeah, my favorite one was the cosplay one. Like, I loved seeing the guys, and it looks amazing. Like, it's so impressive. Like, I could never do that. So seeing people bring the things that we work on to life is so astonishing.
Right. Molly, that was the cosplay panel was the best.
I know, it was
Did you
really
hear that?
just fantastic. The judges and you guys made it so special this year. I can't wait to see what everybody does next year. It was just phenomenal overall. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ryan, come in here.
We're just pulling people in.
Hey, Ulf. Hey, Brian. How was CitizenCon this year for you?
It's still going on, man, and it's awesome. It's every year we seem to kick it up a little bit more. Every year you kind of see a little more passion from the people that show up and their enthusiasm behind everything, and yeah, it's been good. I didn't get a chance to catch any of the panels because I've been running around all day, but the awesome part is they'll all be on YouTube really soon, right?
Really soon, really
Yeah.
soon.
That's cool, yeah, so it's been awesome. It's been a really good time.
Did you get a selfie on the mosaic as well?
No, I didn't. I didn't. Somebody, at first when I got here this morning, I was like, what's that board? I have no idea. And they're like, oh, just, tweet and hashtag. And I meant to, and I didn't.
Well,
but it's almost full.
You can still do it, though.
Yeah.
You just snap a selfie. We can do it right now if you want.
Yeah, let's do it.
You tag it with CitizenCon, and then it's going to appear over there.
But hold on. Can we, if we do this, can we turn and have the camera in the background? Because then it'll be more real.
I think we can do that.
Okay.
They're going to see our backs, though.
Yeah, just for 1 second.
Okay.
Well, maybe just like a profile.
Just excuses. Awesome.
I gave my serious look. Yeah.
I did not.
I'll tweet that when I'm done here. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Brian.
That's a hashtag CitizenCon with a capital C and a capital C.
Capital C, capital C.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I just heard that the keynote is now, or that Jared is now ready. So let's throw it over back to him.
What the hell is Laranite anyway? I'm sorry, just listening to Tony Zervek's presentation the whole time, I went galaxy brain for about all of it. And I literally, through all the panels here, I'm writing a bunch of notes to do follow-up questions. I wrote, what the hell is Laranite anyway? That's all I had for his entire thing. So, Tony, Jake, thank you so much for that presentation. And to everybody in the Twitch chat, that's not a toy you get to play with. That's a toy we get to play with. You don't get to do the things, we do the things. 9 things are for you, 1 thing is for us. That's how that works. All right, so we are still setting up for the closing finale, the closing ceremonies, the keynote, the demo part 2, whatever the heck you want to call it. We are still setting up for that. So we are in filler mode. How you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
Yeah.
We have our esteemed panel of colleagues here. We've been referring to them affectionately internally as the Peanut Gallery. I did not name that. The person who named it included me in it. Immediately to my left here, we have Vehicle Pipeline Director John Crew.
Hello.
The Carrick.
Yep. The Pisces.
The Pisces.
The Kraken Privateer.
The Kraken Privateer. The reveal of the Argo Mole.
And backer interaction for deciding one of 4 new ships.
And everybody left to go to Tony.
I don't know why everybody left, because I finished my panel and then came here and sat here and watched.
We were like counter-programming. Nope.
Nope.
You can't withstand Tony of that.
Nope, it's
Zervek.
too powerful.
Yeah. All right. Richard, while you weren't on a panel, you were obviously instrumental in the creation, the development of Theaters of War.
I was on a panel.
What panel were you on? I don't remember.
Character archetypes.
Oh, I was in the other theater.
Yeah,
How'd that go?
Talked about armor and player status and how we get the beautiful armor in game and adding gameplay to it. But mainly Theaters of War.
Theaters of War.
Theaters of War Room.
Now, the character archetype panel was kind of an offshoot of Theaters of War. It was all the work that's being done for the different character classes or the different armor classes.
Well, there was more of a in general talk really about how, because obviously it was me and the character guys, so that was technical art, technical animation, and obviously concept art. So with Jeremiah, obviously with myself, it starts with the design process. Then obviously that goes to Jeremiah in terms of concept, and then to Shane in terms of obviously making that concept into a reality, and then obviously it goes to Gage in terms of technical animation, in terms of bringing that reality to life. So that was kind of the whole process. It was really interesting, in-depth talk about taking that through, and how that, going forward, that we're starting to apply gameplay to these armors, because, for example, like heavy armor now, your choice really is you're picking based off which you like best, which looks the best. But we want to add meaningful choices so that you're saying, actually, this armor has this particular parameters, and it gives me this, different gameplay options. So in terms of inventory, in terms of climate control, and how that ties into player status as a whole. So yeah, it was really cool.
And going back to you, John, since nobody was there, how's the character doing?
Character's doing fine. We saw it earlier today. In the talk, we ran through some of the other areas we didn't see this morning. And yeah, it's coming in February. We just want to, rather than just try and hit 3.8 with it and deliver it in a state that we weren't happy with, spend the extra time, polish it up more, and deliver it to the hype that is built up for your favorite ship.
We've been very... Okay. All right. I made two very bad bets with the community in my life. One was I won't shave until 3.0 came out. And the other one was, yeah, community, you can pick my favorite ship in the YouTube comments. I don't give a heck. And I've been saddled with this. When Shane Hessler, who is a member of the character team, who was supposed to be the third judge for the cosplay competition, fell ill immediately before. It was a last-minute thing. They're like, Jared, will you fill in? And I'm like, okay, let me change my clothes and I'll be somebody else. They threw me this Carrick shirt. So this wonderful Carrick shirt. It's actually really nice. I think they were available for purchase in the Kasaba outlet. I have no idea if any are left over, but it's really nice. It's an okay ship. It's an okay ship. But where was I going with that? The Pisces.
Yes.
The Pisces we also talked about. Now, one of the things that's recently been revealed is that there are actually two variants of the Pisces.
Yeah, so there's the C8, which is what everyone that owns a Carrick gets with it. It's the original. So the Carricks are ex-military, sold to civilian ships. So the C8 Pisces is the sort of military version sold to civilians. So it's slightly stripped down. And the C8 Expedition is the original version of it. Fundamentally, it just has two more guns and a white paint job. That's about the difference between the two.
But two more guns.
Two more guns. Neither of them are snub ships. They are fully fledged ships. They have quantum drives. They have space for a jump module. So you can use.
Let's hear it.
You can use it for proper exploration.
You forgive me. I've been broadcasting all day with bronchitis. I have to do this.
That bottle was full at the start.
Yeah. Well, this is my third bottle. So the Carrick wasn't OP enough. You had to take the Snubcraft and make it a fully fledged ship as well?
Why not?
What are you doing?
Well, they wouldn't let me make it bigger again, so I had to do something else.
I want to talk a little bit about the push to February.
Yeah.
Now, we've been very candid in the past. We've been very candid about a lot of things. Some of the ships that have released in the past, maybe were pushed out a little before their time.
Yeah.
Cutlass. Oh, I got to do that again. What ship came out before their time? Cutlass. So which necessitated a rework.
Yeah.
Part of our new initiative, part of the continuing refinement of the vehicle pipeline, is to try to avoid situations like that in the past. And that means that while, yes, we certainly want ships like the Cutlass, like the Carrack rather, to come out right when 3-8 is, rather than push it, rather than rush it, rather than cut corners, rather than have to go back and redo it later on. It's more important to us that we take the time to do these things right, especially with a ship that has as much weight with the community as the Carrack. I'm going to ask all three of you this. I know you guys aren't ship people, but I'm curious what your opinions are. And Mike, you got to do something. Why do you think the Carrack resonates so much with the community?
I think it's because it's that ship that does a bit of everything. It's got everything in the kitchen sink in it, so it allows you to do a bit of cargo trading. You've got a medical facility on board, so you can do a bit of healing. You've got a repair facility on board, so you can do a bit of repairing. Scanners. It's got everything for you and your friends to do.
Shields in the cockpit.
Shields in the cockpit.
The antenna things that go.
Yep.
Will they go?
They will. They'll make that noise. Get the audio to pump on it.
Will they?
Yeah. If you go back there and Phil will record it.
Sean Tracy absolutely recorded the voiceover for Theaters of War Identity.
He didn't.
Did? Yeah.
He didn't. It sounded just like him.
It's definitely him.
Yeah, a Doppler. Doppler.
If he can do that, I can do the for the Carrack. Please. That would be my sweet revenge for all these. Yes. Oh, wait. Phil Smallwood, audio director, you're in here somewhere. Let me do the for the Carrack. Be my revenge for that beard. All right. Richard, when we were talking about Theaters of War, a lot of the comments in the Twitch chat were, and we touched a little bit about this, but I want to hit it again, especially since we got time. Hey, we got time. Why is it important that we do things like Theaters of War? It can easily be argued that we should just keep pushing forward on the present years, and we certainly are. But why is it important that we also develop something like Theaters of War alongside it?
Well, to be honest, if you look at, say, Star Marine and Arena Commander, why they were actually created in the first place was to give us kind of that petri dish, that focused experience, so that we could actually look at it as developers, give that to the community and say, how do you like it? Do you want to go this way? How, get that feedback. And Theaters of War is kind of the extended journey of that. It started off, we got Arena Command and Star Marine, and what's the natural progression of those is you put them together. And when you put them together, that's what the experience that we're trying to deliver on the PU. So Theaters of War allows us to get it out there as soon as possible. I know Sean wants to get it out there as soon as possible.
Yeah, I know. He removed the win on his card and he went rogue.
Yeah.
Sean, are you in here?
He is.
Yeah, you are.
But, it's an incredible, basically it allows us as the devs to actually get in there and, not have to load up the PU and go through all the steps to coordinate everybody to into the same space and go through that process. So from our perspective, it allows us to be really efficient and get absolute feedback on the combat, the balancing, between the players on foot to ground vehicles to ships and how that all coordinates together. Because, the beauty of Star Citizen is that we're not just making a space game, we're not just making an FPS, or Tony's economy, and it's all of those things that come together, all the different ingredients. That's why it makes Star Citizen so unique, in terms of the scale, the tech, Ian's pine trees, he loves those.
He loves those pine trees.
All of that stuff.
Shut up about the pine trees.
But you look at all of that, and together, it's incredible. And then you add the incredible community on top of that, giving us all the amazing feedback, telling us, what they like, what they don't like. And, it's just no other game. No other game. Incredible.
So, Ian was originally a member of the Peanut Gallery, and we were doing rehearsals yesterday. I'll give you a little behind-the-scenes stuff. And Ian was not meant to be part of the demo presentation and whatnot. And Chris just kind of saw him over here. We were here to fill time like this, and Chris saw him and goes, Ian, come over here and talk about this stuff. And there's no audience. There's no audience at all. And Ian just walked up there, and he went on for what must have been 6 minutes on the pine trees yesterday. And we're all just kind of watching them. It's like, the beautiful pine trees. They work so hard. I mean, I'm not going to try to do my Ian Lee impersonation here, especially with bronchitis. But it was very clear that he takes a tremendous amount of pride in his team's work, and his team, if I'm allowed to have an opinion, not only meets expectations but exceeds them quite often. And Planet V4 is a remarkable example of that.
I mean, to be honest, that level of detail, that level of attention is what makes it the next level. You know, we're dealing with the scale of an entire universe. You know, we're not just talking like these tiny little planets. I always have the analogy, like in the 90s, you say, oh, I see that mountain over there, and you can't get to that because it's just a skybox.
Yeah.
And then like early 2000s, you get the games and you say, oh yeah, you can go to that mountain now. But Star Citizen's like, yeah, oh no, not that mountain. You see that moon? Yeah, you can go there, and you can keep going. And it's an incredible level, but even the smallest detail, the smallest, you know, the plants, the trees, all the props, you know, there's a massive amount of work that goes into making that level of detail on that scale. And, you know, that's why it's mind-blowing. I mean, from my perspective, you know, on the design side, when I see all the art come on, it's just incredible just gets layered on top, and it makes everything so much better.
And it's not just working at the scale, it's working at the efficiency of scale. Like we
Absolutely.
talked about the Good Doctor map. The Good Doctor map is, you know, it's a relatively small map compared to the Theaters of War map. What was it called? The Campaign of Carnage or Crime of...
Oh, Crossroads of Crime.
Crossroads of Crime, very alliterative. But that smaller Good Doctor map is on a planet. And even though you can't explore the planet, but I was talking to Sean about it, I don't remember.
It's actually easier, though.
It's actually easier.
I mean, if you go back to like standard game dev, you know, it's like, no, you skybox, you know. But for us, you know, the tech's there for us to actually expand. And, you know, that's why we're developing this foundational tech, because that's what allows us to create such scale. So when we were coming to the Good Doctor, it was like, well, we'll just pull a map in, you know, pull a planet in, and we were going, you know, within like half an hour, we're going, you know, you change the atmosphere, you change how the actual dispersion of the assets happen, and then all of a sudden you've got something up and running. So, you know, there's no point in us, you know, it's nothing's fake, it's all there.
You're right about it being easier.
Optimized. Yeah.
It's like the effects are already there as well. You know?
Exactly. So, you know, all the atmosphere and the sun that is there, you know, you're moving the sun, and that's the physical sun. You know, you could actually fly to that sun. I mean, some people have the Good Doctor is obviously that map, but they've broken out, and they're like, yeah, we're going. But yeah, it's good. It's exciting.
How you doing, Mike?
I'm doing okay. Yeah, I'm good.
Mike is up here for a very specific reason, but we can't tell you what that reason is yet. So,
I just came here to have the makeup applied to my face.
How's your day been?
Look great. It's really nice.
Oh yeah.
How's your day been?
Sorry?
How's your day been?
It's been fantastic, actually. It's been great. I've, you know, loved seeing the demo one at the start. I've seen a few of the presentations. Yeah, just kind of soak up the atmosphere.
Did you check out the marketplace?
Yes, I did. It was
Did you
amazing.
see your Fizz hologram?
I tried to take a video of it, but obviously it's a hologram, so...
Yeah, you got the refresh rate on your video now.
Yeah, but it's beautiful. It was amazing, yeah.
All right, now, John, you talked to Carrick in your presentation. I'm not going to make you go through the whole presentation, especially since you don't have the slides and whatever. And then, of course, it'll be up on YouTube in the coming days. I don't know if it's days or in the next week. I don't have that schedule with me, but all those presentations from the Croshaw Auditorium, which were, hey, let's do that. Xenolinguistics and You, Ship Sounds, Locked Up, which was about prison gameplay. Really exciting stuff. I'm really excited for you guys to see the Locked Up one. There's a lot there. Me, Myself, and UI, which was about the UI improvements, some of which we saw during the demo earlier today with the new actor status improvements, stuff like that, the new building block stuff. Armor Archetypes, which followed up on the Theaters of War stuff, and of course your Ship Talk, which was a bunch of Carrick talk, Pisces talk,
Kraken Privateer.
Kraken Privateer. Let's talk about the Kraken Privateer.
Yep, so the Kraken Privateer is a variant of the Kraken that we unveiled last year at CitizenCon. So the one we showed last year was sort of the cargo freighter mobile outpost version, so you could just ship a humongous amount of stuff around the universe, or you could just dump it on a planet and you've got your mobile org base. The Privateer sort of takes that concept and turns it into what could be best described as a mobile space station. You take out about 80% of the cargo and you fill it with modular shops. Like Ian has showed the modular space stations with those shops, the same sort of process. So it's like a competitor to the Merchantman. and they're going to use the same sort of shopping systems. So you've got your alien-style one and your more human one, and it's pretty interesting.
And then last, because I'm being told that they are just about ready, tell us a little bit about the mole.
So the Argo Mole, which stands for Multi-Operator Laser Extractor, is a multi-crew medium mining ship. It's got a crew of 4, has 3 mining turrets on it, so not gun turrets, mining turrets. It's got double the capacity of the Prospector. It uses the same style Prospector bags, but it allows a crew to tackle those rocks that you need multiple Prospectors to crack. The Mole can come along and just do them by itself, or you can use 3 turrets and just tackle 3 things at the same time.
So it sounds like the Mole sits between the Prospector and the Orion.
It nicely bridges the gap between the Prospector and the Orion.
Right. All right.
And I forgot to mention, comes out in 3.8.
Comes out in 3.8, straight to flyable.
Straight to flyable.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. You ready? I said, are you ready? I have been here with bronchitis all day. Are you ready? All right, that sounded ready. Do the thing.
Hello again.
Carrot trailer.
So anyway, I was just going to say, hopefully you guys have had a good day so far. There's been a lot of really cool panels. I think Tony Z's last one was pretty cool. It's showing you how we're going to have a very dynamic universe on a high level. And obviously the stuff we had with the various things like the Planet Tech V4, ships, characters, UI. So hopefully you guys got to see some of that. And the marketplace was great. You guys are always great. Well, this is the end. So hopefully we've got something special for the end for you guys. So last year, at the end of CitizenCon, I had the sort of road to release roadmap. As of last year, we said, well, we've achieved 7 of those 12 that we'd set out to do, starting with the hangar and going all the way to location persistence and Planet Tech. But since then, we delivered the OCS and band culling at the end of last year, which I think made a big difference on the client performance. We got a few things that we're doing this year. So if I go. So we've showed it, but Planet Tech 3.5 is what we did last year. Sorry, I'm behind on the... Can I not get this up here? Otherwise I'm going to have to look up here. Forget about it. So we had ship purchases, ship rentals, which is actually quite cool because you don't have to buy with cash any of the ships. You can rent or purchase them with the money you're earning in the game. And we've also been shifting to quality of life, staggered development, which is, you saw a little bit of that in Alpha 3.7. We're more serious about that. So we've moved the teams to 6-month cycles. We're still delivering patches every 3 months, but the teams themselves get 6 months to work on their features or their content that will go into whatever patch they're sort of designated for. And I think it gives them more time to do good work and iterate and give you a better experience. And we're slowly working on aspects of the gameplay, in terms of, say, the feel of flight or the feel of combat. We're doing things like, Sean was showing the sort of theaters of war where that's a good sort of contained mode that will allow us to sort of fine-tune what's really cool about Star Citizen, which is sort of the mixed arms, the ability to be on the ground or in a vehicle or up in space. And so we are increasing our focus to make sure that the game experience now is, 3.7 I think is probably our most stable release today. But the game experience now is good and then is just improving as we go on. So, this is what's coming up next. So in 3.8, we are going to have the very first iteration of server-side OCS. So, and you guys didn't know it because we didn't want to spoil the thing, but the demo we ran this morning was running it, and this, what we're running right now, is running socks, and you'll understand why it's important as we get into the demo, assuming it doesn't crash, which, you never know. And to let you know, so it's the first iteration of the server-side OCS. So we have like server persistence in the session of the server. So the server, whenever it it leaves an area, it streams stuff out. It remembers the state of all the items and all the stuff that was there at that time, but it doesn't persist beyond the server session. The bigger thing, which we've talked about in the future, is sort of the iCache, which is the full persistence. Hang on, what happened there? Weird. I don't know, it's not me. This is why I was on this main screen here. I've got a black screen here and a black screen here. Anyway, so I'll talk about persistence. So, okay, now we're back up. So platform persistence is one other thing that we're putting in the 3.8, which is is basically a halfway house to the very full persistence, but the platform persistence is going to allow us to save off the alpha UEC that you've earned, also any items or ships that you've bought or rented in the game are going to, so they're going to get saved off to the platform in the same way that we record all your shop cash purchases. And so when a new release comes, we can re-entitle it back to the account in the same way we do for everything that you do. And the plan with that is to not have to wipe between iterative releases on a major release, and potentially even from one release to the next. And we do reserve the right if there's like a major issue or a major rebalance, or we have to redo the database on a major release, then at that particular time we may have to wipe it. But in general, the goal is to let you guys make money in the game, earn things, collect things, and not have it wiped every time we do a new release. So we're aiming to ship that that will hopefully should be with the 3.8 patch cycle. And now Planetech V4, which we obviously sort of unveiled at the beginning, and there was some really cool panels about it during the day, which I think is gonna, just the quality of not just Microtech, but going back to the old places like Daymar or Xi'An is a whole new world. One of the focuses we got upcoming too, which we've not particularly managed to show well this morning, is the social group gameplay, but that is a focus for us to make sure that the FOIP and the VoIP and the group gameplay stuff works well. It's important for us to get stuff working for, as Sean mentioned, for the Theaters of War, but just in general, grouping up with your friends in the universe, doing stuff. And so that is a focus, and you'll see us iterating on that for 3.8, 3.9, and onwards. More robust missions. So we've got some stuff coming up in 3.8 that is interesting. We're starting to introduce AI into some of the missions, like say the rescue the hostage on the 890, which we had in an ATV. We were showing a very early version of it. That will be in 3.8, and there'll be some other ones along that line of missions, and that's multi-part missions, which also what we're showing is sort of an early version of a multi-part mission, what we showed at the beginning and we're going to end with here, that 3.9.40 onwards. Then, sometime around about middle of this year, I think, so full universe persistence, and that is the persistence that allows us to save everything, period. So you can take your coffee mug that you've got in the Carrack and explore on a planet and drop it in a forest, get back on your Carrack, fly away, and someone else could go to that forest and see that coffee mug, or you could come back and see it if someone else hasn't stolen it. And so And that iterates to every dynamic item in the game gets saved off. So basically, we save the state, it goes back to a cloud database. It's what we're calling the iCache. Of course, there'll be some stuff like, we want to be smart where like people can't like stack 1,000 turtles in a place. So obviously, we'll have some policies on the items. So at some point, when we're saving it to the database, we'll say, well, this is a low importance item. There's too many in this area. So therefore, and this one's been around too long, so we just won't bother saving that to the database. And then you'll just sort of be like, oh, someone came along while you weren't there and took the turtle or cleaned it up. But in general, so the permanent structures. So one thing that gives us is the ability for you as players to go around the universe and ultimately, you want to create your own base somewhere, create your own homestead. You should be able to settle down and put a base there, and it will be recorded back to the iCache, and you can come back to it, and it will be there, and it will persist. And so I think the opportunity for emergent gameplay that comes from that is going to be fantastic, because as you saw with what Tony was doing in his presentation before, we're going to have dynamic resources in the universe. We're also going to persist those. So they'll be finite, so there'll be only so much gold or hadonite or whatever it is on various moons or planets. And as they get mined out, then you'll have to find some other place to move to it. And there's an especially rich seam. I can see a group of players coming, setting up camp there and starting to mine the resources. And then I can see some other groups saying, oh, well, that's great. I want some of that. They show up, and you basically have two groups battling out. And then there's a whole business that's going to be involved in supplying more weapons or logistics or healing people or bringing consumables that people need. So I think there's going to be this like dynamic, evolving system that will be incredibly interesting and compelling, and I'm really looking forward to that. And that's enabled by the full universe persistence, which is, like I said, the full persistence of all items, ships, characters, and also persistent tracking of the resources. And then the last thing, which we won't, I think, get to by the end of next year, but we'll be very close to it, is server meshing. And so everything we've been doing up until then, and that's when I think everything fully comes alive, is the server meshing allows us to have a lot more players in the same area. But the work that we've done on the kind of server-side OCS, where you can change the point of view of the server arbitrarily anywhere around, and save off state is exactly what you need for server meshing, because what happens in a server, if more people arrive, say, I don't know, in New Babbage, and you suddenly go, oh, we can only run 100 people or 200 people or whatever the number we can simulate on the server, and there's now 201 people, you say, okay, I'm going to spin up a second server. Here's another view onto New Babbage, and these players are on that, and you just keep on spinning up more to take on the load in areas. And so that's why we needed the server OCS and the bank culling and the full persistence, and it enables server meshing. So that's the next thing. Once we deliver the full persistence, we're actually already starting to work on the network side of what we need for the server meshing right now. But we're really excited about that, because then that's going to allow a sort of dynamic, seamless universe that won't have the same player count restrictions. And by the way, we'll also, we don't know quite with server OCS what we'll be able to do, but we're going to start experimenting with some player counts in the future and maybe upping it, because at the end of the day, if we're not simulating the whole system and it's a smaller subset of that, we'll be able to have more players. So we'll see in the midterm if we get more players into a server right now, but longer term server meshing is what's going to allow us to really have a fully dynamic universe. And then on the smaller things that we're going to be working on is, obviously, I've talked about the quality of life. It's an ongoing effort for us. You're only starting to see the very, very beginnings of it. So we have some dedicated teams that just focus on the quality of life. We have what we call the vehicle experience team that we're working on things to improve how it feels operating and running a vehicle. I mentioned that there was a couple of things like the look ahead, some small stuff that we showed in the opening, but there's a lot more stuff to come, and also in terms of the feel of combat and all the rest of the stuff. We're going to be adding, obviously, more loops. I think next up we've got sort of fueling, refueling, fuel collection. Then it'll be salvage, more content, obviously. and then open up a bit. We'll see what happens. All right. So, now we've done that, we're going to head into our demo. But at first, let's just recap and I'll get Todd Pappy up here with me, wherever he is. Hello, Pappy. Come on. There we go. All right. So, just in any good TV show, all right. So we're on the Microtech shuttle to the lab. Need to get that.
Can we get the quadrant?
All right. And by the way, Glenn is actually on a AI flown ship here. So, and that is something longer term that we're going to be working on, which is AI doing things like taking you a shuttle from a space station down to the ground, or various locations that you could go to without having to fly to yourself. So think of it as a bigger version of the transit system. And here's one of the things that I think Ian's talked about, we've talked about, is that we want to increase our range of, we have outposts, but they're pretty small. And we want to have points of interest that you would have in various planets or moons that you can have mission content in, things to do. And this is sort of this is a sort of first prototype of that.
Yeah, so basically multiple entries, multiple exits. Obviously with outposts, you got one way in, one way out. So for us, from a design standpoint, this allows us to build these in a modular way so that we can have different entrances, different exits, different room layouts, different mission content associated with it. From there, then we start looking towards towns and villages, and then obviously we have our main cities.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, this is sort of a prototype, first version of a sort of multi-part mission that we've discussed and thinking about doing in the longer term, not 3.8 obviously, but 3.9 or on beyond that. Of course, it's cold here in Microtech.
So you'll see, now that we've entered into the room, the temperature that the character feels changes, and he actually starts returning back to normal. Hopefully our trusty ID card still works. I'm willing to say it does. And if we take a look out the side, Glenn, out the window a bit, when you out the window out here. So one other thing, which we're going to get into a little further, but if we actually take a look outside, the other thing that we're showing here is
dynamic weather.
Yes.
And so actually there is a ground snowstorm blowing in. Can you look out the window a little bit, Glenn? Or not? Glenn?
Glenn, can you look out the window?
Just take a look out the window quickly. So if you take a look, if we go take a look out here, it's where the trees. Go to the left a little bit. Should be, I think. There, so you can see. So, all right, we can carry on. So there's a storm blowing in right now. Come to that in a bit better. But the weather simulation takes into account the humidity, the wind, temperature.
Yes,
right?
all of that.
And it is dynamic. So it's set up. So not going to have. We've got a couple elements still to come on the fully dynamic planetary weather, which would be volumetric planetary crowds and volumetric ground fog. We have a large amount of the pieces in place for our weather sims, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But let's carry on with our mission. So we're gonna go look for the data center to try and steal the algorithm.
So it says it in the demo, or basically in the mission briefing, that you're looking for server number 5. So we'll be looking around and getting closer and working our way over there.
And try not to be too conspicuous. And the idea with these kind of missions in the longer term is to have the ability to do like stealth gameplay instead of combat gameplay,
so
solve some puzzles.
Yes.
So it's not just going to be about shooting people all the time.
Well, and it's something that Tony and you and I have talked about a long time ago, which is basically breadcrumbs as well. So it opens up to other aspects.
So we want a sort of combination of sort of the procedural dynamic stuff that would be generated by the universe simulation that Tony was showing earlier, plus some more crafted, multi-stage, kind of more narrative missions, and they all get mixed in to give you a really sort of nice flavor and variety of things to do. So, like, we need to figure out a good way. We're gonna we kind of know a good way, but as a game player, you would actually have to suss this out. So we're gonna go back here in the maintenance area. Great. Very quiet, great.
Yes. In the future, obviously, the AI will have certain stims that they can react to, and audio is one of them. Having certain objects that the player places around would be another way to distract AI.
And again, there was things like we took Glenn's going to take his paw. There's like locks on the multi-tool, and we can pretend we're going to paw them off, or not. There you go. But yeah, this is the idea. Is like the FPS like the multi-tool has different modes. Cutting, could be mining, could be welding, repairing. In this particular case, we're just going to cut the 4 kind of hinges, locks off, so we can take the grate open and get through it. And again, this is, I think we've talked a little bit about, especially with something like whether the weather or the temperature, it's about taking like the physical inventory, taking the things you need.
taking
So
the
do I
right
need a tool to go and do something? Do I need to have an outfit that will keep me warm, or protect me from fire?
And, I mean, I think even with our combat and everything like that, we want people to actually think about what they need to do first.
Are you looking for the exit?
No, he's looking how to turn that off.
No. It's on the bottom here. Go down here. It's there. See that square? Move your cursor down. Oh, can you tab to it? Your mouse isn't working?
I.
Okay, I. All right, Glenn's managed to crash. That can't be right, right? Come out, do that. That's one way.
There we
Okay,
go.
well done. So that's the as you guys know, there's an inventory. There's a personal inner thought system, which is Richard. Is the personal inner thought with 3.8 or 3.9? 3.9. So that's sort of work in progress. But the personal inner thought is in 3.9, which allows you to access a whole bunch of actions or interactions that are sort of on you or would be your thoughts. And so that's a very early version that obviously for some reason is bugged, but we weren't actually meant to end up triggering that.
So we're looking for a data card.
And we're going to steal some data. There's a guard on that side. Just make sure you stay out of that way, Glenn. There you go. Okay, come over here. There we go. Take the data card.
You can take that one, or I think he clocked one on the desk, I think.
Okay. It was risky. Okay, quick. All right, back. There we go. And then maybe under here to get to the other side. And by the way, one of the reasons why, there we go. One of the reasons, obviously, why Microtech, they like this planet and it being cold is to essentially cool all their
the server
systems
farms?
and server farms, yeah.
Yes.
It's like a big Microsoft. All right, let's try to get some data. And again, this is building block UI, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
that's all put together by a designer fairly quickly without having to have Flash programmers or... Okay. Let's get it. Okay. Let's get out of here with our ill-gotten gains. Can't really go that way.
Yeah.
All right, let's. All right, I don't know. This looks all right. Ooh, all right, Glenn. Just pretend that you're blending in. Okay.
Do you mind telling us what the hell's going on? Hey, talking to you! This is our project. You can't just freeze us out like this.
Right. That was close. He almost put it on top of his. Okay. Daisy. I think we better get out of here, Glenn.
So we have non-lethal takedowns now.
Yeah, let's get out. Yeah, it's part of that. So melee combat does ship with 3.8, and it's a lot more than just that. But it's non-lethal takedowns. You'll be able to fight
to knock people out.
Get into fisticuffs. There's a whole sort of different levels of punch, left, right, block, left, right. It's all actually physically based. So we've grabbed something kind of warm, but we're not really ready to it. We've actually stashed a getaway environment suit. And Richard Trier, I want to bring up to the stage. So Richard's the lead designer on our actor feature team, and I'd like him to talk a little about what is happening right here and the beginning of the actor status system that will ship in 3.9.
So what you're seeing here is basically an extension of the room system, and the room system contains temperature, wind speed, humidity, and it basically amalgamates all of that into what you're seeing on the HUD at the moment, which is the apparent temperature. So the apparent temperature actually comes in and is part of our player status system. And the player status system is where you start to feel these environments, and the actual environments start to play into the gameplay. So you can see here that actually the physicalized wind, he's actually leaning into the wind, he's putting his hand up to try and shield himself, but he's not wearing the correct attire. So he's not wearing the correct equipment, because he's just basically grabbed the clothes and jumped outside. And as you can see, it's really cold. So he's starting to shiver.
A bottom side here, it is.
Yeah, it's like minus 120 degrees Celsius. So obviously, you can only survive at like at least 2-3 minutes in that temperature. So he's actually starting to undergo hypothermia, which is part of our status effects. And hypothermia actually ties into the gameplay. So his heart starts to raise, his stamina starts to decrease, he starts to actually physically start to see, you'll see a whiteout, so he starts to become more sensitive to the light, and his audio will start to come in as well, to actually really sell that your body is shutting down. And the player status system really, it just incorporates multiple different things. So hypothermia is part of the temperature gameplay, and you're seeing the cold aspect here, but eventually that will be for heat as well as other actor statuses as well. But you can see here, starting to see the other value on here that you see is the apparent temperature, but the other value is the body temperature. Now the body temperature is tracking your internal body. So, and I think it's, what is it down by now? It's like down at like 33 degrees.
We forgot
Celsius.
to put the drop shadow on the thing. And so we're not in this suit. We actually have a suit that we stashed in the cave, which we're looking for. The other thing that you may have noticed when Glenn was going to the third-person view, but we're working on environmental shader effects. So there was snow accumulation on the jacket that he wore. You notice, you go back and look at what it was when he got it and what it is now. And with that, accumulation is meant to be for things like snow, rain, dust, dirt, and that's something that we're looking to have in 3.9.
And
so you really feel the environment.
The biome, that basically your environment. So it'll build up over time.
Build up. So we better get a warm suit on, because otherwise we're going to essentially pass out and then die.
So this suit is actually cold, so hopefully when Glenn puts it on, you'll see actually that it's actually frosted. So you can see actors actually shivering here as he's putting it on. And this suit is the Caldera suit that we revealed in the character archetype talk, and this is an environment suit that's built for these extreme climates. He's really cold. He's really cold.
So you'll see the visor's frosted up.
You can see,
and
this is like getting into your car when it's frozen. It's frozen, and the visor's actually frosted up, your suit's frosted up, And as your suit kicks in, this suit has an operating range that can actually survive these temperatures.
So yeah, and if we go, yeah, and you'll see it now, because the same effects that we saw on the windshield, you definitely see
Yeah. So
in
think of it like your car.
so a visor, you're going to see, because it's a big winter storm, snow, slush that's warm in here as it's going out though, it's going to start to get slush, and what we're going to see is is tough. And then I think the other person that I'd like to bring up is Mike Snowden, who's the director of our visual effects, and his team is being responsible for all the environmental weather effects here. And this is what we're doing on the snow side, but it same could work in, a desert planet for dust, rain, and we've actually prototyped a lot of this stuff outside snow, but you're seeing the snow has been our first example. So I don't know if you want to talk about some of the stuff.
Yeah, I mean, so this is all, the main thing about these effects is they're completely data-driven, so I'll put a lot of time into creating these rule sets. The way that we author the effects is completely different to anything we've done before, because we know that we can make beautiful looking storm effects, but the really cool thing about this, no pun intended, is that it's literally the data that the planet gives us, so this ties in with the Planetech V4,
yeah.
which obviously we're showing off today. It ties in with all the active status stuff, so it's like bringing everything together. So they look fantastic, but they're completely driven by what the game data is.
Yeah, the temperature, altitude, humidity, and so it's systemic, and it's
I mean,
and it'll be affected by time of day and other things.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, so the rule sets are things like temperature, even elevation, wind strength, wind direction, even angle. There's a lot of complexity in the rule set that makes it really easy actually for us in the long term to make the effects across all the kind of hundreds of planets that will eventually.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously you can see the effect of the winds on the vegetation.
Yeah.
And as you see here, we're in fog. You see the snow. Our visor is getting, it's like you would be, in a snowstorm if you were skiing or out there. So we stashed a suit. We actually had a rover that we've stashed that goes in our Carrack.
So
we're looking for right now.
One of the things before we go on too far, the other thing is with the armors, you will run into planets that are outside your temperature range, and so you might last there for 15 minutes, but obviously we want to make sure that it's very lucrative for you to be able to, go in there and risk reward gameplay for it.
Yeah, so be equipped. That's why you would have a big ship and buy different armor and store it. Okay, so here's our rover, which we've hidden with a little top, and this is going to be a much more larger example of the cloth interaction system. So, all right, Glenn, let's get the top off and get into the rover. Okay, we can drop it now. And again, that's an example of all the physics stuff coming together, the cloth interacting, the wind's blowing it.
And the wind itself here, one thing I wanted to call out is that the wind is different strengths depending on where you are. So if you're down in the tree line or in the troughs, the wind is a lot slower, and then as you get more exposed, that wind comes out. So it really is a dynamic environment.
And as you see, as we get into here now, the temperatures come up, the water's evaporating from our visor, and we have a clearer view. But of course, the outside of the rover now will have the effect on its canopy.
Yep.
All right, let's let Sam know that she needs to pick us up. Well, after we've engaged the systems, I guess. This isn't going to work because of the go-to setup. The go-tos break the dialogue.
I'm gonna need a pickup.
Yeah.
Oh, hello?
Yeah, I'm gonna need a pickup down the bottom of the hill.
On my way.
Okay.
Right, good. We actually the that breaks in our system because we have a little background zoom to the right place, which doesn't actually do the server check right. So it hasn't streamed, and it's actually, you are seeing some of the stuff because this is in server OCS, so we don't have everything all the time now. So when things go in and out, we've still got edge cases, and that's one of the issues that we have to fix before server OCS haven't, but it'll be fine. So let's.
Also, this is precarious, so make sure you get a little noisy for Glenn.
Oh. All right.
Oh.
Ooh, yeah, he's coming. He's coming.
You can see the fog starting to thin out now as we're going further down. That's
Yeah. So, like as we're further down, it's not quite as thick. The weather is not quite as intense. I know, he's scaring the shit out of me.
There he goes.
Show off, Glenn. Hey.
Good job, Glenn.
Yeah. I remember when it was almost impossible to get a rover into a ship, but now we can do it. It's great. And here's an example of, so we're talking about storage. So these are actually meant to be for suit storage. Still kind of early days on the stuff, so it's a bit wonky, but we put our suit in there. We need it. So the idea is that you would have suits and stuff that you would store depending on what you would need on different planets. Oops, hang on. We got a crime stat, and I think someone's shooting us from behind.
Yeah, I got a pretty hefty crime stat. We're gonna have to get out of here.
We're being tailed. Get to the turret.
All right, come on.
So this is our first iteration of ship AI in atmosphere.
Yeah. So we are being tailed by Microtech Security because they figured out that we've stolen the data and we're making a getaway. There we go. All right, come on. To our little turret. There we go. let's get rid of it.
Hey, Sam, why don't you bank?
Alright, one more. Okay, come on, let's get him. Okay, last one. Okay, we got one more, right?
Was that all of them?
No, there's one more. Here he is. Yeah. Sam's basically flying the ship to try and give Glenn a good shot. Alright. Come on, get him. Probably not.
Don't make me take it. You gotta do it.
Go on.
Yeah, you can actually see a snowstorm in the distance there in the background as we're leaving. That was where we came from. Do we have to kill them all to advance?
Yeah, I can punch it.
Okay, come on, Glenn. No pressure.
Joe, take him out.
I don't want to shoot them either.
Shoot it, shoot it.
Okay, Glenn, come on.
Did it take us this long? I don't remember.
Come on, Glenn. Hey! So why don't we get out of here, Sam?
Here we had our mission update.
We get it later.
Okay. Let's get out of orbit then. That's a bit. It's kind of. When we run these run-throughs, it did not take. That was the longest it's taken.
Yeah.
It was some
Good
nervous
AI.
on that one.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to wait till.
You do a sideways, Glenn. It's kind of cool too. Just go to sort of side and around. Get like side.
Glenn.
Yeah,
Side.
He's got it. He heard me. See the view. Microtech's very pretty. All right. When do we get the mission update?
QT.
Only Q2? Okay. Yeah, you can see those are trees down there, those dots. That's cool. So okay, so now we're going to QT, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get going.
She's having trouble with the HUD.
No, it's not set.
With the what?
She's having trouble with the HUD.
Okay.
Just get up, and then.
Yeah,
No,
once
no.
I get out of atmosphere, it should
Yeah.
help. I hope.
says flight systems damaged.
Right, but the
yeah.
the attenuated panel.
Oh, what's happened on that one?
Sam, can you hit B and do it? Can you hit B and do it?
Yeah, I think I can find it with B, hopefully. It was quite long ago, Hey.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, so fucking, we gotta.
I don't know what
that
happened.
whole we gotta get the nav.
Yeah.
It's fucking that whole thing drives me nuts. Okay. All right. Do we have the mission now to go to Paris?
Should be. Should be coming.
So when's it come? You don't need to rush, by the way, Glenn. But yeah. So should we get the mission now? What's that?
You should see it up top.
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen it.
Hey, Glenn, can you check your
Mission status? You should have had the update for where to. I'm not sure if you saw it. Yeah, delivered to Ruin Station. There you go. So I told you we had the update of the mission. I guess we just missed it. Anyway, we got the data. We've now told where we got to go. We got to go to Ruin Station in. There we go. So here we go. Go exterior, Glenn. Exterior. There you go. Show it off. There you go. And this is in the volumetric cloud, the space cloud tech that we have. Same stuff that we're using for Squadron 42 for the coil, but as you can see, usable everywhere else. It's completely volumetric lit in, and it's beautiful. And here we're at the jump point to the Pyro system. Now, you don't necessarily need infrastructure for jump points, but the more traveled ones are the ones that used to be traveled, which Pyro used to be, but not particularly anymore, have what we call jump rings around them, and they help stabilize the jump point to make for a smoother jump. If you don't have one, then it's more difficult, and the entrance is harder or difficult. But sometimes you may want to try a sort of side jump point to get into a system, like if you're a smuggler, because the main ones would be more, essentially, they are like a checkpoint. It's like going through a border patrol or something.
It is basically a port. So when we're building the solar system, one of the things that we think about are entrances for, obviously, economy reasons, and you saw that with Tony Z's talk, of way to interject new things into the solar system. So around the Stanton jump points, the three major ones, we will have space stations, so that you can go and travel, and let's say you had a long jump point and you want to stop and basically drop something off there,
or refuel,
or do whatever you need to do. So we will have space stations around those jump points that you can go and interact with. Now, obviously, when you go into a little bit more lawless system, I don't want to say like building a wall.
Yeah. Well, in the case of Pyro, it used to be a regulated system.
Yes.
That once they strip mined it out, no one goes there anymore, and it's fallen sort of into a lawless state.
Yes.
And So this is not really this isn't a very often traveled jump point, but we're going to take it because that's where we have to go to head to Pyro Station. So as you can see, the jump ring, which is delineating where the point is off in the distance, and Sam is going to line herself up for us to jump to Pyro System. And this is essentially sort of the infrastructure you occasionally would, you can have around. Some places would have bigger stations, but as I said, the Pyro route isn't a very particularly well-traveled one.
But also with this, I guess with the cloud tech, you see the possibilities of us going in and mining that, and then it affecting your radar, it being booby-trapped, all these kind of gameplay possibilities, I feel, open up with these unique points of interest.
Do you guys think we should open it?
Yes.
I think we should go. Let's do it. That's actually a super cool view. You see that one?
Oh, yeah.
How good that is. That looks awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. So going through a wormhole is a little bit like riding the rapids. You don't really have much. You have lateral control,
but it's
a little bit
being
of
on a
forward, but you're
current.
being pushed on a current,
Yeah.
and you've got to keep inside the boundaries of the wormhole. And actually, if Sam gets a little close, you'll sort of see interference on his screens. And of course, Stanton's just going away in the background, and Para's coming in here. Yeah, and you can see there's actually a current that we put in the wormholes, and you sort of see the particles that are giving you the idea of where the centerline current is. And you have to anticipate to keep on the course, because if you don't, and you go off and you go into the boundaries of the wormhole, you could end up just being spat out in just space in the middle of nowhere, or severely damaged. Go around, Glenn. Okay, so we are now in the Pyro system, and we streamed out Stanton as we were traveling, and streamed in Pyro. The other side, by the way, has got an awesome light on the side. Yeah.
Set a route to the ruin station, Sam? There we go.
There we go.
All right, Ian. Hit it. job, guys. Good job.
Good job. We made it. No crashes. Woohoo! Close one on the interaction. Good job. All right. Hang on a sec. I think I get another. There should be a slide that we go to. Not a ship, a slide. Come on. Where's the slide? There you go. Anyway, so in this coming year, we were sort of showing you what we're going to do. So we are going to have the pyro system next year. Obviously, that brings in jump points. We're going to have dynamic weather. We're going to be, microtech, you're going to get the planet itself in 3.8, but we'll be opening up new Babbage in 3.9. We've got moons of microtech that come in, I think, in 3.9.2. And we'll be continuing on the development of socks and the iCache and the persistence, and it's pretty damn exciting. It's kind of coming together, and at the detail that I didn't think anyone thought would be possible. So, hopefully you guys liked it. So I'd like to give a big shout out to everyone on stage that's helped with the demo here. Glenn and Simon, Joe and Rob are backstage somewhere. Thank you very much. They did a great job. Todd, Mike, Richard, John, who I didn't pull up. He got lucky. He didn't have to go in front of people. Jared over there. We got, I think there's about 200 developers or so here from mostly the Manchester, but some the German office, some the Austin office, some the LA office. So thank you, to all the developers, because I can stand up here and you guys all clap and it's nice for me, but really I'm not doing all this stuff. There's a lot of really talented developers that do everything that you've been seeing here, seeing during the day, and they've worked really hard, and I think things like CitizenCon are one of the coolest things. So they get to come, they get to meet all you guys, they get to interact with people that are appreciating the work they're doing. It's good, and I want to say thank you to all our developers because they work really, really hard and do a great job. And then we also have, obviously the event staff and the volunteers have done an amazing job with this CitizenCon. Wandering around, it's brilliant. Going back to the very first ones and to what we are now, it's amazing. But thank you to everyone that's put the show together. I think, I don't know what Leia is, but she was producing it, but she did an amazing job. David Roth, he did an amazing job. And everyone that did it on the support side. To everyone on our operations, support, marketing, thank you for CG. And then you guys, thank you so much for supporting this crazy dream that's getting a little more real every day. Thank you, really, totally. So everyone out there on the internet, everyone here, we couldn't be here, we wouldn't be getting to do this amazing stuff without your guys' support, so we really appreciate it. And I am very thankful. And I guess we talked about maybe, do you want to see the carrot commercial one last time or something? And then we get some drinks, and I'll be there and sign things. And okay, all right, let's do the carrot commercial. And thank you very much, everybody.
My father always used to say I had wanderer's legs. We all wonder, what's out there? But for me, it was more than that. A stranger in my own world. I set out to find my path. Through all my travels, for all the trials of the unknown, I came to realize that there was really only one thing I'd been looking for. A place to call